Over the Long Hall. Martha Soukup. Science fiction, the novitiate soon learns, is not simply a body of literature. It is also a robust and scrappy community, a kind of sentient ant colony, in which authors, editors, readers, critics, agents, and publishers come together to argue about everything from the spiral nebulae to the spiraling costs of nebula banquets. Communities depend upon benefactors, people such as Martha Soukup, who helps run the science fiction roundtable on Genie for an amusingly inadequate amount of money, and who recently served as SFWA's secretary for no money at all. Like Ted Chiang, whose Tower of Babylon appears in the first half of this volume, Soukup honed her considerable talents at the Clarion Science Fiction Writers' Workshop. Upon graduating from that stellar institution, she began selling her fiction with impressive regularity, appearing in Asimov's fantasy and science fiction, Amazing, Aboriginal, and such theme anthologies as Newer York and Alternate Presidents. Over the Long Hall traces to a workshop exercise in which the instructor, A.J. Budris, tossed out a provocative concept: long haul rigs controlled by computer operators from their homes. It seemed immediately obvious to me, Soukup notes, that the people stuck in those cabs would be teenage mothers. It then became clear that everyone else in the room thought I was nuts. I liked the opportunity the notion offered to look at issues of personal choice and responsibility in a constrained situation. It also let me do a chase scene, which I think of as wild-eyed experimental writing. A.J. kindly let me use his trucks. All that remained was for me to realize that the story had to be written in Shawana's voice. One reason the novelette took a while to sell, I think, is that people thought it dystopian. Having lived 2 blocks from urban projects, and having read a great deal about welfare hotels, I wish Long Hall were, by comparison, dystopian, or that it could answer the political questions it raises. If I had the answers, I could write novels instead of short stories that simply question. Sometimes I think I've been in this truck forever, but of course that's not so. I just have to look at my license card if I want the proof. Shawana Mooney, it says. And right next to that, the day I got the card 2 years ago. 2 weeks after little Salehi was born, which makes it easy to remember her birthday. That name, Shawana, makes me think sometimes my daddy was a guy named Sean Parker. My mama sure cried when he got shot dead when I was 8. But she wouldn't say he was my daddy. She just said he was no good and ran drugs, and then she cried some more. Mooney, of course, that's my mama's name and her mama's, and it was my great-grandma's, too. Also my great-grandpa's. They were married. Then the cards got my picture, which looks terrible with my eyes all starey the way the camera caught them, but I kind of liked the way I had my hair done then, with all those little braids my grandma put in. I must look awful now. I look at myself in the big side mirror when I fix up my makeup, but I don't really look hard at the whole effect, if you know what I mean. When Tommy gets a little bigger, he's barely 4 now, maybe I can teach him to fix my hair. Or maybe we'll get out of this truck. I think about that a lot, especially when Salehi gets cranky and yells. Which isn't fair to her, of course, because what 2-year-old wants to grow up in the cab of a truck 6 feet wide and 6 feet deep? Sure, she's got Sesame Street like I did, and a lot of other much more boring TV, like it or not. But I could go outside besides, even if my grandma was always warning me about gangs. Salehi's the kind of baby who needs to move around and tire herself out, which is pretty hard here. I know exactly how she feels. But it's none of her doing. I tell myself that. I got her by my own self. Well, I had help, but it isn't her fault her daddy isn't in a truck, too. They put the welfare parents who actually are raising the kids in the trucks. Now, do you know any guy who's going to take them? Nope. Both their daddies were long gone before that happened. One truck stop looks a lot like another. I was kind of dozing behind the wheel when it took a big pull right and the truck went off to an exit. I tried to guess where we were. I thought maybe Nebraska. Sure was flat as hell out there. Salehi started kicking up a fit. She always acts like the last couple minutes before we stop is a couple of hours, and screaming will make the truck go faster. The only thing that could make the truck go faster is if I hit manual override and drove it myself, and I'd better have a damn good reason for that, or it's big trouble. She was screaming for the potty. She just started with that, and she doesn't like the porta potty in the cab. Me neither. I don't care what they say, the thing smells. Got her in before she messed up her panties, Tommy following quiet as a mouse. He's not quite big enough to send into the boys' room alone yet. Then she didn't want to wash her hands, and when I made her, she got her hands and face and hair and T-shirt and the floor all wet, and glared up at me like I did it. She stomped out of the bathroom with her sneakers going squish, squish, squish. I looked in to see if I knew any of the drivers. Kimberly and Avis were both there, still going along the same route I was. I met Avis for the first time in Minneapolis on this run. Kimberly I met soon after I started. The women on the road tell me you can go forever between seeing someone twice, so that was lucky. As long as we kept going along the same route, taking our full breaks, who wouldn't take her full break? So they'd be the same length, we'd keep meeting up. Kimberly is older than my mama, maybe 40, and she used to do key punching in the very last office that still used it, years and years after everyone else stopped, until the business was sold and they retired the old-time system. Her kids are 12 and 8, and she was even married when she had them. Avis was having trouble with her boy. Her 1-year-old twins were in the big playpen in the middle of the dining room, the boy screaming his head off. I looked at Salehi, but she just stared at the kid with big round eyes, didn't copy him. The baby wailed while Avis drank Coke with her face turned away from him, her eyebrows down and her mouth real tight, trying to act like the baby wasn't there. "But I don't know if I want green or blue," she was saying to Kimberly. Kimberly sighed. "Girl, what do you need with neon fingernails?" I put Salehi in the pen away from Avis's boy and let Tommy sit next to me. Just because I'm stuck in a truck all day doesn't mean I can't look good. Avis is a couple years younger than me, maybe 17. That sort of thing costs money. You don't get that much to save. So what else do I have to spend it on? You can save it, Kimberly said stubbornly. Right, and maybe in 12 years when my babies are teenagers and they let me out, I'll have a couple $100. Avis took a long drink of her Coke. Kimberly and I said hi. So why not order the implant kit and have something now? Couple $100 is better than nothing, and you could save more than that. On what the government gives us? Avis snorted and peeled open a Snickers. I save $6 a week, Kimberly said. You told us, Avis said. Last stop, Kimberly laid out her whole plan over breakfast. She's studying for her accounting license. Accounting's just a matter of using spreadsheets and stuff, she said, but they still make you study for it. The coursework costs, and then you have to get a license, which is a lot of money even before the bribes. She saves every penny. Doesn't even use up her food vouchers, sells the leftovers back to the government for half value, or sometimes to other truckers for 2/3. Her plate had scraps of meatloaf and carrots, not even Jell-O for dessert. She stays husky just the same. What the fuck you want an accounting license for anyway? Avis asked. It's just minimum wage. Your oldest is 13 next year, so you get out one way or another. Trucking's also a labor option for mothers with just one pre-teenager, but I've only seen a couple women who chose it when they didn't have to. They'd put her on some other workfare labor, maybe sidewalk cleaning. That's what I did 5 hours a day before Salehi. I used to hate it, but it's better than trucking. Kimberly took her paper napkin off her lap, folded it neatly, and laid it on her tray. I don't like being on welfare if I can work, she said. Not this workfare joke, a real job. I always worked until they took my job away. That's the way I know. The boy was screaming so loud now even Avis couldn't ignore it any longer. Shit, she said. She stuffed the rest of the Snickers into her mouth and went to get him. Kimberly and I talked for a couple minutes until her watch started beeping. Back to the road, she said. She gathered up her 2 kids, who had been reading quietly at another table. Don't know how she saves $6 a week if she buys them books. And left. Avis came back. Damn kid needed a new diaper, she said. Where's old Kim Burley? Her break was up. Stuck-up bitch. She wiggled her fingers in my face. So do you think green or blue? Tommy tugged my arm and pointed. I was set to ignore him, but the room had gone quiet. I looked up. There was a man in the dining room. Maybe if you don't truck, you don't know how strange that was. When I was little, I guess most truckers were guys. Then they came up with the remote driving system, one guy in his living room controlling a dozen trucks. The unions kicked a fuss about that, of course, so everyone yelled at each other until they came up with a couple solutions. Early retirement with heaps of compensation for the old truckers. A lot of younger guys took that and went into other work. And retraining the truckers that passed the tests to be controllers at a big fat salary. At the same time, they passed a law that there had to be a driver in each truck, for manual override in emergencies like that was going to happen. But nobody trusts computers and, leastways, unions. Then came the Welfare Labor Act, the Workfare Act. Bound to happen, they put us in the trucks. It's boring. It doesn't pay shit. The controllers get the real money. We all know why they put us with 2 kids in the trucks. It's like you get yourself 1 kid, they put you cleaning sidewalks or something, and thinking on what happens if you get another one. You get another one anyway, and bam, into a truck. So now you're on the road all the time, only get out at a truck stop and see other drivers, and they're all women too. A 3rd kid is too many to live in a truck cab, so you'd get out, but how are you going to get a 3rd one? Locking you in a convent couldn't work any better. What they say is truck cabs are perfect classrooms, educational TV the kids and their mums can't get away from. Getting away from bad influences, breaking the cycle of poverty. What it's about is punishing us, keeping us away from that nasty stuff that got us here. We all know it. These are the same people who got abortion made illegal and whittled down sex ed next to nothing. Though from what my mama told me once before she moved on, people hardly use birth control even when they had teachers telling them about it. They're punishing us all right. I never saw a guy trucking. As far as I ever knew, they didn't even let guys choose trucking. Avis was staring. Jesus, it's a man, she whispered. Real good, I said. You remember what they looked like. Maybe I hadn't, though. Oh, he was tall and he was fine. White, like Salehi's daddy, but dark tan skin, maybe Latin. His hair came down in a braid over one shoulder, thick and brown and shiny. Cheekbones cut high like a TV Indian's. He had tight old jeans on. The way they hugged his hips close you could imagine doing yourself. Man, it had been too long since I'd seen a guy. He walked over to an empty table across the room, and a dozen pairs of eyes followed him. Nobody said a word. One skinny girl with a baby on her hip went over and stared down at him. "Truckers only in this room," she said in a mean voice. That broke the silence. Everyone started up with catcalls, hisses, and "Who cares?" The girl glared back at all of us. Some of them, when they get put in the trucks, actually buy the crap about our evil ways and get worse than any taxpayer. The guy just smiled up at her, so nice your toes curled. "You're right," he said. His voice was like caramel candy. He pulled out his trucker's card. The girl's lips went white. She grabbed the kid up in her arm, pulled another off her chair, and left the room. "This is mine," Avis said, to me, or maybe just to the universe. "What are you talking about?" Her eyes looked like a cat's fixing to go after a mouse. Squintier than a cat's, though, in her pasty, pimply face. No way a man so fine-looking would go for her. Not that I was after him. 17 months, Avis said. No need to ask 17 months since what. I fluffed my hair up around my forehead. I knew it looked like hell. Avis was already moving, plowing through a crowd of women, all trying to look like they had some casual reason for happening to go over by that particular table at that particular time. It sure wasn't worth it to join the mob. "Look after your sister," I told Tommy. I put him in the pen with the other kids. "I'll be back in 5 minutes. Need some fresh air." "Me too, Mama?" he asked, but he's a good kid. He didn't complain. I didn't want fresh air. I wanted to get out of the room so my eyes wouldn't be all over that guy. Something got you in this fix, I told myself. You think you'd learn someday. Even the place outside for truckers to walk around is separate from the place car drivers go to let their poodles piddle. Same sky, though, high and gray, the wind whipping around pretty good. I took a deep breath of windy air. I told myself I wasn't a kid anymore, 14 and stupid, like when Tommy's daddy got him on me. When that didn't work, I tried telling myself he had a whole truck stop full of girls to pick from. When that didn't work, I looked at my watch and told myself I only had another 10 minutes in my break, and odds were this guy wasn't going the same way anyway. I talked to myself until I had me just about convinced. "Nice day," he said. I didn't jump. I was great. "Sure, if you hate sun and like smog." "Somebody must," he said, "or you wouldn't be outside in it." I turned then. "Oh, I just get tired of girl talk all the time," I said. "I wouldn't know," he said. The wind was strong enough to flop his braid around. Some of his hair was loose and blowing over his forehead. His eyes were the clearest, lightest brown I'd ever seen. "The women always seem to stop talking when I come in." "Yeah, well, they're easily impressed." I couldn't understand why he was out here with me. Couldn't understand why I was saying bitchy things to him, either. "But not you, I guess," he said. "I've been around some." "I can tell you're a woman of experience." Was he laughing at me? He didn't look like it. I grunted in a worldly sort of way. "Cal," he said, sticking his hand out. After a moment I realized it was his name. "Shawana," I said, took his hand. Right when I did, I knew I never should have. Something about man flesh just feels different, and the skin of my hand, I realized, had been starved for the taste of it. The rest of my skin started up a clamor. He was still holding onto my hand, so I pulled it back. I tried to think of something regular to say. "Don't see a lot of guys trucking," I said. "Oh, smooth, real smooth." "Well, you've seen me," he said. "Don't you have to have kids to get a trucking license?" "Yes." I couldn't think of anything to say to that, or too many things. "You got kids? How come you have them and not their mamas?" "Where are they? The mamas and especially the kids? What are you doing out here?" Maybe he read my mind a little. "The baby's in his crib in the truck. I didn't want to wake him." "Just one baby?" Cal nodded. The braid went swish, swish. "How come you're trucking?" Maybe it was rude to ask, but I could have said, "Why isn't his mama stuck with him like the usual course of events?" which would have been ruder. He looked away, which showed off his sharp cheekbones against the gray sky just about perfect. I needed time to be alone, to think. "Well, you sure got that," I said. I couldn't not ask any longer. "I didn't think they let guys truck. I thought it was a mother's job." He rubbed his face in his hands, and the air seemed to get even darker. Jess's mother died when he was born." "Oh, shit." "Jesus, I'm sorry. I didn't mean—" He looked back at me and tried to smile. "That's okay. You couldn't know." "I'm sorry." "Yeah. Well, that's the one exception to the guideline, that unwed welfare mothers get all the trucks. If the mother's dead, they let the father do it." His mother quirked with no smile to it. "After all, their big argument is that the truck's the ideal classroom, so they can't say no. It's for the good of the kid, right?" I felt bad about my nosiness. The silence stretched out. You miss her?" "Well, it's getting better. I don't think she was going to marry me anyway." "You were engaged?" He shook his head. "But I thought I could get her to marry me after—" He stopped and looked straight up at the sky, blinking hard. I grabbed his hand, saying some nonsense like I do when Tommy's crying. Here I'd just been thinking about this guy as a hot body. Then I was holding him and still saying soothing nonsense things. My watch beeped. He pulled back. "I gotta be going." "I'm sorry. Usually I want to be alone, but sometimes it's hard. And in the truck stops there's always such a crowd." "It's okay," I said. "I hope things are better." "Which way are you going?" he asked suddenly. "How do I know? It's been west on 80, if that's any help. I think I may be going to Salt Lake. I've done that route once or twice." "Maybe we'll see each other again along the route." My face got warm. "There's no way to know that." He smiled, and I know things you don't smile. I have ways of being more certain. The watch beeped again. "Well, bye, Cal." "Until we meet again," he said. Salehi was in a real bad mood from being left alone. Tommy was trying to make her laugh, meowing like a cat and rubbing against her feet. Don't know where he ever saw a cat. Maybe on Sesame Street. My watch was beeping steady now. If I didn't get into the truck in a big hurry, I'd lose all my discretionary money for a week. I helped Tommy out of the pen, yanked Salehi up by the armpit, and ran to the parking lot. Cal was leaning against a big black truck like I'd never seen. He looked at us as we scrambled up into the cab. I pushed the button to say we were ready to go. The truck lurched and squealed out of the lot and onto the highway. It was fractions on the TV, 1/2, 1/3, 1/4, over and over and over and over again. Tommy watched for a while. Salehi just scowled and rocked back and forth. Usually I pick her up when she gets like that, but as long as she wasn't making noise, I had other things to think on. Out in the walking area, holding Cal, I was just trying to make him feel better. Now it was over, I was noticing all the ways he felt to me. His thick braid of hair squeezed between our chests, his soft flannel shirt and the hard muscles underneath it, the man smell, the little raspy sound when his tight jeans rubbed on mine. Another 20 minutes, and there's no telling what might have happened. But the road wore on, and the fluttery feeling began to die away. The guy had acted like he had reason to think we'd be at the same truck stop down the road, but that was about as likely as running into a whole different guy would be. If only I'd run into him earlier, nearer the beginning of the hour lunch break. Next break would only be 20 minutes to gas up the truck and grab a quick bite, and he was running more than 20 minutes behind me on the road, even if he did go the same direction and stop at the same stop. Unless he decided to cut his lunch short and get right back on the road. I began to have another thought I maybe wasn't proud of, a thought about getting us out of the truck. We stayed on 80 like I'd guessed, which means the long way across Nebraska. Not the best scenery for distracting the brain. Corn, wheat, it all just looks green at a distance. About 20,000 fractions later, the truck pulled itself off. I looked for the strange black truck, but of course it wasn't there. I'd have seen him pass me on the road. I gassed up, parked, and took the kids into the shop. Kimberly wasn't there. Avis was. Didn't really know anyone else, so I sat next to her again. "That guy left early," she complained. "Maybe he had to go check on his kid," I said. "How do you know he has a kid?" "He's got to have one, or he wouldn't be trucking," I said. "If he didn't bring it in, it must have been in its crib." "Not much of a parent, if he leaves his kid alone in his truck," Avis said. I hadn't even thought about that. "It was probably sleeping, and he didn't want to wake it," I said. "Why you want to defend him?" she asked. I shrugged. "No reason, just seemed to make sense." "I don't care if he's a lousy parent or Nellie Nurture," she said. "Nellie Nurture is the teenage star of a show on public TV who tells you how to eat when you're pregnant and how to take care of your babies. I just care if his parts are all in working order." Then who should walk in but Cal himself, which Avis saw before I did. "And it looks like a great time to find out." She jumped up. I couldn't stand to look at the way she embarrassed herself. I wondered at him being right when he said we'd meet again down the road. "Is this seat taken?" He'd come over to the table, Avis hovering behind him, looking mad. More girls were beginning to gather. "I don't think so," he said. "What do you know about teething pain?" "Well, if you rub his gums, it helps. And they sell this stuff in little tubes that numbs them up." "Could you show me?" So I took him over to the counter and showed him. He pulled out some vouchers to pay for it. I noticed he had a fat wad of them. "Will you show me how to use it?" I told Tommy to look after his baby sister again, and Cal and I went out to the lot, all those female eyes at our backs. There was his truck, black and somehow heavy-looking, without the regular Mac or Peterbilt symbols on it. "Let's stop at your truck first. I have something I'd like to do." I unlocked it. He opened the door and got in, reaching down his hand to help me up. Cool, firm hand. First thing he did was fold down the playpen's walls. The pen is big enough to sleep 2 big kids, and my mattress behind it is big enough to sleep 1 fat woman. I'm not fat. Fold down the walls, and most of the cab is mattress. "What are you doing?" I asked, though I thought I knew. "You'll see," he said. On the right wall of the cab, where it had been covered up by the playpen's wall, there was a little panel. You almost couldn't see it, even looking straight at it. The place he pushed to make it pop open didn't look any different from the rest of the wall, Inside was a number display, what they call liquid crystal, and a whole lot of tiny little switches. He started messing with them. "What are you doing?" I asked again. "Just a second." He messed around some more, closed up the panel, and smiled at me. "Now your central controller's computer thinks you're still on the road and haven't even gotten here yet. Then it'll register you coming here and starting your break in 40 minutes. You've got an hour before you have to get going again." "How can you do that?" "I've got a few skills." "If you can do that kind of thing, why are you driving a truck? You could be making real money." There was a glitter in Cal's eye. He bowed his head down low and said some woman's name, Ellen or something. It was hard to hear. I went over and held his head up against my chest, with his braids snaked over the crook of my arm, murmured nonsense again. His arms came up around my back, and my hands went down behind his jeans. We used every last inch of that mattress space. "Oh, Christ," I said later. "My babies have been in the stop all this time." "They'll be okay," he said. I put the rubber band back on his braid. I'd been playing with it. "They are never alone this long. And what about Jess?" He looked at me. "You said he had teething pain." "Oh, my God, you're right. I'd better get to him." He started pulling his pants on. "Do you want me to help show you how to use the medicine?" "No, that's okay. I'm sure I can figure it out." "It's no trouble. The instructions are on the tube, right? You go get your kids." He looked at his watch. "You've got 10 more minutes." 10 minutes left. I hadn't been stopped this long in 2 years. I left him off at his truck, and he kissed me right out in public. "See you next stop," he said. I hadn't even thought of seeing him again. On the trucking routes, he could have any action he wanted. But if I was his first since Ellen or Helen or whoever, maybe it actually meant something to him. I felt a little bad about that. Tommy was sitting in the big pen, holding Salehi and crying. Not screaming or anything. His face was wet, and he was hiccuping. When I came in, I could see him trying to look brave. He also looked surprised, like he thought I was dead and was amazed to see me. "Come on, guys," I said. When we got out, the big black truck was gone. I had to raise the playpen walls, which took a while, since I'd never had them down before. Finally, I found the catch that did it. My watch beeped. I pressed the button, and we started off. Nebraska is a wide state. We probably had another whole stretch of it. At some point, I noticed my watch had changed time an hour earlier, mountain time zone. That's one way to measure progress, time travel. Another is to measure the money you save. But unless you're Kimberly, that's pointless. Just as pointless to measure by the calendar, since Friday's just like Wednesday's, just like Sunday, and night is like day, but dark, and not as many stops. Another is to measure the seasons go by, but you spend some time driving in the south, where it's warmer in winter than North Dakota is some summers, and you spend so little time outside that the weather might as well be television, except for rainstorms crashing against the cab's roof. The babies never get used to that. Or you can measure the seasons of your own body. Now that means something, because I've always been as regular as clockwork. For example, I knew it was just about 10 days before my next period. The kids were fussy, even Tommy. He wanted me to hold him, and he wouldn't let me go. Salehi screamed. After an hour, I blew up. "If you don't shut up, I'll drive off without you next time." Salehi screamed louder. Tommy's eyes went round, and he bit his lips in like he was afraid a word would come out by itself if he didn't hold it back, and tears came down his face like crazy. "Oh, Jesus, I'm sorry. Mama'd never do that. Mama'd never do that." If he'd been bigger, I'd have told him how much trouble I'd been in at the next checkpoint if I didn't have the kids registered to me. Truck's not much, but jail's worse. Or I might have tried to explain I love my babies, and everything I was doing was for them as much as me. Instead, I rocked him until he fell asleep in my lap, while Salehi cried herself out. When the truck pulled over, the black truck was there. We parked, I jumped out, and Cal was waiting. "Got something for you," he said to Tommy, and from behind his back he pulled out a big bag of M&Ms. "Can you share those with your little sister?" I shot him a look. It was an awful lot of candy, but Tommy was so excited I could hardly take it away from him. Cal took Tommy's other hand, and we all went into the stop. "Why don't we grab a couple of burgers and eat in your truck?" Cal said. "Sure." I explained to Tommy that Mama'd be gone for a while, but was coming back. "Be brave for Salehi," I said. Cal messed with those switchers again when I wolfed down my cheeseburger. You can get really horny again in just a few hours, especially when it's been almost 3 years since the time before. He lay with his head on my stomach. "You've really got nice kids," he said. "Thanks. Do they look like their fathers?" "Actually, I think they favor me more. Too bad for them." "I don't have any complaints," he said quietly, drawing his hand along the bottom of my jaw. I felt I was blushing, though I'm a little dark for that. "Go on." "Your boy is a real little man. What's his name again?" "Tommy." "Tommy, right. I hope Jess grows up like that." "I'm sure he will." "Do your kids get along well?" "Sure, Tommy's a great big brother. Kids can get to feel responsible for each other sometimes." "Do you think so?" I laughed. "When they aren't trying to kill each other. But I'm glad they have each other. I never had any sisters or brothers. My mama got some kind of infection in her tubes that stopped her from having more babies. I'm sorry about that sometimes." "But you had friends, other kids you grew up with?" "Yeah." He looked away. "Jess will never have a sister. He's never spent more than an hour in the company of the same children." I brushed back the little pieces of hair around his forehead with my fingers. "I'm sorry." "There's nothing you can do about it." Then he looked straight up at me, his light brown eyes real intense. "Except maybe there is." "What do you mean?" "Loan me one of your kids." "What?" He pulled himself up out of my lap and took my shoulders. "Let one of your kids ride in my truck for a leg or two, to play with Jess, to get to know him and be a big brother or sister to him." I shook his hands off. "That's crazy, Cal. You can't take off with my baby. I might never see you again." He patted his hand on the little hidden panel. "I told you we'd see each other again before, and how did it turn out?" "But how do you know we'll even be staying on the same route?" "Do you think I could make those changes if I didn't have access to your central controller's data through the remote unit?" I guessed not. Still, what if there's a checkpoint and I have one kid too few and you have one too many? We'd both be arrested, and I don't think they'll accept your asking me so nicely as a good excuse." "Same source of information," he said. "There's no checkpoint on this route until Utah." All that from a little panel I hadn't even known was there. "If you can do that sort of stuff," I said, "why aren't you—" He put a finger over my lips. "I know I seem complicated," he said, "but just look at me and you'll see how simple I really am. I thought I needed time alone to help me get over—" He stopped and looked away, then he smiled at me. Now I know I was right. He swapped his own lips for his finger. After a while he leaned back and said, "As a favor to me?" Or as a favor to Jess. You're a mother. You know what children need. If you help him out, you'll be being the mother he never had." This was all coming so fast. My first plan began to be pushed away by a whole different Plan B, which wasn't a bad plan at all, since it could supply everyone's needs and make all of us happy. Another 3 hours' drive from now, when I saw how things were going, I'd have a pretty good idea how likely Plan B was. "All right," I said, "for Jess's sake." I thought the point of M&Ms was not to get chocolate all over your face. Cal took a paper napkin and wiped off Salehi's mouth, gentle and careful, and rubbed his hand through her hair just like a daddy should. Tommy stared up at him. I realized for the first time he'd never seen a man that close before. "Which one?" Cal asked. I considered. "Tommy looks scared of you." "How about Salehi?" "That's fine." He picked her up. "You're coming with me, pretty lady." She started screaming. I'm sorry. She's usually not like that." "Well, sometimes she'll go a whole day without screaming much. I took her from him and rocked her until she shut it down. I carried her outside to the big black truck. "I'll take her from here," Cal said, reaching for my baby. I certainly didn't much like the looks of that black truck. "Maybe it's not such a good idea," I said. "Shawana," he said. He leaned forward and kissed me. While kissing me, he took Salehi from my arms, smooth as silk. "Well, just try it for this leg. If she's unhappy, she goes straight back with you." Maybe your little boy would like to ride in such a big truck next time, huh? He said that to Tommy, who stared up at him. Or you might like to have Jess later, he said to me. I'd like you to get to know him. I'd like that, too, I said. He smiled. He kissed me again, and he ruffled Tommy's hair with the hand that wasn't holding Salehi. See you in a few hours, he said, opened his door, and swung the two of them up into the cab so fast I never got more than a glimpse of it, big and dark like the trucks outside, before the door shut. But then he rolled down the window. You're a really special lady, did you know? He said. The black truck pulled away. Tommy started to cry. Don't, I said to him. Come on, don't cry. We went back to the truck, me pulling and pulling on Tommy's arm, him not wanting to move. Don't cry, it's okay, everything's wonderful. Listen to Mama. After Nebraska is Colorado, which at least isn't flat all the way through. Tommy usually loves hills and mountains going up and down. Salehi hates having her ears pop, hates it when they won't pop. I had to keep reminding myself I didn't have to worry about it. Where's C, Mama? Where's C? Just ahead of us, baby, a couple miles ahead. It's okay, baby. Where's C? He insisted. I thought his sister could get on my nerves. She's fine, Tommy. Watch the TV. Where's C? Helping us get out of this truck, baby. Up with a man who wants a mother for his son, comfort for his bed, and once he has them, won't have any reason to stay in these rolling jail cells. A man who knows enough about computers to get a job that buys stereos and big TVs with channels you can change and nice haircuts that look pretty. A man who's actually wanted to get married and can want to again. A man we can all live with just fine, if it means getting out of this truck. Plan B. I decided it was some sugar reaction thing making Tommy so cranky, and it would wear down. He did get quiet after a while, after I stopped trying to answer his questions. It seemed like the longest stretch we'd ever driven. I spent it trying out all the different ways Plan B could work, ways to become a permanent part of Cal's life. To get out of the truck, I'd never even begun to guess what it's like in it. Some drivers even have told me they'd thought it would be a great way to get away from their mamas, nagging on them all the time. Me, I didn't want to risk an illegal abortion. Some nasty nights I wondered if I did the right thing. Then I began to worry if I'd done the right thing having Salehi ride with Cal. She's the cranky one. If she was kicking a shit fit, and if his Jess wasn't the cranky type, so he wasn't used to it, he might get a bad impression of me as a mother. It's not my fault she's cranky. Every baby's different. But he might not know that. When the truck started to pull over, it seemed like 3 hours. Hell, it seemed like 6. I wanted to find out how it had gone, make a little nice with Cal, and let Tommy see his sister so he'd stop pestering me. It wasn't until we were almost there I saw it wasn't a truck stop. It was a checkpoint. There wasn't supposed to be one until Utah. Cal said we were perfectly safe swapping babies until then. Cal was right about everything else. How could he have screwed this up? There was a knock on the window. Out of the truck, lady. What's this all about? I called, thinking hard. Just come out of the truck and there won't be any trouble. There were cops out there, besides the welfare worker who usually just checks your license, makes sure you are who you say you are, and your babies are okay. There were cops out there, and they had guns. Why do you want to have guns on me? I called, just to use up some time and think some more. Come on out of the truck, the first cop repeated, but another one said, Child abandonment's a serious charge, lady. Oh, Christ, yes, it is. Worst thing they can catch us at aside from welfare fraud. I wouldn't abandon my babies. Maybe so, said the second cop, but that's not the tip we got from the trucker who just came through. She was lying. Don't think he was. The cop elbowed his friend and said, Look at her face. She knows who we're talking about. The other one sniggered. You can learn a lot about a girl's secrets when you get a piece of her. Maybe we should start an undercover program. I'd volunteer. I felt like I'd been hit, but I knew I had to stay cool. Let me get out and I'll explain. That's what we're asking you to do, lady. They give you a 2-week training before they put you on the road. That's hardly enough to begin to know how to drive the truck manually, and it's a couple years since I even had that. But nobody expects us to ever really have to drive, whatever the emergency regs say. Maybe that's why it caught them flat-footed when a driver made a break for it. It just wasn't possible. They were just about right, too. I leaned forward and yanked the handle marked Manual Override. I hit the gas. I nearly ran over a cop, and I did go right through 2 trees on my way to the highway. A sound of metal crumpling. I couldn't look at the road much because it took all my concentration shifting gears trying to pick up some speed. It took all my concentration, and it still sounded awful. I wondered if I was stripping gears. I wondered if I could do anything wrong that would crash the truck. He set me up. He stole my baby, and he set me up. Why would he steal my baby? I leaned hard on my horn. A big RV just got out of my way in time. He must have known the checkpoint was coming up, and you need at least 1 kid to be a trucker. If there was no little Jess, he needed a baby. If he could alter his trucking card, make it look like Salehi was his, then his only problem was me telling them at the same checkpoint I didn't have my other baby because he took her from me. I'd still be in trouble, but so would he. And with almost no other guys in the trucks, he'd be easy to track down. I was afraid I really gave him Salehi because I was tired of dealing with her fussing all the time. I never asked to be a mother, but I was one, the worst who ever lived. Cars were scattering in front of me, horns blaring. Out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly saw Tommy had climbed up the wall of his playpen to look out at what was going on. "Get down, Tommy, get down!" I grabbed out with my right hand and yanked him down hard on the playpen's mattress. The truck lurched. He went spinning across and hit his head on the other pen wall. The walls are light. I could see it give. I couldn't look to see if he was okay. I had to keep changing lanes while I went faster. That bastard made sure they wouldn't listen to me. He told them I was a child abandoner, so then anything I said would sound like a lie to save my ass. He went on the offensive before I had a chance. I started to hear sirens. I went faster. I was almost to top gear, driving on the shoulder because it was too hard to keep going around cars. Thank God we were on a flattish stretch. All the time I thought Carol was someone I could marry to get me and my babies out of the truck. Even feeling guilty because I enjoyed his body, but I wasn't likely to love him back. All that time he was setting me up. I realized I was swearing, fast and steady in a low, fierce voice. Tommy whimpered. At least he was awake. "You damn black truck, you fucker! Where are you, you son of a bitch? You fucker, you stole my baby! You bastard, you lied to me!" Lights began flashing in my side mirrors. The cops were catching up. I had to catch him before they caught me. I shifted up. I was almost at top gear. A couple cars split in front of me, screeching out of the way, and there was the bastard. He was going uphill. Black smoke belched out of a side pipe. I hit the foot of the hill, and I remembered I had to downshift fast. The truck couldn't keep that speed climbing. I made myself do it, though I just wanted to go faster and faster until I had him. The truck made horrible noises. I wasn't in the right gear. I slowed and started to lose ground. He must have seen me by now. I shifted until it didn't make those awful noises. I didn't care if my truck was trashed. Shit, I'd be in prison anyway, my baby's God knows where. But I wasn't going to lose that black monster truck. He hit the top of the hill and vanished from sight. I got there minutes later. I say minutes, but it must have been 5 seconds. His truck was picking up speed fast. Mine plunged down while my stomach stayed back up top. Tommy wailed. I shifted up and shoved the gas to the floor. I was gaining on him. The lights were close in the side mirrors. I could make out the face of the nearest cop. He was that close. Could see his little blonde mustache, even, and the mean way he looked like he was going to kill me if I didn't do it for him first. A red sports car was half an inch in front of me, getting closer. I had to hit the brakes, and the engine almost died. Almost. I was hitting on the gear shifter like it was Cal's face, kicking the accelerator like it was his balls. The black truck ducked ahead of a blue minivan. The van hit its brakes hard and seemed to come right back into me, like Cal had thrown it into my face deliberately. I swerved. I missed it. I spent long seconds wrestling with the wheel. Looked up and saw him cut again in front of some foreign-looking job. He didn't have it figured right. He was going to plow right into a station wagon in the next lane by the shoulder. "Salehi!" I screamed. I hit my horn. I careened onto the shoulder as he careened off it. There was a steep hill a few yards off the side of the shoulder, and the black truck was about to go straight down it. I grabbed Tommy, hit the gas hard, and shut my eyes. The whole world went white. It shouldn't have worked. I couldn't see because the airbags came bursting out and filled my face with canvas. My truck caught his trailer right on the side, smashed into it, and spun his truck around almost facing us. I went mostly straight, destroying my cab, but not quite me or Tommy, cushioned in airbag. I picked up a concussion, though. The black truck came to a stop, angled over the side of the hill, but it didn't roll down. When the cops helped me out of what was left of my cab, I could hardly see straight. I did see that the black truck's trailer had burst open. I saw broken crates. I saw the ugly black metal shapes inside them. And, thank God, I didn't see Cal. If I'd seen him, I don't know what I would have done to him, concussion and all. I screamed until they put Salehi in my arms. She was so quiet and good you'd swear she was her brother. I had time to think in the hospital. When my head cleared, before then, if you believe the nurses, I demanded they run the tests. It was the biggest relief of my life to learn Plan A hadn't worked. A little bit of Cal growing inside me is the last thing I wanted. I know a baby has nothing to do with his daddy. I'm sure no Sean Parker. But I wanted no piece of Cal. The plan to have 3 kids so they'd let me out seems a foolish, childish thing now. I made them tell me about Cal. They acted like I had no right to know, but they gave in enough to tell me that his real name was Charles Cavey. He was single and had assets of over $1 million, and was, surprise, no welfare trucker. He worked with his controller, and they made, said the government lawyer type, illicit shipments. I bet. I don't know anything about high-tech weapons, but I guess I can tell the ugly things when I see them. Interstate 80 could have taken them on to San Francisco, and from there I imagine they could have been smuggled either down to Chile or to the Civil War in the Philippines. News comes on twice a day in the truck, though I always wonder what they're leaving out of it. Cal, Charles, and his buddy must have had the system pretty well bamboozled, all the parts that are just computer talking to computer. But when it comes to the checkpoints, human beings make sure your babies match up with what it says on the license. No way around needing a real live kid for that. I guess when he found out about the surprise checkpoint, he was already on the road. He had it down so smooth he must have used his little trick for getting a kid before. I couldn't even have identified him, if it had ever come to that. He didn't have the braid when he got to the checkpoint. It actually came off somehow, which surprised the hell out of me. And his hair was black, and his eyes were dark blue, contacts and dye. He was real smooth. The bastard enjoyed it, too, I bet. Bastard. He'd had to perform his act on short notice, unless it was a dream when I heard the nurses gossiping. When I did dream after that, the dreams were full of nightmares about a shriveled-up little body jammed in a carton among all the weapons in the black truck's trailer. Probably the baby's name wasn't even really Jess. My grandma called the hospital. She wanted to know if she could help. She's got so little I hated to ask her, but I did. After all, I'm back in the truck as soon as the hospital releases me, and I don't want to stay there. But if I don't eat desserts, don't buy new clothes and makeup for myself, and take what my grandma can give me, I can start studying. Kimberly manages, so can I. Even with my allowance cut in half and penalty for smashing up the truck, I can read really good. I'm going to take Kimberly for a role model and order myself some accounting textbooks. Maybe even years from now, when I'm out and I've gotten used to computers, I can go on studying and get a truck controller's license. Nobody is going to make me keep doing what they want me to do. My babies are going to be proud of their mama. The Coon rolled down and ruptured his larynx, a squeezed novel by Mr. Skunk. Dafydd of Hugh. Among the more depressing events of 1990 was the re-election to the U.S. Senate of Jesse Helms, the man who convinced Congress to place constraints on grants bestowed by the National Endowment for the Arts. For a brief but frightening interval, the NEA's beneficiaries had to sign the aesthetic equivalent of a loyalty oath, promising not to celebrate sexuality, irreverence, or any other enterprise that makes Jesse Helms nervous. Promising, in other words, not to use their arts grants to make art. One of the many nice things I would like to say about The Coon Rolled Down and Ruptured His Larynx, a squeezed novel by Mr. Skunk, beyond calling it a wonderfully earthy and demented post-apocalypse fable that suggests a collaboration between William S. Burroughs, James Joyce, and Aesop, is that Jesse Helms was never awarded an NEA grant. One of the many nice things I would like to say about its politically ardent young author is that, based on my talks with him at SF conventions, I suspect he would never accept any patronage with strings attached. A visit to the paperback racks reveals that Dafydd Hugh is the author of Heroing, which concerns, in his words, quests and schizophrenics, as well as Warrior Words, whose theme, he insists, is the joy of slavery. His newest science fantasy, Dux Bellorum, is an Arthurian romantic realistic psychedelic conspiracy novel that has been dubbed Freemasons in Camelot by certain more excitable members of polite society. As for Coon itself, Hugh explains that it is autobiographical but not literal, thereby putting to rest the rumor that he is a small, furry, black and white mammal. Chapter 1, we hear the story. I heard the story from an old coon at first sitting in my favorite place on the hard ground just outside the bowl alley on Venture Path. Then later he and I played chase and bounce with a ball and bounded it on Venture Path. But the story kept running around and around inside my ears like it was casting for a scent, so I just had to find out more about it. So I and the boy Nick-Knock and Disher the dog and Hanky and Yankee the cats sat in a circle, and I told them each and all about the hidden den and the coon who could not talk. He lived under the jerry fams next to the bowl alley. He told me by whispers that he had ruptured his larynx. That is his throat where he talks, Disher the dog said. She is very smart, smarter than me and the others, especially Hanky and Yankee. Then the coon acted out the whole story, standing on his back legs to mean human being, staggering to tell me he meant stupid, and looking back east so I would know he meant stupid like the forelegs were before democracy. I put what the coon said in words as best I could, and this was it. Across the city, and too far for a chase, there are humans like before democracy, and they are all sealed up in a den where no air can go in and out, and the winds of law have not blown either. Inside the den, the forelegs are all stupid, like before democracy, too, and they have to work for the humans and cannot think and have no inalienable progress. Nobody knew what to say after I finished my story. Disher and Nick-Knock always ignore me, for they see no real difference between a skunk and a cat, except for the white stripe and the OD skunk, of course. But even I knew something had to be done, so I said, if we love democracy, then something has to be done. Chapter 2, we delaminate the problem. Well, if you love democracy and the winds of law that made us all equal, then what are we going to do about that den, where there is no progress and no law? I was afraid to answer, for I knew what the only answer could be, and I was only a skunk. But I knew I had no choice, and neither did Disher, and neither even did Nick-Knock. He was not of the old men, the ones who exploded the less fortunate and took advantages. He believed in democracy. I had seen him cover his face in the cord-house. I looked up at Disher, and this is what we will do about that den, said I. Journey all the way across the city, and bring democracy and the will of progress to this den of inequity. Disher squatted and made water on the Whitestone Trail beside my favorite old den. Do you really want to take the trip when you might find the Obereisen instead? Now, I thought for a long time before I answered her. Was there even democracy and equality beyond the Venture Path? I did not know, even though I always thought progress had spread it everywhere. But after hearing the old coon's tale, I wondered. These humans are trying to stop the spread of democracy that progress started when it loosed the bug that rode the winds of law and did us all, I said, and I thought I had said a mouthful. But will you go? She asked, like Fide the teacher coaxing the right answer. Chapter 3, some decide to go. I thought quietly, not looking at her. I do not know what made me ask, who will come with me if I go, but it slipped out. She waited too long, and I knew she was afraid too. Then she said, If you go, I at least will come with you. You must ask the others for yourself. We gathered the group again and told them what we were going to do to save democracy. The old Coon had said only one thing more to me, in the whisper again, for he could not convoy this by gestures. He whispered that this hidden den was across the City of Angels at the foot of the other mountains, where the underbuild had fallen in. As soon as Hanky and Yankee heard this, they said there would be wild things along the way, and then they high-tailed it out of there, as cats will, for cats are hardly smarter than before there was progress. Only I and Disha and Nick-Knock the boy stayed. "Is Disha going to go?" asked Nick-Knock in a strange voice. "Yes," she said, for she had already said she at least would go with me. "Then surely I shall go too," he said. Disha tilted her head as she looked at him. A gleam in her eyes frightened me, being somehow wrong. "Then there are 3 of us," she said. "And when shall we start?" "Let us wait," said I. "Let us wait until the shadows are longer. I bow to the will of progress, but I hear there is no democracy under a hot sun." Chapter 4, off we go then. All too soon the shadows grew, and the hot Santa's anus blew from the night side, and we had to set out. We chased the scents between the fallen walls and square builds, sometimes running and sometimes walking, when old Disha got tired, but all the while making way toward the other mountains. Nick-Knock never seemed to tire, as boys will not, but he stayed very near Disha even when she had to rest. Soon all the smells were strange to me, and I could see nothing I knew. It was not the venture path or anywhere I had been before, and I was uneasy. We ran by a fire once. I heard the boom-boom-boom inside the giant den, and I watched until the walls tired and fell in against each other. Such is progress. Chapter 5, we meet death and democracy. All at once, as the sun rose in the sky like a big burn, Disha stopped, and I almost ran into her. She perked her ears up and snuffled her nose toward the sun, but I could not smell anything yet, and there was nothing to see but a hill of metal trash and rotwood. "Come on, Nick-Knock," she said, and started to climb through a notch in the hill. No one called to me, but I followed anyway, for I was not about to get left alone in a strange place. Then I smelled it too. It was a dead dog in the bottom of the hill, named Duck-Duck. I had played chase and bounce with him not long before. He was dead, and he smelled of junk to me. Disha and Nick-Knock stood together at the top of the hill, and I could see the boy did not really understand death yet, for he called out to Duck-Duck. Then I smelled his fear as he began to understand. Disha must have smelled it too, for she moved over to put her head against his thigh. "Do not be afraid, Nick-Knock," she said, "for I will protect you." "It is not junkyard dogs and falling walls that scare me," he said, "but I had a funny feeling in my stomach just now. Something bad is going to come of this extradiction. I have never been away from the bowl alley and venture path before." Disha muzzled his ear softly and licked it. "Nick-Knock, you are still too young to fight wars. You go home, and I will be back to play with you very soon." He put his arms around her neck, and "I cannot let you do it alone," he said. "And I am not too young, for I became a man a season ago, at night in a dream." I shivered and looked back at Duck-Duck. There were things on him. Every so often his fur would rop and flutter like he itched, but it was only the bugs and burrowers who had gotten under his skin. His eyes watched me like they knew something and said, "Watch us well, Skunk. You will come to this in no time yourself." Nick-Knock and Disha held each other for a little bit, and they ignored me. But I watched them with bright skunk eyes. I began to know in words what was happening between them. It was not democracy. Democracy was what lay in the ditch with Duck-Duck. Chapter 6, The Watcher in the Dark. About this time I prickled like we were being watched. I looked around, but nothing, and I decided I was jumpy being so far from the venture path. I said nothing but, "Please, you two, let us go." We walked for a long time until it was full, comfortable dark, and cold in the moon. At last Disha decided we should stop for the night, but it was more for Nick-Knock, I think, than for me. "We are far away from Bowl Alley, and there are marauders here," she said. I saw a hole across the hard ground beneath writing words, and I told her, "It says Exxon," she said. Disha investigated the hole first, because she was the leader. It smelled like rats and burn juice. She had me ask them if it was all right if we stayed there for a mome, and they said they would ask their king. Chapter 7. We all eat cat food. We left them to delaminate and stalked out like mighty hunters in search of food. I still had that same watchy feeling, but I was too unsure to tell Disha yet. I let them in front and stayed behind as quiet as I could. Disha scented the air and cast about for something edible and catchable. We were away from the bowl alley, so I knew anyone we caught we could eat, except not a dog or a boy or a skunk, of course. Nick-Knock saw something before Disha smelled it, a flash of white on top of a wall on the other side of the hard ground, and we began to stalk. We sneaked from build to fall, keeping to shadows and picking up our feet so as not to scuff. Disha slunk forward, and Nick-Knock clung to the black fur on her back. But he watched her, not the prey. Even I could see that. He watched her hard muscles flex and stretch beneath her sleek fur, and watched her slink lower and lower to the ground, invisible in the dark as the winds of law. I listened. Skunks can listen well. I heard Nick-Knock's breath catch in his throat as he felt her body beneath his hand. I smelled the same smell I make when the lady skunks come into season. When we got across the hard ground, split to the left and drive it towards me. Disha snuffled to Nick-Knock. I crept away from them both and poked my head around the corner. It was a cat, fat and lazy, licking himself, full and stuffed and paying no attentions to progress and the bitter world. Clever Nick-Knock reached into his bag and found our best ball, took aim, and beamed the cat right where it counts. At first he flew into the air and screamed out, "Oh, shit!" Then he began to run for his life, with Nick-Knock pounding after and me behind them as fast as 4 skunk legs could carry me. "Help! Do not eat me!" the cat added for good measure, but he did not turn around to see if we were agreeable to this suggestion. We chased him along the wall, jumping over the stones and falls, where he was fleeing for his very life. He tried to jump up a telephone tree, but Nick-Knock jumped up after him, and he could climber as well as the cat, and he jumped down again and ran down an alley, for he was fleeing for his very life. Nick-Knock disappeared after him, and at once I heard a snarl and a cat scream. When I poked an eye around the corner, I saw Disha had the cat cornered against the white stone at the other end. "Oh, please, please, do not eat me!" the cat cried in terror as Disha padded closer. I smelled the water of his fear, and saw his eyes wide and wet, and almost I asked Disha to cease and desist, for cats are nearly skunks. But then I ruminated I was hungry. "Why not eat you?" she asked. "You are an inferior being, to wit, a cat. Cats are made to be eaten." "But I have a wife," argued the cat, "and she will have no one to provide for her if I am dead and eaten." "Oh, that is no problem. Just bring her here, and I shall solve her problem too," retorted Disha. The cat perked up at this suggestion, which I would not have thought he would, and suggested, "Very well, just let me go, and I shall get her." It seemed a reasonable request, except, of course, I doubted his sincerity in returning, for you can never trust a cat. "Not so fast, Mr. Dinner," said Disha. "I would not have you tire yourself by walking all that way and all the way back. I think it is best if we avoid inconveniencing your wife and just eat you now." Nick-Knock and I had said nothing so far, for Disha was doing well on her own. "But surely you do not want to deplete the food supply," said the cat, thinking furiously, which is very out of character for a cat. "You should eat the aged and the sick, not cats like me in their prime who can still sire kittens." "But if we do not eat you, then we will die, and I too can still whelp pups, and Nick-Knock can now sire children, so he tells me." "But you must further the cause of progress and kill only the cats who have not become smart." "That would mean all of you," retorted Disha, thinking no doubt of Hanky and Yankee. "But surely you are not against democracy, are you?" I worried because I ruminated the looks that Disha and Nick-Knock had given each other lately. But Disha just laughed all the time, edging closer to the cat. The cat saw this and arched his back and hissed. He was fighting for his very life now. "If you were stupid enough to get caught," debated Disha, "then killing you is progress." "Yes, it is eat or be eaten," said Nick-Knock. The cat could see his situation was now desperate, and he tried one last gambol. "But you should not eat me, for we are brothers. We 4 legs must all stick together in the city of the angels." "So, said Disher with sudden anger. "I shall eat you anyway, because I am hungry, and that, after all, is the only real argument." Then she rushed forward and caught the cat, who in the end did not even try to escape, for he knew he was a goner. "Disher," asked Nick-Knock, "why should we not eat our brothers?" Chapter 8, Democracy is Violented. "Good kill," I said, but nobody heard me. Nick-Knock gave Disher a hug that was not entirely innocent, I think. Nick-Knock ran his hand gently over Disher's soft fur, and watched with raccoon eyes as her hard muscles underneath flexed and stretched as she tore and tugged at the cat, getting him open. She chewed off a warm hindquarter, hesitated a moment, and then laid it in Nick-Knock's lap. "Here, beautiful," she said. "You take the first cat cut." He picked it up slowly, pulled the fur off, and sunk his teeth in and tore off a juicy hunk. I slunk back into the shadows, for I realized I was not wanted at this particular mome. But I watched, for we skunks have very good eyes. He chewed and held his hunk out to Disher, and she ate from the same piece. They looked into each other's eyes, and Disher put her paw on Nick-Knock's forearm, and I heard the boy panting like he was chasing something invisible. I was frightened. I knew this was not democracy, and that the winds of law would blow across us for this. Fresh cat has an effect. The meat is tangy, without dipping it in the black specks, and the blood sends a wild hair through the back of your jaw and makes you squint. This time it was doubly so, for the frightened cat had pushed excitement through his whole body. I could smell it even from where I was, but they hungered for more than food even so. The cat blood dripped down Nick-Knock's chin, and he wiped it with his hand and held it out for Disher to lick. The kill smell was making even me excited, but I stayed in the shadows again, for I love progress and democracy. He ripped a piece of cat's meat off the leg and offered the next bite to Disher, and moved closer and closer to her. He dipped his finger in the blood and drew a line with it along Disher's head and down her nose. She licked his finger as he let it trail over her lips, and all at once they did not even care about the cat. They moved a little away, and I darted forward and caught a piece. But I watched as I ate, and I shivered, wondering what the winds of law would feel like. Chapter 9, For the Strong of Heart. Disher began licking Nick-Knock's throat, and then his chest, and his ling began to swell. I smelled the lady-dog smell. Nick-Knock was shaking and gasping like he had run a race, and Disher turned herself around and knelt her front legs down. "Gently," she said, "slowly, do not rush it, or you will hurt me." "I do not know how," said Nick-Knock, and his voice was thick and white. "Hold my tail up out of the way. I will tell you if you are doing something wrong." She suddenly caught her breath and held it. "Does it feel good?" she asked him. "Like nothing I have ever felt, and better even than when I used my hand before," he told her. Wait, Disher said. "It is too tight yet." But then she whined and snuffled and sounded very excited herself, and Nick-Knock found the going easier. I hoped that they had forgotten I was watching them, for I did not want to foul soot, either like the cat or even like Disher. But if you start out violenting democracy one time, why not do anything you want then? He held the fur on her side with one hand, and the going was easier. His other hand kept stroking her tail and rubbing it against his bare belly. "Does this feel like this always?" he asked. She sighed only, "Will of democracy." I closed my eyes at the blasphemy and listened only. I was ruminating when I had last had a lady, and it was long ago, and usually I cannot ruminate it, but the scent remembered me. I lay quiet and listened to Disher and Nick-Knock. The boy cried out suddenly, not even afraid of a junkyard dog hearing him, but when afterward he started to pull out, she said, "Do not dare stop. Keep going even if you are finished, for I am not." "But how?" he asked. "I am not hard any more." I opened my eyes again because maybe the horror was almost over, and I wanted to see what it looked like when you violented democracy. "Damn you, just keep going. I'm almost there. You are hard enough." So of course he did. At last it happened to Disher too, but she did not cry out as he had. She went stiff all over, and her tail stood straight up against his stomach. He bent over to lay his body against her back, and his head in hers, and still stayed in her. He licked Disha's ears very gently. "I have been with many other dogs before," she said, "and you are so much better, for you took much more care with me than they do. They are all only interested in pleasuring themselves, and something happens and they get big and lumpy and cannot pull out. But that never stops them from trying. They cannot do it slow and gentle like you do." Nick-Nock said nothing, but he did not look as happy as he might, for perhaps he saw to the future then. Chapter 10, Love and Democracy. "And there is more about you," she added, "but I cannot say what it is. The thought of you is like gas that has floated up to my heart and is pushing everything else aside and nearly bursting out my chest." They held each other as mates. I think they had forgotten all about me and Progress and the hidden den. "Let us stay here forever, Disha," said Nick-Nock. "We can do it again as soon as—" But Disha got a junk look on her face, and she looked at me, and I almost turned and ran, even though she is my friend. She is still a dog, and I only a skunk, and she is more equal. I tried to talk, but I was too afraid. "I know that you saw, but you cannot talk about what you have just seen," snarled Disha, and all I could do was shake my head. They had violented democracy, and I was afraid. Now Nick-Nock looked frightened, for he had not thought about the winds of law before he foolishly fell in love. "But why not? Do we not love each the other?" "Love," sneered Disha. "What does love have to do with the will of democracy? We are cranimals now, for all of our friends on Venture Path cannot stand the thought of what we have done, and it is eat or be eaten. So if this skunk talks, we shall be goners, you and I." I curled up in a ball, shaking, meaning I would not say anything and betray my friends to democracy, and thus I too became victim to the winds of law, as you will see at the novel ending. "Let us stay," said Nick-Nock, "and never return to face the bath of democracy." "No, beautiful," said Disha to Nick-Nock, "for we must eat and go back to today's den. We set out again when the sun sinks. Have you forgotten our quest?" With a wasteful look he looked down at himself. He had fallen out of her. His ling was still wet from inside Disha, and he wiped it with his hand and rubbed some on his nose so he could smell her all the way back. That is how I found out about love in the streets. Chapter 11, A Junk Waffle. When we got back, King Rat said it was all right to stay if we gave him some cat, which we did, and then he let us stay the day inside the Exxon. It was hot, but even so, all three of us huddled next to each other. We needed each other's solstice. So it was that I jumped in fear when I suddenly heard a junk howl from outside, across the hard ground and the paths and the metal automobiles that we were going to cross the next day, even towards the other mountains. The scream scraped like a falling wall and rumbled like a thunderbomb. "Damn all of you, die horrible," it said, and then, "It is not the junkyard dogs what we learned to mean to me." It was junk, through and through, and I wondered if he would try to break into the Exxon and get us. It was death and dismembrane. It was howls and horrors, junk city, junk waffle, junkyard dog. Soon his howls came closer, and he said things that did not mean anything but fear and death, except maybe to another junk. "Anyone we caught we could eat once. Kill them. Do not let them. I tore all living creatures in peace." In between these cries I heard him run around and around the Exxon, moaning like a cub with stomach rot, and coughing like a redstone mountain falling down in an earth-shake. And even that made me afraid, and by the way they shivered I knew Disha and Nick-Nock were too. You never know what these junkyard dogs will do, for they are mad and do not drink water, and if they bite you, you become junk yourself. We heard each curly-nailed paw tickety-tickety scrabbing the hard ground, round and round and round, until it was as if brats were throwing stones, bounding chinks of redstone in a circle to pen us inside. Then, "I held onto the fur on hunks of metal," he suddenly hissed from right beneath our windrow. We got up as quiet as we could and crouched by the door because he might smell us and try to get in at us. I even heard of a junkyard dog leaping straight through a glass window, for after all they cannot feel pain, being junk anyway, and outside democracy. Something tugged at my mind about some of the things he said. Then, when he sang like a jay from just underneath the window, "Not so fast, Mr. Dinner," I knew what I ruminated. The junk things he said were our own words turned like a poisoned snake into something other, frightful. The junk had been stalking us and listening the whole time. My watchy feeling had been true. We listened hard and tried to track him as he trotted around and around crazily, but the winds of law and the Santa's anus kept howling too, and knocking things over so it was hard to tell which was which. There was too much to see in the Exxon. There were tables and broken windrows and spilled black oil, and 3 very frightened dogs, boys, and skunks slunking around trying to watch and listen at each and every windrow. We strained and looked, but he never stepped out and showed himself. Of course, we imagined he was everywhere, and sometimes it even seemed he was here in the Exxon with us, but it always turned out to be just one of the 3 of us knocking something over. Then a thump on the roof, and "My favorite place, the Hardgrover Moon," he croaked from above. We all fell to silence and held our collectivist breaths. I, for one, could hear the junk panting and wheezing on the roof. Slowly he walked to one side, tickety-tickety. Slowly he walked back, scritchety-scritchety, tickety, and stopped. "I know you," he whispered, so clear we could hear the hair stand on our backs. "Anyone we caught we could eat once," he added, so quiet we could hear pieces and drips of junk spatter on the metal roof. Then, with a terrible creak, like the roof caving in and dropping him there among us, he leaped and was gone. There was a frightful bulge left there in the roof right in the middle of the den. I do not know how long we stayed up and shivered, but we never heard anything more from him that day. Chapter 12. Law and Custom. That night we made good time towards the other mountains, and clambered over many crickly hills of automobiles and metals. We were so tired that after we found a dead rat and ate lunch, we were too beat to even play chess and bounce with our other ball, and we plodded again as soon as we had swallowed our food. I kept listening hard for the junkyard dog, but either he had decided to let us alone, which I doubted, or he was very, very good at stalking. I was afraid it was the latter. None of us heard anything we could say was surely him, but many a scrape and click that could have been his flank against a wall, and could have been his claws on top an unbroken piece of hard ground, but could have been anything else either. My feeling was stronger than ever. We were all uneasy, but could not sit around worrying about a junkyard dog, so we tried to ignore him and run on. I knew that Disher and Nick-Knock wanted to be alone, so I kept my distance. I listened, though, for a skunk has good ears. Mostly I listened for the junkyard dog, but I heard every word that Disher said to Nick-Knock, or vice versa. Disher said that even though everybody is all for democracy, nobody agrees what it is, so we hide what we think for fear we will be too different and become company dinner, and this is custom. Even back before there was law to enforce the will of democracy, there was custom, and custom is stronger even than law. I kept hoping they would both see the light and allow custom and progress to get in the way of cranimal love. Custom says we can eat only what we can eat, and that we cannot love anybody who is too different. If you break custom, it is company dinner for you, boy, just like happened to Tago. But his violentation provided us with a lovely feast. So you see what goes around comes around, and progress is always satisfied. This is some of what the 2 of them said, Disher and Nick-Knock. "What love can this be," he said, "when we can never be together with friends and cannot make children?" But she said, "I have made many pups already, and the last thing I need now is more when I cannot always feed what I have." He said, "But does this love violent democracy? What will happen to us?" She said, "Sometimes 2 people that can touch each other are more important than the custom of democracy. For love itself is progress, and even democracy must obey." she said. Before the plague that did us all, there was hardly any love. Love can only live between equals. Back then, everyone was either lesser or greater than everyone else, so how could there be true love? Now there is perfect equality and democracy, and we can finally love. But as Disha said this last, I thought I heard the ghost of a sour chasm, for she knew as well as did I what democracy would think of her love for Nicknock. He said, "What is love, really?" I thought Disha would answer because she is wise and a dog, but she just walked on, thinking. At last I could not keep my silence, and I answered for her what my mother had heard from a zoo camel long ago. I said, "Love is knowing each other like worms know the dead." Disha stopped. "That is pretty good for a skunk," she admitted, and said, "This cannot happen when one is more than the other, because how can the lesser know the greater? And how can the greater respect one who is less than she?" Nicknock asked, "Is this how it was before the plague that did us all?" Chapter 13, Disha Has a Tale. In the days before the plague, she said, the dogs could not talk or even think, and neither could the other animals. This I know, this I know. Men were all that were in telly, and they were even more in telly than the dogs and men are now. They set about to make some of the forelegs in telly, too. Some say, she said, they only wanted servants, and they could not use each other as they always had because of servile rights. But I have always admired the early men, and I prefer to think they truly believed we should all be crated equally. This I know, this I know. In any case, she said, they did it, and they did it by creating an unnatural plague that would do us, dogs and cats, and other manuals. This I know, this I know. "I am not sure what a plague is," asked Nicknock, and I listened hard, for I had never understood that explanation either as often as Disha had shown this tale. "A plague is a little bug that crawls into every bump and hole in your body," she admitted. "Whenever you get sick, that is caused by these bugs, and that is a plague. Anyway, they deliberately infected some of us dogs with this plague, and then sat back on their haunches to see what would develop. This I know, this I know." "And this is where progress and democracy came from," whispered the boy out of rivulence. "What developed," she smugged, "is that one of these plague dogs escaped. The men were not as smart as they thought, and Fang the Saver got away with the plague bug still infecting him." "This I know, said both I and Nicknock at once. "The dogs were first, and then next the plague affected the rats and the skunks and the coons and the zoomals and everything else. The cats were last, for they were always so full of themselves licking their body that they kept licking the bugs right off until they wised up. And that is why dogs are first and cats are last, and all others fall in between. This I know, we supplied for her. I had forgotten all about the junkyard dog, so intent was I on Disha's tale. "Ah, but men are a different story," she continued finally. "For the rest of us it was a climb up the hill for more intelli, but the men had the easy route and came down the hill backwards. We met democratically in the middle, for the plague has finally made us all equal. The furries and birds and scales and frogs, and even some of the fish are getting more intelli all of the time. Until at last, today," she whispered, "when I can love you truly as my grandmother would never love your grandfather. This I know, Nicknock, this I know." "What is the use of more intelli?" asked Nicknock angrily, "if the old men did not have love? I am glad for this plague, even if I am stupider than men were before. I am glad for our love, Disha." She stopped and bit at a flea on her hind leg for a moment. "Even," she snuffled, "if you can no longer understand the things of men." "Things?" "The automobiles and the glass mountains, the redstone dens, the hard ground, telephone trees, walls and builds and all. If you can no longer understand them?" "Then," he said, "they are not the things of men any more." and there he had her. Chapter 14. Our Junk Fears Our Real Eyes. "These things of men are not any of them as warm and pretty and furry as you," said Nick-Knock, and I began to get uneasy, because here again was love against democracy. "You will not always have me," Disha warned. "Dogs do not live as long as men do, for that is something the plague did not change." "I am here now," he said, "and you too, and what is tomorrow? Maybe I will die first if that junkyard dog is still shadowing us." I wondered which was worth more, love or progress, and I could feel my tail raise in horror. Is wonder a crime against democracy? Then all at once I heard a sound I must have been listening for all day and dreading. A rumbling cough like a redstone mountain falling down in an earthshake. A moaning like a cub with stomach rot. And out of the shadows of a heap of dead automobiles staggered the junkyard dog in the flesh, what was left of it. All three of us froze in terror, and I felt urine trickle down my leg. I also raised my tail and sprayed my wad, but I doubted the junkyard dog would care about how he smelled as long as he got to bite us, all three. He staggered forward stiff-legged, and I thought maybe he is already dead but does not know it yet. In little sharp words he said, "You might think my sex will eat me, and the part of her I was in squeezed democracy." "Go away," Disha said with tried authority, but "I am who I have been and can eat once anybody I have caught," answered the junkyard dog. "Go away," I whimpered, for I could not find my voice. I felt like the silent Coon. "If you were stupid enough, you is progress," said he. And with that he lunged at us, and we three broke in all four directions, and I ran up a wall of dead automobiles before I even knew it was blocking. Then I looked back and saw Disha. She had frozen in fear and could not move, and she stood nose to nose with the junkyard dog, who was dripping white at the mouth. I do not know why she did not run, or why he had not bitten her yet. I shivered in fear. But then I heard a cranky squeak, and Nick-Knock rose from the build he had hidden behind. He found his voice and charged the junkyard dog, screaming like a communist. It broke the spell. Disha unfroze and bolted away, but oddly the junkyard dog did not charge the boy and tear him to shreds, like I thought. He turned instead, and with a deft move slashed Disha as she ran by. She screamed and skittered away, but I could see the blood flowing from her hind leg. The junk ran in circles 3 times, laughing like a falling pile of automobiles. Disha shook, tail between her legs. Nick-Knock only stared, his face the color of my stripe. We all knew what would happen to her now. "Well, if I am already bit," said she, sounding strange and quiet and queerly calm, "then you can no longer frighten me, junk. This I know, this I know." And she leapt upon him as if she were junk herself, and they fought, tearing and biting, and the junkyard dog had the worst of it, for Disha tore off his ear and opened up his throat. He fell to his knees, and still had mind enough to submit, but he was a goner anyway. My throat lumped, because I knew Disha was a goner too. Worse, she would finally be like him, and might even bite me then too, or Nick-Knock. I knew she would never allow that to happen, but there was only one thing that could stop it, and that was the duck-duck path. The junk fell over on his side, and now blood was flowing out of his throat in spurts, so I knew Disha had struck paydirt. But just for a moment his eyes seemed to clear a little, and he raised his head with a big strain and said, "That hurt. You are bigger than I suggested." Knelt her front legs into the pocket of my clothes. Then, "The truck is the key. Hold my tail up out of conveniencing my wife and putting it in. If machines make the wall, only machines can 1, 2, 3, 1. Against the will of Dell so wet." His voice became weaker, and he whispered, "Keep going even if you are finished. Then we will die. At first, even I could, at first. Both our hearts need meat. Even I, the rules must roll. Even I could hear my life with me pounding after. "Cats," he croaked, "are made just outside the bowl, but the truck is the key, you must understand. I smell onions." Then, all at once, he pulled himself up as if he had not even been mauled. He looked at us and shrugged and explained, "Anyone we caught we could eat once." Then he settled back with a sigh and moved no more, for he was gone. Chapter 15, where democracy gets it in the end. We watched him for a long time to make sure he would not pop back up again and say something, or maybe bite someone else, but he was permanently dead. We moved on without spirit. We found a den hole among the dead automobiles that was empty after we chased out a scrawny cat. Nick-Knock made a half-heart grab and missed, but we did not miss it. None of us was hungry anyway. I was still full from the night before, and the way Disha looked, I did not even ask her if she wanted the cat, so he got lucky that night. After we settled in, I shrunk farther back in the pile so Disha and her love could be alone together. She was quiet as though submitting, but the way she held her head seemed more like quiet domination. She knew she was horribly dead because the junkyard dog drew blood. "Nick-Knock," she said, "you know we have only a little time left together now. Let us not waste it. Skunks have very good eyes." They violented democracy again in the day heat, but this time it was gentle and slow like the Black River, instead of laughing and plunging like a waterfowl. She licked his belly very lightly, and he breathed into her ear and stroked the underside of her tail, and when he went inside her she coughed in surprise that it was so smooth and easy. Once he forgot and grabbed her wounded and stiffening leg to pull himself in deeper, and she jerked away. But she never made a sound except right at the very end, when she moaned just a little. This time she finished before he did, but she was true to her word and kept on until he was done. Afterward they lay together and talked without words while Nick-Knock picked fleas out of her fur. They slept face to face, even though she, being a dog, was not exactly built for it. Now that I knew what Nick-Knock would soon lose, I found I no longer cared about custom and let democracy be hanged. Love is progress. Strange creatures fluttered in my stomach. As the sun set, we rose. When the air became stullen, and we resumed our journey, I began to wish Nick-Knock had nabbed the cat after all. The stullen air was even browner than yestereve, and blood-red with the setting sun, so it would be hard to main-train a course for the other mountains across the City of Angels. Disha said we would be there by the dawn's oily light, and could the underbill be far away then? Chapter 16, we explore Disha's Tunnel of Love. Well, we were not in the mountains by sunup, but we kept at our quest even through the daylight, for we were tired, and wanted it all over. We saw no more junkyard dogs, but my funny, watchy feeling continued, and I felt like everyone we saw was junk in some way or another. Finally, through the cracked and fallen builds, Disha spied the arch with the folded arms that represented an underbuild. "We shall intersect the line here," said she, "and follow it along towards the sea that swallows the sun. Soon we shall find the fallen underbuild, and thence the hidden den." So down we went, and into the stingy in blackness. It swallowed us both, and three, but I felt no comfort, for this was not a den or a hidey-hole, but a build of men, and it reeked of them and their undemocracy. In some places I found a cold metal road and ran along it for a way, but the ticking of my claws against the hard metal sent shivers through us all, and Disha asked me to walk on the gravel to the side. I was happy to oblige, for to tell the truth, I did not like the sound either, and even Nick-Knock cast his eyes down and grew silent at the echoes. We walked for a passing in silence, but I cannot say how long, for there are no moans in the dark. Chapter 17, we find the hidden den at last. The journey through the windless tunnel passed easily, for even the Santa's Anus and the winds of law could not brush us down there. At last we began to see cracks of light in the overhead, and then whole pocks of hard ground, and finally we discovered the great build-fall that the Coon had reminated. We clambered out of the underbuild into bright and treacherous sunlight, and saw stretched down below us the last defence against democracy. It was a build squat like a stone spider, and it was all gleaming, while the other builds around it were broken and dulled. There were men in strange clothing outside. They wore thick brown clothes that covered them completely, and round hats that surrounded their heads, and they looked out of glass windrows in their hats. I did not need for Disher to tell me that the clothes were meant to keep out progress, but she did anyway. When I objected, she said that she had only been telling Nick-Knock. We watched them for a long time. When they went inside, 2 big doors opened for them, but they opened into a little room that did not seem worth the efforts. "So how do we get progress beyond those doors?" Disher asked. "Maybe we can knock a hole through them," asked Nick-Knock, but Disher injected, "We might be able to dig our way through one door if we were quick enough, but long before we got through the other door, those men would do us. But maybe there is only one wall. Perhaps we should concentrate on that." We crept forward and studied the build some more. "Nick-Knock," said Disher, "if these humans have never been affected by progress, that means these walls have stood for many seasons. They must be very strong walls indeed, for there have been earth-shakes and many storms." I tried watching the men, or were they women? I could not tell inside their clothing. I began to have a glimmering in my mind like moonlight on the water. Something the junkyard dog said kept buzzing to be reminated, but I could not pull it out and look at it. The den was in a deep canyon from our vantage point, with a long path of mostly straight, unbroken, hard ground leading down towards it. It was to this path that my eyes looked. It had something to do with the important thing the junkyard said that I could not reminate. Oh, how I wished I were a dog or a man that could reminate everything. "Let us explore the path," I asked, "and see if we can find anything." Since neither Disher nor Nick-Knock had a better suggestion, we turned about and began walking back along the hard ground away from the hidden den. I looked at everything we passed, trying to reminate what I knew was in my mind. I reminated that the junkyard dog, in between all his gibbers, had said something that would help us now. Chapter 18, we discover the key to the mysteries. I looked at an Arco and a hydrant, and a lot of square builds, and a store, but none of them joggled my memory. And then I saw the automobile truck, and at once the thought leapt back into my mind. "I reminate," I cried. "The truck is the key," said the junkyard dog. Disher looked at the truck and then at me, saying, "That is what I am now, a junkyard dog." At once I regretted my hasty words, but "You are right. I reminate him saying that too," she added. "But what could he know about today?" I asked. "For you killed him yesterday." "To the junk," she said, "there is no yesterday or tomorrow. It sees backward and forward in days the way we see left and right along Venture Path." "But what does that mean? The truck is the key." It was the biggest automobile truck I had ever seen. Even Nick-Knock could not reach its top, and it had more wheels than there are numbers in the City of Angels. It was stopped along the edge of the hard ground, and was covered with foul-smelling rust. For a long time we all three stared at the truck, trying to figure out how it was the key. Then Nick-Knock whispered, "If machines make the wall, then maybe machines can—" "Can what?" I asked. "That was something else he said," said the boy. "Only machines can what? Break the wall?" "If we could get the truck rolling down the hard ground," Disher said, thinking loud, "maybe it would roll fast enough that it could smash through the wall and into the den." Nick-Knock looked at the automobile for a long time. "It is a very big truck," he said at last. "But how do we get it rolling?" I asked. "And more important," asked Nick-Knock, "once we do, how do we make sure it stays on the hard ground and does not hit a tree and stop?" "That wheel in front of the chair makes it go left and right," answered Disher like a know-all. for I've spoken with Hanaka Tag the eldest, and she told me of these automobiles." "Well, I think these men make the machine come alive," retorted Nicknock. "Do you know how to bring it to life also?" "We do not need to," Disha declaimed, though she did not sound too sure, and I could tell she was only guessing. "For if we can get it rolling, then the hill will make it go fast enough." I kept my mouth shut during this axe change, for I am only a skunk. I listened well, though, for we skunks have very good ears. Nicknock fumbled with the latch until he could get the metal open, and we looked inside. "What we must do," said Disha, "is get it rolling, and then one of us stays inside to turn the hoop wheel and make the truck go left and right to stay on the hard ground." "But then what?" asked Nicknock, full of frights and astonishments. "What will happen when it hits the den? Will I be killed?" Disha smiled. "Whichever one of us it is in the truck must jump clear before the crash, my love." She touched his side gently with her greying muzzle, for she was not as young as she had been the season before. The truck was not rolling, so we decided something was blocking it. After we ran around for a few moments looking, Disha saw some pieces of wood under the wheels. We tried to pull them out, but even Nicknock could not, so he knocked them out finally with a rock. The truck ground and groaned, but still did not roll. We clambered up to look, and there were lots of metal pulls. "One of these must be what makes the truck stop and go," announced Disha, but I think she put on more show of know-all than she really had. Nicknock began pulling and pushing on the pulls, and Disha was vindulated because when he pulled, a particularly hard one, the truck screamed and began to roll slowly. It rolled down the hill, warbling like a broken thunderbum. Nicknock was afraid even when it went so slow. Then it picked up speed, and we all shivered. I was so frightened I could not move, and I feared I would not be able to jump out when the time came, being so frightened. Disha had Nicknock turn the hoop wheel, for she did not have the strength in her jaws, and it was almost too hard for him. "Reminate, my love," she cautioned. "Keep the door from latching, for we must be ready to fly out at the very last moment." Nicknock touched her paw and looked into her eyes. "Oh, I love you so much," he said with a tear in his eye. I could not figure out why his eyes were wet. Was there dust in them? The automobile truck got faster and faster, and soon Nicknock was barely able to keep it on the hard ground and away from trees and builds. I began to be afraid and sick, as if I had eaten worm root, when I looked to the side and saw the world whizzing past me faster than a sparrow flies, and almost would have jumped out right then, except that I knew Disha would not let us be killed, especially not Nicknock. She rested her muzzle against his ear, and I could barely hear her snuffle, "You are precious to me, too. Life is precious." Then we roared around the last turn, with Nicknock straining to make the hoop wheel turn, so that the automobile truck would stay where it was supposed. We were heading right for the den. Some of the men saw us coming and ran out waving their hands, and then tried to ride their own automobile into our path. They must have known what we were doing, and were ready to give their lives to thwart the will of democracy. Such was their fear of progress. But their automobile could not run fast enough, and it only hit the back of the truck and did not even turn us. Just before we hit, Disha snuffled, "Junk bonds, but love is stronger." Then, "Now!" she barked. "Jump now!" Nicknock pushed open the door, and just before he jumped, he grabbed me by the scruff and saved my life. We were lucky we were on grass and not on hard ground, for we hit and hit hard. I rolled over and over the boy and ended up on my back, watching the truck plow into the den. I do not know if Disha ever had a chance. Just before the crash, I saw her still in the truck, gripping the hoop with her mouth and keeping the truck aimed true. Then I heard a thunderbum like I had never imagined, and the whole wall of the last old den caved in like a build-fall in an earth-shake. We had opened the last remnant of yesterday to the clouds of progress and the plague. Chapter 19. But Disha was dead. Chapter 20. Triumph of Democracy. I was still shaking from the fall, I thought. I looked about, unable to move, but I could not see Nicknock, and I was alone. I saw the truck went much deeper into the den than I imagined. It went right through 3 rooms. Dust and smoke puffed on the winds of law around inside, and in and out of the hole we had made, and I knew that the bugs of democracy were drifting in too, and would bear fruit. Now all of us would be truly equal, and the forelegs would be liberated. Then I saw Disha. She had been thrown from the truck. She lay on the ground covered in blood. Nick-Knock held her broken, lifeless body in his arms and tried to kiss her back to life, and the tears were streaming down his cheeks. "What is this? What is this?" he asked, touching the salty water. "I think that means you are a man again," I said, "for democracy has triumphed. Our brethren and sistern are free and equal now." But a junk voice in my head, maybe Disha's ghost, whispered, "You cannot be both." Disha pulled me into the hidden den, deeper and deeper than we had been even in the underbuild, for it was a darkness of the heart, not of the air, and her ghost glowed like the moon. I saw a rat shivering and shaking and looking at me with wide eyes. "We have come to liberate you," I said to reassure him, but he only made a scrittering sound and ran away. I stopped in panic. What was that sound? What did he say? Then a dog came out, and I called to him, for he was a brother of Disha, and I wanted to tell him of her sacrifice and how he was free now. "You are free, Mr. Dog," I said, "and the free live free. You must go out into the city of angels now and learn the will of democracy." At first he snarled, but I knew he was only reacting to a strange skunk. But when he heard my words, he settled down and began to moan in pleasure at his newfound equality. But then the moans turned into a whimper, and he crawled on his belly to me. I backed up in consternation, for what was he, to wit a dog, doing playing subservient to a mere skunk? Where was his equality before the winds of law? Then I smelled his fear. It ran unchecked down his leg, and I could hear his heart racing like the truck that brought him democracy in the first place. He was terrified and did not understand. "You would do well to buck up and be a dog," I chastised, "for this is progress on the will of democracy." I boldly approached to lead him out into the real world, but instead he barked. And it was not words he barked. It was a cough, a grunt, and held no more meaning than fear and confusion. He may have been a dog, but he was still only an animal. He was no brother of Disha. We turned and ran at the same time in opposite directions. Terror gripped me too, for I suddenly realized that I was in another land. There was no democracy here today, no matter what the bugs may say tomorrow, and I was more afraid than I had been of the junkyard dog. A man stood in my path. "Do not stop me," I announced, "for I am Progress." He screamed and staggered back against the wall of the den, covering his face. Another man heard me and tried to bean me with a stick, crying, "Another one! Kill him! Break his throat like the other!" And I did not need to ask to know that they meant the Coon. Now I knew how he had come to rupture his larynx. I ran like a communist. At once the whole den came alive against me, men and forelegs, and it was I who was fleeing for my very life. I found the hole, I do not know how, and then I was through. I did not stop running until I found the fallen underbuild again, and there was Nick-Knock. But Disha's body was not with him, and he would not tell me where it was. Chapter 21, To the Winners Go the Spoiled. I will not tell you of the journey back across the waste, to the venture path with Nick-Knock carrying me under one arm. All I ruminate is that the dogs snarled fiercely and the builds rumbled and shook, but none of them could touch us, for Disha trotted right beside us still, and her laugh echoed around us as we slept the day away. By the night we returned, the color finally crept back into Nick-Knock's face, and he could smile, though he vanished the next day, and I never saw him again. When I knew he had gone over Eisen, I felt a tear in my eye. I, the last of our extradiction, learned to cry. Chapter 22, Mr. Skunk Lowers His Tail. I have nothing left to say. I am getting old, and soon I will be a feast myself, if you can stand the smell. I, a skunk, am the very last of us who is able to cry since Nick-Knock left and Disha died. I see you do not even understand what it is, except perhaps dust in my eye or a thorn in my paw. In the high build at the end of Venture Path is a tower with a bell at the top, but it is silent now, for there are none with the will to ring it. Pigeons roost under the metal, and I hear them call to each other through the long hot days, "Home! Fly home! Come home!" They know nothing else to say, but it is a miracle that they can say even that, and I think that the plague is finally doing them as well. I think this means that soon we shall be equal to the pigeons too, and only able to call each other home without even knowing where our home lies. That is true democracy after all, and there is an end to love. I will not be there to see, thank democracy. Long reign progress. I bow to the will, the winds, and the inalienable progress. I confess, but sometimes I wonder, have we lost something urgent? But I do not think wondering should be a crime against democracy. The Hemingway Hoax, Joe Haldeman. Joe Haldeman's vision of a corrupted and cuckolded Hemingway scholar could easily have appeared twice on the 1990 final Nebula ballot. For the longer novel version clearly had its partisans. As it happens, only the novella became a nominee. Born in Oklahoma City in 1943, Haldeman attended the University of Maryland, taking a B.S. in physics and astronomy in 1967. Upon his graduation, the U.S. Army sent him to Vietnam, where he was severely wounded, subsequently receiving a Purple Heart and, as he modestly puts it, other standard medals. In 1976, Haldeman won both the Hugo Award and the Nebula Award for The Forever War, a novel that, beyond its genre elements, clearly owes much to his combat experiences. He garnered a second Hugo in 1977 for his story Tricentennial, and in 1983 his poetry brought him a Riesling Award. Haldeman's other novels include All My Sins Remembered, Mind Bridge, Tool of the Trade, and Buying Time. And his stories are collected in Infinite Dreams and Dealing in Futures. He currently divides his time between Gainesville, Florida, where he produces fiction and bicycles, and Cambridge, Massachusetts, where he produces fiction and teaches in the writing department at MIT. That this work exists at all in novella form, Haldeman explains, is a tribute to the editing skill of Gardner Dozois. I sent him the novel The Hemingway Hoax to consider for serialization in Asimov's, and he liked it. But he couldn't schedule it in time. If I could cut it by half, or even a third, though, he thought he could squeeze it in as a one-shot novella. Hardly seemed possible. The novel was already under 60,000 words, and, I thought, an admirably trim and tight little structure. There was no way you could cut 20,000 words out of it and have it still make sense. Gardner offered to try. To make a long story short, Dozois made a short novel shorter. He excised sentences, paragraphs, and 5 entire chapters. Cuts that, Haldeman feels, did simplify and concentrate the narrative. So here it is, The Hemingway Hoax, not a Reader's Digest bastardization, not Haldeman's light, but a plenary work of science fiction art, bringing Nebula Awards 26 to a mind-bending finish. 1. The Torrents of Spring. Our story begins in a run-down bar in Key West, not so many years from now. The bar is not the one Hemingway drank at, nor yet the one that claims to be the one he drank at, because they are both too expensive and full of tourists. This bar, in a more interesting part of town, is a Cuban place. It is neither clean nor well-lighted, but has cold beer and good strong Cuban coffee. Its cheap prices and rascally charm are what bring together the scholar and the rogue. Their first meeting would be of little significance to either at the time, though the scholar, John Baird, would never forget it. John Baird was not capable of forgetting anything. Key West is lousy with writers, mostly poor writers, in one sense of that word or the other. Poor people did not interest our rogue, Sylvester Castlemaine, so at first he didn't take any special note of the man sitting in the corner, scribbling on a yellow pad. Just another would-be writer come down to see whether some of Papa's magic would rub off, not with the energy of a con. But Castle's professional powers of observation caught at a detail or two and focused his attention. The man was wearing jeans and a faded flannel shirt, but his shoes were expensive Italian loafers. His beard had been trimmed by a barber. He was drinking Heineken. The pen he was scribbling with was a fat Mont Blanc diplomat, 200 books on the hoof, discounted. Castle got his cup of coffee and sat at a table 2 away from the writer. He waited until the man paused, set the pen down, took a drink. "Writing a story?" Castle said. The man blinked at him. "No, just an article." He put the cap on the pen with a crisp snap. "An article about stories. I'm a college professor." "Publish or perish," Castle said. The man relaxed a bit. "Too true." He riffled through the yellow pad. "This won't help much. It's not going anywhere." "Tell you what, bet you a beer it's Hemingway or Tennessee Williams." Too easy. He signaled the bartender. "Dos cervezas." "Hemingway. The early stories. You know his work?" "Just a little. We had to read him in school. The Old Man and the Fish. And then I read a couple after I got down here." He moved over to the man's table. "Name's Castle." "John Baird." Open, honest expression, not too promising. You can't con somebody unless he thinks he's conning you. "Teach up at Boston." "I'm mostly fishing. Shrimp nowadays." Of course, Castle didn't normally fish, not for things in the sea, but the shrimp part was true. He'd been reduced to heading shrimp on the Catalina for $5 a bucket. "So what about these early stories?" The bartender set down the 2 beers and gave Castle a weary look. "Well, they don't exist." John Baird carefully poured the beer down the side of his glass. "They were stolen, never published." "So what can you write about them?" "Indeed, that's what I've been asking myself." He took a sip of the beer and settled back. 74 years ago, they were stolen, December 1922. That's really what got me working on them. Thought I would do a paper, a monograph, for the 75th anniversary of the occasion. It sounded less and less promising, but this was the first imported beer Castle had had in months. He slowly savored the bite of it. He and his first wife, Hadley, were living in Paris. You know about Hemingway's early life? Paris? He grew up in Oak Park, Illinois. That was a kind of a prissy, self-satisfied suburb of Chicago. Yeah, I've been there. He didn't like it. In his teens, he sort of ran away from home, went down to Kansas City to work on a newspaper. World War I started, and like a lot of kids, Hemingway couldn't get into the army because of bad eyesight. So he joined the Red Cross and went off to drive ambulances in Italy, take cigarettes and chocolate to the troops. That almost killed him. He was just doing his cigarettes and chocolate routine, and an artillery round came in, killed the guy next to him, tore up another, riddled Hemingway with shrapnel. He claims then that he picked up the wounded guy and carried him back to the trench, in spite of being hit in the knee by a machine-gun bullet. What do you mean, claims? You're too young to have been in Vietnam. Yeah, good for you. I was hit in the knee by a machine-gun bullet myself and went down on my ass and didn't get up for 5 weeks. He didn't carry anybody 1 step. That's interesting. Well, he was always rewriting his life. We all do it. But it seemed to be a compulsion with him. That's one thing that makes Hemingway's scholarship challenging. Baird poured the rest of the beer into his glass. Anyhow, he actually was the first American wounded in Italy, and they made a big deal over him. He went back to Oak Park, a war hero. He had a certain amount of success with women. Or so he says. Right. God knows. Anyhow, he met Hadley Richardson, an older woman, but quite a number. And they had a steamy courtship and got married and said the hell with it, moved to Paris to live a sort of bohemian life while Hemingway worked on perfecting his art. That part isn't bullshit. He worked diligently, and he did become one of the best writers of his era. Which brings us to the lost manuscripts. Do tell. Hemingway was picking up a little extra money doing journalism. He'd gone to Switzerland to cover a peace conference for a news service. When it was over, he wired Hadley to come join him for some skiing. This is where it gets odd. On her own initiative, Hadley packed up all of Ernest's work, all of it. Not just the typescripts, but the handwritten first drafts and the carbons. That's like a Xerox? Right. She packed them in an overnight bag, then packed her own suitcase. A porter at the train station, the Gare de Lyon, put them aboard for her. She left the train for a minute to find something to read, and when she came back, they were gone. Suitcase and all? No, just the manuscripts. She and the porter searched up and down the train, but that was it. Somebody had seen the overnight bag sitting there and snatched it. Lost forever. That did hold a glimmer of professional interest. That's funny. You'd think they'd get a note then, like, if you ever want to see your stories again, bring $1 million to the Eiffel Tower sort of thing. A few years later, that might have happened. It didn't take long for Hemingway to become famous, but at the time only a few of the literary intelligentsia knew about him. Castle shook his head in commiseration with the long-dead thief. Guy who stole them probably didn't even read English, dumped him in the river. John Baird shivered visibly. Undoubtedly. But people have never stopped looking for them. Maybe they'll show up in some attic someday. Could happen. Wheels turning. It's happened before in literature. Some of Boswell's diaries were recovered because a scholar recognized his handwriting on an old piece of paper a merchant used to wrap a fish. Hemingway's own last book he put together from notes that had been lost for 30 years. They were in a couple of trunks in the basement of the Ritz in Paris. He leaned forward, excited. Then after he died, they found another batch of papers down here in a back room in Sloppy Joe's. It could still happen. Castle took a deep breath. It could be made to happen, too. Made to happen? Just speaking, in theory. Like some guy who really knows Hemingway, suppose he makes up some stories that are like those old ones. Find some 75-year-old paper and an old, what do you call them, not a word processor, typewriter, whatever. Think he could pass him off for the real thing? I don't know if he could fool me, Baird said, and tapped the side of his head. I have a freak memory, eidetic, photographic. I have just about every word Hemingway ever wrote committed to memory. He looked slightly embarrassed. Of course, that doesn't make me an expert in the sense of being able to spot a phony. I just wouldn't have to refer to any texts. So take yourself, or somebody else who spent all his life studying Hemingway. He puts all he's got into writing these stories. He knows the people who are going to be reading them, knows what they're going to look for. And he hires like an expert forger to make the pages look like they came out of Hemingway's machine. So could it work? Baird pursed his lips and for a moment looked professorial. Then he sort of laughed, one syllable through his nose. Maybe it could. A man did a similar thing when I was a boy, counterfeiting the memoirs of Howard Hughes. He made millions. Millions? Back when that was real money. Went to jail when they found out, of course. And the money was still there when he got out. Never read anything about it, I guess so. So the next question is, how much stuff are we talking about? How much was in that old overnight bag? That depends on who you believe. There was half a novel and some poetry. The short stories, there might have been as few as 11 or as many as 30. That'd take a long time to write. It would take forever. You couldn't just do Hemingway. You'd have to figure out what the stories were about, then reconstruct his early style. Do you know how many Hemingway scholars there are in the world? Quite a few. Thousands. Maybe 10,000 academics who know enough to spot a careless fake. Castle nodded, cogitating. You'd have to be real careful, but then you wouldn't have to do all the short stories and poems, would you? You could say all you found was the part of the novel. Hell, you could sell that as a book. The odd laugh again. Sure you could. Be a fortune in it. How much? $1 million? $1 million? Maybe. Well, sure. The last new Hemingway made at least that much, allowing for inflation, and he's more popular now. Castle took a big gulp of beer and set his glass down decisively. So what the hell are we waiting for? Baird's bland smile faded. You're serious? 2. In Our Time. Got a ripple in the Hemingway channel. 20s again? No, funny, this one's in the 1990s. See if you can track it down. Sure, go down to the armory first and... Look, no bloodbaths this time. You solve one problem and start 10 more. Couldn't be helped. It's no Tea Party, 20th century America. Just use good judgment. That Ransom guy, Manson, Right, that was a mistake. 3. A Way You'll Never Be. You can't cheat an honest man, as Sylvester Castlemaine well knew. But then again, it never hurts to find out just how honest a man is. John Baird refused his scheme, with good humor at first, but when Castle persisted, his refusal took on a sarcastic edge, maybe a tinge of outrage. He backed off and changed the subject, talking for a half-hour about commercial fishing around Key West, and then said he had to run. He slipped his business card into John's shirt pocket on the way out. Sylvester Castlemaine, consultant, it claimed. John left the place soon, walking slowly through the afternoon heat. He was glad he hadn't brought the bicycle. It was pleasant to walk in the shade of the big aromatic trees, a slight breeze on his face from the Gulf side. One could do it, one could. The problem divided itself into 3 parts: writing the novel fragment, forging the manuscript, and devising a suitable story about how one had uncovered the manuscript. The writing part would be the hardest. Hemingway is easy enough to parody. 1/4 of the take-home final he gave in English 733 was to write a page of Hemingway pastiche, and some of his graduate students did a credible job, but parody was exactly what one would not want to do. It had been a crucial period in Hemingway's development, those 3 years of apprenticeship the lost manuscripts represented. 2 stories survived, and they were maddeningly dissimilar. My Old Man, which had slipped down behind a drawer, was itself a pastiche. Reading like pretty good Sherwood Anderson, but with an O. Henry twist at the end. Very unlike the bleak, understated quality that would distinguish the stories that were to make Hemingway's reputation. The other, Up in Michigan, had been out in the mail at the time of the loss. It was a lot closer to Hemingway's ultimate style, a spare and, by the standards of the time, pornographic description of a woman's first sexual experience. John riffled through the notes on the yellow pad, a talismanic gesture, since he could have remembered any page with little effort. But the sight of the words and the feel of the paper sometimes helped him think. One would not do it, of course, except perhaps as a mental exercise, not to show to anybody, certainly not to profit from. You wouldn't want to use My Old Man as the model, certainly. No one would care to publish a pastiche of Anderson, now undeservedly obscure. So, Up in Michigan, and the first story he wrote after the loss, Out of Season, would also be handy. That had a lot of the true Hemingway strength. You wouldn't want to tackle the novel fragment, of course, not just as an exercise over 100 pages. Without thinking about it, John dropped into a familiar fugue state as he walked through the run-down neighborhood, his freak memory taking over while his body ambled along on autopilot. This is the way he usually remembered pages. He transported himself back to the Hemingway collection at the JFK Library in Boston last November, snow swirling outside the big picture windows overlooking the harbor, the room so cold he was wearing coat and gloves and could see his breath. They didn't normally let you wear a coat up there, afraid you might squirrel away a page out of the manuscript collection, but they had to make an exception because the heat pump was down. He was flipping through the much-thumbed Xerox of Carlos Baker's interview with Hadley, page 52. "Stolen suitcase," Baker asked. "Lost novel?" The typescript of her reply appeared in front of him, more clear than the cracked sidewalk his feet negotiated. This novel was a knockout, about Nick, up north in Michigan. Hunting, fishing, all sorts of experiences. Stuff on the order of Big Two-Hearted River, with more action. Girl experiences well done, too. With an enigmatic addition, evidently in Hadley's handwriting, girl experiences too well done. That was interesting. John hadn't thought about that since he'd been concentrating on the short stories. Too well done? There had been a lot of talk in the 80s about Hemingway's sexual ambiguity, gender ambiguity, actually. Could Hadley have been upset 60 years after the fact, remembering some confidence that Hemingway had revealed to the world in that novel? Something girls knew that boys were not supposed to know? Playful pillow talk that was filed away for eventual literary exploitation. He used his life that way. A good writer remembered everything and then forgot it when he sat down to write, and reinvented it so the writing would be more real than the memory. Experience was important, but imagination was more important. Maybe I would be a better writer, John thought, if I could learn how to forget. For about the 10th time today, like any day, he regretted not having tried to succeed as a writer, while he still had the independent income. Teaching and research had fascinated him when he was younger, a rich boy's all-consuming hobbies, but the end of this fiscal year would be the end of the monthly checks from the trust fund. So the salary from Boston University wouldn't be mad money anymore, but rent and groceries in a city suddenly expensive. Yes, the writing would be the hard part. Then forging the manuscript, that wouldn't be easy. Any scholar would have access to copies of thousands of pages that Hemingway typed before and after the loss. Could one find the typewriter Hemingway had used, then duplicate his idiosyncratic typing style? A moment's reflection put a sample in front of him, spaces before and after periods and commas. He snapped out of the reverie as his right foot hit the first step on the back staircase up to their rented flat. He automatically stepped over the 5th step, the rotted one, and was thinking about a nice tall glass of iced tea as he opened the screen door. "Scorpions!" his wife screamed 2 feet from his face. "What?" "We have scorpions!" Lena grabbed his arm and hauled him to the kitchen. "Look!" She pointed at the opaque plastic skylight. 3 scorpions, each about 6 inches long, cast sharp silhouettes on the milky plastic. One was moving. "My word." "Your word!" She struck a familiar pose, hands on hips, and glared up at the creatures. "What are we going to do about it?" "We could name them." "John." "I don't know." He opened the refrigerator. "Call the bug man." "The bug man was just here yesterday. He probably flushed them out." He poured a glass of cold tea and dumped 2 envelopes of artificial sweetener into it. "I'll talk to Julio about it, but you know they've been there all along. They're not bothering anybody." "They're bothering the hell out of me." He smiled. "Okay, I'll talk to Julio." He looked into the oven. "Thought about dinner?" "Anything you want to cook, sweetheart. I'll be damned if I'm going to stand there with 3 poisonous arthropods staring down at me." "Poised to jump," John said, and looked up again. There were only 2 visible now, which made his skin crawl. "Julio wasn't home when I first saw them, about an hour ago." "I'll go check." John went downstairs, and Julio, the landlord, was indeed home, but was not impressed by the problem. He agreed that it was probably the bug man, and they would probably go back to where they came from in a while, and gave John a fly swatter. John left the fly swatter with Lena, admonishing her to take no prisoners, and walked a couple of blocks to a Chinese restaurant. He brought back a few boxes of take-out, and they sat in the living room and wielded chopsticks in silence, listening for the pitter-patter of tiny feet. "Met a real-live con man today." He put the business card on the coffee table between them. "Consultant?" she read. "He had a loony scheme about counterfeiting the missing stories." Lena knew more about the missing stories than 98% of the people who Hemingwayed for a living. John liked to think out loud. "Ah, the stories," she said, preparing herself. "Not a bad idea, actually, if one had a larcenous nature." He concentrated for a moment on the slippery Mugu Gai pan. "Be millions of bucks in it." He was bent over the box. She stared hard at his bald spot. "What exactly did he have in mind?" "We didn't bother to think it through in any detail, actually. You go and find—" He got the slightly wall-eyed look that she knew meant he was reading a page of a book 1,000 miles away. "Yes, a 1921 Corona portable like the one Hadley gave him before they were married. Find some old paper. Type up the stories. Take them to Sotheby's. Spend money for the rest of your life. That's all there is to it." "You left out jail." "A mere detail. Also the writing of the stories. That could take weeks. Maybe you could get arrested first, write the stories in jail, and then sell them when you got out." "You're weird, John." "Well, I didn't give him any encouragement." "Maybe you should have. A few million would come in handy next year." "We'll get by." "We'll get by. You keep saying that. How do you know? You've never had to get by." "Okay, then. We won't get by." He scraped up the last of the fried rice. "We won't be able to make the rent, and they'll throw us out on the street. We'll live in a cardboard box over a heating grate. You'll have to sell your body to keep me in cheap wine. But we'll be happy, dear." He looked up at her, mooning, "Poor but happy." "Slap happy." She looked at the card again. "How do you know he's a con man?" I don't know. Salesman type. Says he's in commercial fishing now, but he doesn't seem to like it much. He didn't say anything about any, criminal stuff he'd done in the past? Uh-uh. I just got the impression that he didn't waste a lot of time mulling over ethics and morals. John held up the Mont Blanc pen. He was staring at this before he came over and introduced himself. I think he smelled money. Lena stuck both chopsticks into the half-finished carton of boiled rice and set it down decisively. Let's ask him over. He's a sleaze, Lena. You wouldn't like him. I've never met a real con man. It would be fun. He looked into the darkened kitchen. Will you cook something? She followed his gaze, expecting monsters. If you stand guard. 4. Romance is Dead. Subtitle, The Hell It Is. Be a job and a half, Castle said, mopping up residual spaghetti sauce with a piece of garlic bread. It's not like your Howard Hughes guy, or Hitler's notebooks. You've been doing some research. John's voice was a little slurred. He'd bought a half-gallon of Portuguese wine, the bottle wrapped in straw like cheap Chianti. The wine not quite that good. If you could get past the first couple of glasses, it was okay. It had been okay to John for some time now. Yeah, down to the library. The guys who did the Hitler notebooks, hell, nobody'd ever seen a real Hitler notebook. They just studied his handwriting and letters and such, and read up on what he did day after day. Same with the Howard Hughes, but that was even easier because most of the time nobody knew what the hell Howard Hughes was doing anyhow. Just stayed locked up in that room. The Hughes forgery nearly worked, as I recall, John said. If Hughes himself hadn't broke silence, you gotta know that took balls. Excuse me, Lena. She waved a hand and laughed. Tried to get away with that while Hughes was still alive. How did the Hitler people screw up? She asked. Funny thing about that one was how many people they fooled. Afterwards, everybody said it was a really lousy fake, but you can bet that before the newspapers bid millions of dollars on it, they showed it to the best Hitlerologists they could find, and they all said it was real. Because they wanted it to be real, Lena said. Yeah, but one of the pages had some chemical in it that wouldn't be in paper before 1945. That was kind of dumb. People would want the Hemingway stories to be real, Lena said quietly to John. John's gaze stayed fixed on the center of the table, where a few strands of spaghetti lay cold and drying in a plastic bowl. Wouldn't be honest. That's for sure, Castle said cheerily, but it ain't exactly armed robbery either. A gross misuse of intellectual... It's past your bedtime, John, Lena said. We'll clean up. John nodded and pushed himself away from the table and walked heavily into the bedroom. Lena didn't say anything until she heard the bed springs creak. He isn't always like this, she said quietly. Yeah, he don't act like no alky. It's been a hard year for him. She refilled her glass. Me too. Money. That's bad. Well, we knew it was coming. He tell you about the inheritance? Castle leaned forward. He was born pretty well off. Family had textile mills up in New Hampshire. John's grandparents died in an auto accident in the 40s, and the family sold off the mills. Good timing, too. They wouldn't be worth much today. Then John's father and mother died in the 60s while he was in college. The executors set up a trust fund that looked like it would keep him in pretty good shape forever. But he wasn't interested in money. He even joined the army to see what it was like. Jesus. Afterwards, he carried a picket sign and marched against the war. You know, Vietnam. Then he finished his Ph.D. and started teaching. The trust fund must have been 50 times as much as his salary when he started out. It was still 10 times as much a couple of years ago. Boy, howdy. Castle was doing mental arithmetic and algebra with variables like Porsches and fast boats. But he let his sisters take care of it. He let them reinvest the capital. They weren't too swift. They were idiots. They took good, solid blue-chip stocks and tax-free municipals, too, boring for them, and threw it all away, gambling on commodities. She grimaced. Pork bellies? I finally had John go to Chicago and come back with what was left of his money. There wasn't much. You ain't broke, though. Damned near. There's enough income to pay for insurance, and eventually we'll be able to draw on an IRA. But the cash payments stop in 2 months. We'll have to live on John's salary. I suppose I'll get a job, too. What you want to get is a typewriter. Lena laughed and slouched back in her chair. That would be something. You think he could do it? I mean, if he would, do you think he could? He's a good writer. She looked thoughtful. He's had some stories published, in the literary magazines. The ones that pay 4 or 5 free copies. Big deal. She shrugged. Pays off in the long run, tenure. But I don't know whether being able to write a good literary story means that John could write a good Hemingway imitation. He knows enough, right? Maybe he knows too much. He might be paralyzed by his own standards. She shook her head. In some ways, he's an absolute nut about Hemingway. Obsessed, I mean. It's not good for him. Maybe writing this stuff would get it out of his system. She smiled at him. You've got more angles than a protractor. Sorry, I didn't mean to. No, she raised both hands. Don't be sorry. I like it. I like you, Castle. John's a good man, but sometimes he's too good. He poured them both more wine. Nobody ever accused me of that. I suspect not. She paused. Have you ever been in trouble with the police? Just curious. Why? Just curious. He laughed. Nickel and dime stuff when I was a kid. Just to see what you can get away with. He turned serious. Then I pulled 2 months hard time for something I didn't do. Wasn't even in town when it happened. What was it? Armed robbery. And the guy came back and hit the same goddamn store. I mean, he was one sharp cookie. He confessed to the first one, and they let me go. Why did they accuse you in the first place? Used to think it was somebody had it in for me, like the clerk who fingered me. He took a sip of wine. But hell, it was just dumb luck and dumb cops. The guy was about my height, same color hair. We both lived in the neighborhood. Cops didn't want to waste a lot of time on it. Just chucked me in jail. So you do have a police record? Girl from the ACLU made sure they wiped it clean. She wanted me to go after him for what? False arrest and wrongful imprisonment. I just wanted to get out of town. It wasn't here? Nah, Dayton, Ohio. Been here 8-9 years. That's good. Why the 3rd degree? She leaned forward and patted the back of his hand. Call it a job interview, Castle. I have a feeling we may be working together. Okay. He gave her a slow smile. Anything else you want to know? 5. The Doctor and the Doctor's Wife. John trudged into the kitchen the next morning, ignored the coffee pot, and pulled a green bottle of beer out of the fridge. He looked up at the skylight. 4 scorpions, none of them moving. Have to call the bug man today. Red wine hangover, the worst kind. He was too old for this. Cheap red wine hangover. He eased himself into a soft chair and carefully poured the beer down the side of the glass. Not too much noise, please. When you drink too much, you ought to take a couple of aspirin and some vitamins and all the water you can hold before retiring. If you drink too much, of course, you don't remember to do that. The shower turned off with a bass clunk of plumbing. John winced and took a long drink, which helped a little. When he heard the bathroom door open, he called for Lena to bring the aspirin when she came out. After a few minutes, she brought it out and handed it to him. And how is Dr. Baird today? Dr. Baird needs a doctor, or an undertaker. He shook out 2 aspirin and washed them down with the last of the beer. Like your outfit. She was wearing only a towel around her head. She simpered and struck a dancer's pose and spun daintily around. Think it'll catch on? Oh, my, yes. At 35, she still had the trim model's figure that had caught his eye in the classroom 15 years before. A safe light tan was uniform all over her body, thanks to liberal sunblock and the private sunbathing area on top of the house. Private except for the helicopter that came low overhead every weekday at 1:15. She always tried to be there in time to wave at it. The pilot had such white teeth. She wondered how many sunbathers were on his route. She undid the towel and rubbed her long blonde hair vigorously. Thought I'd cool off for a few minutes before I got dressed. Too much wine, eh? Couldn't you tell from my sparkling repartee last night? He leaned back, eyes closed, and rolled the cool glass back and forth on his forehead. Want another beer? Yeah, coffee'd be smarter, though. It's been sitting all night. Pay for my sins. He watched her swivel lightly into the kitchen, and, more than ever before, felt the difference in their ages. 17 years. He was half again as old as she. A young man would say the hell with a hangover, go grab that luscious thing and carry her back to bed. The organ that responded to this meditation was his stomach, though, and it responded very audibly. Some toast, too. Or do you want something fancier? Toast would be fine. Why was she being so nice? Usually, if he drank too much, he reaped the whirlwind in the morning. Ugh! She saw the scorpions. 5 of them now. I wonder how many it will hold before it comes crashing down. Scorpions everywhere, stunned, then angry. I'm sure the Bugman knows how to get rid of them. In Africa, they claim that if you light a ring of fire around them with gasoline or lighter fluid, they go crazy, run amok, stinging themselves to death in their frenzies. Maybe the Bugman could do that. Castle and I came up with a plan last night. It's kind of screwy, but it might just work. Read that in a book called Jungle Ways. I was 8 years old and believed every word of it. We figured out a way that it would be legal. Are you listening? Uh-huh. Let me have real sugar and some milk. She poured some milk in a cup and put it in the microwave to warm. Maybe we should talk about it later. Oh, no. Hemingway forgery. You figured out a way to make it legal. Go ahead, I'm all ears. See, you tell the publisher first off what it is, that you wrote it, and then had it typed to look authentic. Sure, be a big market for that. In fact, there could be. You'd have to generate it, but it could happen. The toast sprang up, and she brought it and 2 cups of coffee into the living room on a tray. See, the bogus manuscript is only one part of a book. I don't get it. He tore the toast into strips to dunk in the strong Cuban coffee. The rest of the book is in the nature of an exegesis of your own text. If that con man knows what exegesis is, then I can crack a safe. That part's my idea. You're really writing a book about Hemingway. You use your own text to illustrate various points. I wrote it this way instead of that way because it would be different, he conceded. Perhaps the second most egotistical piece of Hemingway's scholarship in history, a dubious distinction. You could write it tongue-in-cheek, though. It could be really amusing as well as scholarly. God, we'd have to get an unlisted number, publishers calling us night and day. Movie producers might sell 10 copies if I bought 9. You really aren't getting it, John. You don't have a particle of larceny in your heart. He put a hand on his heart and looked down. Ventricles, oracles, my undying love for you, a little heartburn, no particles. See, you tell the publisher the truth, but the publisher doesn't have to tell the truth, not until publication day. Okay, I still don't get it. She took a delicate nibble of toast. It goes like this. They print the bogus Hemingway up into a few copies of bogus-bound galleys, top secret. My exegesis carefully left off. That's the ticket. They sent it out to a few selected scholars, along with Xeroxes of a few sample manuscript pages. All they say, in effect, is, does this seem authentic to you? Please keep it under your hat for obvious reasons. Then they sit back and collect blurbs. I can see the kind of blurbs they'd get from Scott or Mike or Jack, for instance. Some variation of, what kind of idiot do you think I am? Those aren't the kind of people you send it to, dope. You send it to people who think they're experts but aren't. Castle says this is how the Hitler thing almost worked. They knew better than to show it to historians in general. They showed it to a few people and didn't quote the ones who thought it was a fake. Surely you can come up with a list of people who would be easy to fool. Any scholar could. Be a different list for each one. I'd be on some of them. So they bring it out on April Fool's Day. You get the front page of the New York Times Book Review. Publishers Weekly does a story. Everybody wants to be in on the joke. Bestseller list, here we come. Yeah, sure, but you haven't thought it through. He leaned back, balancing the coffee cup on his slight pot belly. What about the guys who give us the blurbs? Those second-rate scholars. They're going to look pretty bad. We did think of that. No way they could sue, not if the letter accompanying the galleys is carefully written. It doesn't have to say, I don't mean getting sued. I mean I don't want to be responsible for hurting other people's careers. Maybe wrecking a career if the person was too extravagant in his endorsement and had people looking for things to use against him. You know departmental politics. People go down the chute for less serious crimes than making an ass of yourself and your institution in print. She put her cup down with a clatter. You're always thinking about other people. Why don't you think about yourself for a change? She was on the verge of tears. Think about us. All right, let's do that. What do you think would happen to my career at BU if I pissed off the wrong people with this exercise? How long do you think it would take me to make full professor? Do you think BU would make a full professor out of a man who uses his specialty to pull vicious practical jokes? Just do me the favor of thinking about it. Cool down and weigh the pluses and minuses. If you did it with the right touch, your department would love it. And God, Harry wants to get rid of the chairmanship so bad he'd give it to an axe murderer. You know you'll make full professor about 30 seconds before Harry hands you the keys to the office and runs. True enough. He finished the coffee and stood up in a slow creak. I'll give it some thought, horizontally. He turned toward the bedroom. Want some company? He looked at her for a moment. Indeed I do. 6. In our time. Back already? Need to find a metacausal. One guy seems to be generating the danger flag in various timelines. John Baird, who's a scholar in some of them, a soldier in some, and a rich playboy in a few. He's always a Hemingway nut, though. He does something that starts off the ripples in 95, 96, 97, depending on which timeline you're in, but I can't seem to get close to it. There's something odd about him, and it doesn't have to do with Hemingway specifically. But he's definitely causing the eddy? Has to be him. All right, find a metacausal that all the doom lines have in common, and forget about the others, and go talk to him. There'll be resonance, but who cares? Moot after AD 2006. That's true. I'll hit all the doom lines at once, then, neutralize the metacausal, then jump ahead and do some spot checks. Good, and no killing this time. I understand, but you're too close to 2006. Kill the wrong person and the whole thing could unravel. Well, there are differences of opinion. We could certainly feel it if the world failed to come to an end in those lines. As you say, differences of opinion. My opinion is that you better not kill anybody, or I'll send you back to patrol the 14th century again. Understood. And I can't guarantee that I can neutralize the metacausal without eliminating John Baird. 14th century. Some people love it. Others think it was nasty, brutish, and long. 7. A clean, well-lighted place. Most of the sleuthing that makes up literary scholarship takes place in settings either neutral or unpleasant. Libraries' old stacks, attics metaphorical and actual, dust and silverfish, yellowed paper and fading ink. Books and letters that appear in card files but not on shelves. Hemingway researchers have a haven outside of Boston, the Hemingway Collection at the University of Massachusetts John F. Kennedy Library. It's a triangular room with one wall dominated by a picture window that looks over Boston Harbor to the sea. Comfortable easy chairs surround a coffee table, but John had never seen them in use. Work tables under the picture window provided realistic room for computer and clutter. Skins from animals the Hemingways had dispatched in Africa snarled up from the floor, and one wall was dominated by Hemingway memorabilia and photographs. What made the room nirvana, though, was row upon row of boxes containing tens of thousands of Xerox pages of Hemingway correspondence, manuscripts, clippings, everything from a boyhood shopping list to all extant versions of every short story and poem and novel. John liked to get there early so he could claim one of the 3 computers. He snapped it on, inserted a CD, and typed in his code number. Then he keyed in the database index and started searching. The more commonly requested items would appear on screen if you asked for them. Whenever someone requested a physical copy of an item, an electronic copy automatically was sent into the database. But most of the things John needed were obscure, and he had to haul down the letterboxes and physically flip through them, just like some poor scholar inhabiting the first 9/10 of the 20th century. Time disappeared for him as he abandoned his notes and followed lines of instinct, leaping from letter to manuscript to note to interview, doing what was in essence the opposite of the scholar's job. A scholar would normally be trying to find out what these stories had been about. John instead was trying to track down every reference that might restrict what he himself could write about, simulating the stories. The most confining restriction was the one he'd first remembered walking away from the bar where he'd met Castle. The one-paragraph answer that Hadley had given to Carlos Baker about the unfinished novel, that it was a Nick Adams story about hunting and fishing up in Michigan. John didn't know anything about hunting, and most of his fishing experience was limited to watching a bobber and hoping it wouldn't go down and break his train of thought. There was the one story that Hemingway had left unpublished, Boys and Girls Together, mostly clumsy self-parody. It covered the right period and the right activities, but using it as a source would be sensitive business, tiptoeing through a minefield. Anyone looking for a fake would go straight there. Of course, John could go up to the Michigan woods and camp out, see things for himself, and try to recreate them in the Hemingway style. Later, though. First order of business was to make sure there was nothing in this huge collection that would torpedo the whole project. Some postcard where Hemingway said, "You're going to like this novel because it has a big scene about cleaning fish." The short stories would be less restricted in subject matter. According to Hemingway, they'd been about growing up in Oak Park and Michigan and the battlefields of Italy. That made him stop and think. The one dramatic experience he shared with Hemingway was combat, 50 years later, to be sure, in Vietnam. But the basic situations couldn't have changed that much. Terror, heroism, cowardice. The guns and grenades were a little more streamlined, but they did the same things to people. Maybe do a World War I story as a finger exercise, see whether it would be realistic to try a longer growing-up-in-Michigan pastiche. He made a note to himself about that on the computer, oblique enough not to be damning, and continued the eye-straining job of searching through Hadley's correspondence, trying to find some further reference to the lost novel. Damn. Writing to Ernest's mother, Hadley noted that the taxi driver broke his typewriter on the way to the Constantinople conference. Did he get it fixed, or just chuck it? A quick check showed that the typeface of his manuscripts did indeed change after July 1924, so they'd never be able to find it. There were typewriters in Hemingway shrines in Key West, Billings, Shrooms. The initial plan had been to find which was the old Corona, then locate an identical one and have Castle arrange a swap. So they would fall back on Plan B. Castle had claimed to be good with mechanical things and thought if they could find a 1921 Corona, he could tweak the keys around so they would produce a convincing manuscript, lowercase s a hair low, e a hair high, and so forth. How he could be so sure of success without ever having seen the inside of a manual typewriter, John did not know, nor did he have much confidence. But it wouldn't have to be a perfect simulation, since they weren't out to fool the whole world, but just a few reviewers who would only see 2 or 3 Xeroxed pages. He could probably do a close enough job. John put it out of his mind and moved on to the next letter. But it was an odd coincidence for him to think about Castle at that instant, since Castle was thinking about him, or at least asking. 8. The Coming Man. How was he when he was younger? He never was younger. She laughed and rolled around inside the compass of his arms to face him. Than you, I mean. He was in his mid-30s when we met. You can't be much over 25. He kissed the end of her nose. 30 this year, but I still get carded sometimes. I'm a year older than you are, so you have to do anything I say. So far, so good. He'd checked her wallet when she'd gone into the bathroom to insert the diaphragm and knew she was 35. Break out the whips and chains now? Not till next week. Work up to it slowly. She pulled away from him and mopped her front with the sheet. You're good at being slow. I like being asked to come back. How about tonight and tomorrow morning? If you feed me lots of vitamins. How long you think he'll be up in Boston? He's got a train ticket for Wednesday, but he said he might stay longer if he got onto something. Castle laughed. Or into something. Think he might have a girl up there, some student like you used to be? That would be funny. I guess it's not impossible. She covered her eyes with the back of her hand. The wife was always the last to know. They both laughed. But I don't think so. He's a sweet guy, but he's just not real sexy. I think his students see him as kind of a favorite uncle. You fell for him once. Uh-huh. He had all of his current virtues plus a full head of hair, no pot belly. And, what am I forgetting? He was hung like an elephant? No, I guess it was the millions of dollars. That could be pretty sexy. 9. Wanderings. It was a good thing John liked to nose around obscure neighborhoods shopping. You couldn't walk into any old Kmart and pick up a 1921 Corona Portable. In fact, you couldn't walk into any typewriter shop in Boston and find one, not any. Nowadays they all sold self-contained word processors with a few dusty electrics in the back room. A few had fancy manual typewriters from Italy or Switzerland. It had been almost 30 years since the American manufacturers had made a machine that wrote without electronic help. He had a little better luck with pawnshops. Lots of Smith Coronas, a few L.C. Smiths, and 2 actual Coronas that might have been old enough. One had too large a typeface, and the other, although the typeface was the same as Hemingway's, was missing a couple of letters. The quick own fox jumped of the lazy dog. The challenge of writing a convincing Hemingway novel without using the letters E and R seemed daunting. He bought the machine anyhow, thinking they might ultimately have 2 or several broken ones that could be concatenated into one reliable machine. The old pawnbroker rang up his purchase and made change and slammed the cash drawer shut. Now, you don't look to me like the kind of man who would hold it against a man who... He shrugged. Well, who sold you something and then suddenly remembered that there was a place with lots of those somethings? Of course not. Business is business. I don't know the name of the guy or his shop. I think he calls it a museum up in Brunswick, Maine. He's got 1,000 old typewriters. He buys, sells, trades. That's the only place I know of you might find one with the missing whatever you call 'em. Fonts. He put the antique typewriter under his arm. The handle was missing, and shook the old man's hand. Thanks a lot. This might save me weeks. With some difficulty, John got together packing materials and shipped the machine to Key West, along with Xeroxes of a few dozen pages of Hemingway's typed copy and a note suggesting Castle see what he could do. Then he went to the library and found a Brunswick telephone directory. Under Office Machines and Supplies was listed Crazy Tom's Typewriter Museum and Sales Emporium. John rented a car and headed north. The small town had rolled up its sidewalks by the time he got there. He drove past Crazy Tom's and pulled into the first motel. It had a neon vacancy sign, but the innkeeper had to be roused from a deep sleep. He took John's credit card number and directed him to room 14, and pointedly turned on the no sign. There were only 2 other cars in the motel lot. John slept late and treated himself to a full trucker's breakfast at the local diner, 2 pork chops and eggs and hash browns. Then he worked off 10 calories by walking to the shop. Crazy Tom was younger than John expected, 30-ish, with an unruly shock of black hair. A manual typewriter lay upside down on an immaculate work table, but most of the place was definitely maculate. Thousands of peanut shells littered the floor. Crazy Tom was eating them compulsively from a large wooden bowl. When he saw John standing in the doorway, he offered some. "Unsalted," he said. "Good for you." John crunched his way over the peanut shell carpet. The only light in the place was the bare bulb suspended over the work table, though 2 unlit high-intensity lamps were clamped on either side of it. The walls were floor-to-ceiling gloomy shelves holding hundreds of typewriters, mostly black. "Let me guess," the man said as John scooped up a handful of peanuts. "You're here about a typewriter." "A specific one. A 1921 Corona Portable." "Ah." He closed his eyes in thought. "Hemingway, his first. Or I guess the first after he started writing. 27 Corona now, that'd be Faulkner." "You get a lot of calls for them?" "Couple times a year. People hear about this place and see if they can find one like the master used, whoever the master is to them. Sympathetic magic and all that. But you aren't a writer." "I've had some stories published." "Yeah, but you look too comfortable. You do something else. Teach school." He looked around in the gloom. "Corona, Corona." Then he sang the 6 syllables to the tune of Corina, Corina. He walked a few steps into the darkness and returned with a small machine and set it on the table. "Newer than 1920 because of the way it says Corona here. Older than 1927 because of the tab setup." He found a piece of paper and a chair. "Go on, try it." John typed out a few quick foxes and aids to one's party. The typeface was identical to the one on the machine Hadley had given Hemingway before they'd been married. The up and down displacements of the letters were different, of course, but Castle should be able to fix that once he'd practiced with the backup machine. John cracked a peanut. "How much?" "What you need it for." "Why is that important?" "It's the only one I got. Rather rent it than sell it." He didn't look like he was lying, trying to push the price up. $1,000 to buy, $100 a month to rent." "Tell you what, then. I buy it, and if it doesn't bring me luck, you agree to buy it back at a proratum. My $1,000 minus 10% per month." Crazy Tom stuck out his hand. "Let's have a beer on it." "Isn't it a little early for that?" "Not if you eat peanuts all morning." He took 2 long-necked Budweisers from a cooler and set them on paper towels on the table. "So what kind of stuff you write?" "Short stories and some poetry." The beer was good after the heavy, greasy breakfast. Nothing you would have seen unless you read magazines like Iowa Review and Tri-Quarterly. "Oh, yeah, fold-outs of Gertrude Stein and H.D. I might have read your stuff." "John Baird?" He shook his head. "Maybe. I'm no good with names." "If you recognize my name from the Iowa Review, you'd be the first person who ever had." "I was right about the Hemingway connection?" "Of course." "But you don't write like Hemingway for no Iowa Review. Short, declarative sentences, truly this, truly that." "No, you were right about the teaching, too. I teach Hemingway up at Boston University." "So that's why the typewriter." "Play show and tell with your students?" "That, too. Mainly I want to write some on it and see how it feels." From the back of the shop, a third person listened to the conversation with great interest. It wasn't really a person, though he could look like one. He had never been born, and he would never die. But then he didn't really exist, not in the down-home, pinch-yourself-ouch way that you and I do. In another way, he did more than exist, since he could slip back and forth between places you and I don't even have words for. He was carrying a wand that could be calibrated for heart attack, stroke, or metastasized cancer on one end. The other end induced a kind of aphasia. He couldn't use it unless he materialized. He walked toward the 2 men, making no crunching sounds on the peanut shells because he weighed less than a thought. He studied John Baird's face from about a foot away. "I guess it's a mystical thing, though I'm uncomfortable with that word. See whether I can get into his frame of mind." "Funny thing," Crazy Tom said. "I never thought of him typing out his stories. He was always sitting in some cafe, writing in notebooks, piling up sources." "You've read a lot about him?" "That would be another reason not to try the forgery. This guy comes out of the woodwork and says, 'I sold John Baird a 1921 Corona Portable.'" "Hell, all I do is read. If I get 2 customers a day, one of 'em's a mistake, and the other just wants directions. I've read all of Hemingway's fiction and most of the journalism, and I think all of the poetry. Not just the Querschnitt period, the more interesting stuff." The Invisible Man was puzzled. Quite obviously John Baird planned some sort of Hemingway forgery, but then he should be growing worried over this man's dangerous expertise. Instead, he was radiating relief. What course of action? Inaction. He could go back a few hours in time and steal this typewriter, though he would have to materialize for that, and it would cause suspicions. And Baird could find another. He could kill one or both of them, now or last week or next, but that would mean duty in the 14th century for more than forever, when you exist out of time. A century of unpleasantness is long enough for planets to form and die. He wouldn't have been drawn to this meeting if it were not a strong causal nexus. There must be earlier ones, since John Baird did not just stroll down a back street in this little town and decide to change history by buying a typewriter. But the earlier ones must be too weak, or something was masking them. Maybe it was a good time-place to get John Baird alone and explain things to him, then use the wand on him. But no, not until he knew exactly what he was preventing. With considerable effort of will and expenditure of something like energy, he froze time at this instant and traveled to a couple of hundred adjacent realities that were all in this same bundle of doomed timelines. In most of them, Baird was here in Crazy Tom's typewriter museum and sales emporium. In some, he was in a similar place in New York. In two, he was back in the Hemingway collection. In one, John Baird didn't exist. The whole planet was a lifeless, blasted cinder. He'd known about that timeline. It had been sort of a dry run. He did both, John then said, in most of the timelines. Sometimes typing, sometimes fountain pen or pencil. I've seen the rough draft of his first novel, written out in a stack of 7 French school kids' copybooks. He looked around, memory working. A red herring wouldn't hurt. He'd never come across a reference to any other specific Hemingway typewriter, but maybe this guy had. You know what kind of machine he used in Key West or Havana? Crazy Tom pulled on his chin. Nope. Bring me a sample of the typing, and I might be able to pin it down, though. And I'll keep an eye out. Got a card? John took out a business card and his checkbook. Take a check on a Boston bank? Sure. I take one on a Tierra del Fuego bank. Who'd stiff you on a 70-year-old typewriter? Sylvester Castlemaine might, John thought. I've had this business almost 20 years, Tom continued. Not a single bounce check of bent plastic. Yeah, John said. Why would a crook want an old typewriter? The Invisible Man laughed and went away. 10. Banal Story. Dear Lena and Castle, typing this on the new, old machine to give you an idea about what has to be modified to mimic EHs. Lowercase a, b, c, d, e, f, g, h, I, j, k, l, m, n, o, p, q, r, s, t, u, v, w, x, y, z. Uppercase a, b, c, d, e, f, g, h, I, j, k, l, m, n, o, p, q, r, s, t, u, v, w, x, y, z. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Period, slash. Quotation marks, number sign, dollar sign, percentage sign, underline, ampersand, apostrophe, brackets, asterisk, question mark. Other mechanical things to think about. 1. Paper. One thing that made people suspicious about the Hitler forgery is that experts know that old paper smells old, and of course there was that fatal chemical composition error that clinched it. As we discussed, my first thought was that one of us would have to go to Paris and nose around in old attics and so forth, trying to find either a stack of 75-year-old paper or an old blank book we could cut pages out of. But in the JFK Library collection, I found out that E.H. actually did bring some American-made paper along with him. A lot of the rough draft of In Our Time, written in Paris a year or two after our discovery, was typed on the back of 6-by-7-inch stationery from his parents' vacation place in Windermere, Xerox enclosed. It should be pretty easy to duplicate on a hand press, and of course it will be a lot easier to find 75-year-old American paper. One complication, unfortunately, is that I haven't really seen the paper, only a Xerox of the pages. I have to come up with some pretext to either visit the vault or have a page brought up, so I can check the color of the ink, memorize the weight and decal of the paper, check to see how the edges are cut. I'm starting to sound like a real forger. In for a penny, though, in for a pound. One of the critics who sent the fragment might want to see the actual document and compare it with the existing Windermere pages. 2. Inks. This should not be a problem. Here's a recipe for typewriter ribbon ink from a 1918 book of commercial formulas. 8 ounces lampblack, 4 ounces gum arabic, 1 quart methylated spirits. That last one is wood alcohol. The others ought to be available in Miami if you can't find them on the Rock. Aging the ink on the paper gets a little tricky. I haven't been able to find anything about it in the libraries around here. No forgery for fun and profit. May check in New York before coming back. If we don't find anything, I'd suggest baking it for a few days at a temperature low enough not to greatly affect the paper, then interleaving it with blank sheets of the old paper and pressing them together for a few days, to restore the old smell and further absorb the residual ink solvents. Toyed with the idea of actually allowing the manuscript to mildew somewhat, but that might get out of hand and actually destroy some of it. Or, for all I know, we'd be employing a species of mildew that doesn't speak French. Again, thinking like a true forger, which may be a waste of time and effort, but I have to admit is kind of fun. Playing cops and robbers at my age. Well, I'll call tonight. Miss you, Lena. Your partner in crime, John. 11. A Divine Gesture. When John returned to his place in Boston, there was a message on his answering machine. "John, this is Nelson Van Nuys. Harry told me you were in town. I left something in your box at the office, and I strongly suggest you take it before somebody else does. I'll be out of town for a week, but give me a call if you're here next Friday. You can take me and Doris out to dinner at Panache." Panache was the most expensive restaurant in Cambridge. Interesting. John checked his watch. He hadn't planned to go to the office, but there was plenty of time to swing by on his way to returning the rental car. The train didn't leave for another 4 hours. Van Nuys was a fellow Hemingway scholar and sometime drinking buddy who taught at Brown. What had he brought 90 miles to deliver in person rather than mail? He was probably just in town and dropped by, but it was worth checking. No one but the secretary was in the office, noontime, for which John was obscurely relieved. In his box were 3 interdepartmental memos, a textbook catalogue, and a brown cardboard box that sloshed when he picked it up. He took it all back to his office and closed the door. The office made him feel a little weary, as usual. He wondered whether they would be shuffling people around again this year. The department liked to keep its professors in shape by having them haul tons of books and files up and down the corridor every couple of years. He glanced at the memos and pitched them, irrelevant since he wasn't teaching in the summer, and put the catalogue in his briefcase. Then he carefully opened the cardboard box. It was a half-pint Jack Daniels bottle, but it didn't have bourbon in it, a cloudy, greenish liquid. John unscrewed the top, and with the sharp Pernod tang, the memory came back. He and Van Nuys had wasted half an afternoon in Paris years ago trying to track down a source of true absinthe. So he had finally found some. Absinthe. Nectar of the gods, ruination of several generations of French artists, students, working men, outlawed in 1915 for its addictive and hallucinogenic qualities. Where had Van Nuys found it? He screwed the top back on tightly and put it back in the box, and put the box in his briefcase. If its effect really was all that powerful, you probably wouldn't want to drive under its influence. In Boston traffic, of course, a little lane-weaving and a few mild collisions would go unnoticed. Once he was safely on the train, he'd try a shot or two of it. It couldn't be all that potent. Child of the 60s, John had taken LSD, psilocybin, ecstasy, and peyote, and remembered with complete accuracy the quality of each drug's hallucinations. The effects of absinthe would be nearly as extreme as its modern successors, but it was probably just as well to try it first in a place where unconsciousness or Steve Allen imitations or speaking in tongues would go unremarked. He turned in the rental car and took a cab to South Station rather than juggle suitcase, briefcase, and typewriter through the subway system. Once there, he nursed a beer through an hour of the Yankees murdering the Red Sox, and then rented a cart to roll his burden down to Track 3, where a smiling porter installed him aboard the Silver Meteor, its range newly extended from Boston to Miami. He had loved the train since his boyhood in Washington. His mother hated flying, and so they often clickety-clacked from place to place in the snug comfort of first-class compartments. Eidetic memory blunted his enjoyment of the modern Amtrak version. This compartment was as large as the ones he had read and done puzzles in 40 years before, amazing and delighting his mother with his proficiency in word games. But the smell of good old leather was gone, replaced by plastic, and the fittings that had been polished brass were chromed steel now. On the middle of the red plastic seat was a hospitality pack, a plastic box encased in plastic wrap that contained a wedge of indestructible cheese food, as if cheese had to eat, a small plastic bottle of cheap California wine, a plastic glass to contain it, and an apple, possibly not plastic. John hung up his coat and tie in the small closet provided beside where the bed would fold down, and for a few minutes he watched with interest as his fellow passengers and their accompaniment hurried or ambled to their cars. Mostly old people, of course. Enough young ones, John hoped, to keep the trains alive a few decades more. "Mr. Baird?" John turned to face a black porter who bowed slightly and favored him with a blinding smile of white and gold. "My name is George, and I will be at your service as far as Atlanta. Is everything satisfactory?" "Doing fine. But if you could find me a glass made of glass and a couple of ice cubes, I might mention you in my will." "1 minute, sir." In fact, it took less than a minute. That was one aspect, John had to admit, that had improved in recent years. The service on Amtrak in the 60s and 70s had been right up there with Alcatraz and the Hanoi Hilton. He closed and locked the compartment door and carefully poured about 2 ounces of the absinthe into the glass. Like Pernod, it turned milky on contact with the ice. He swirled it around and breathed deeply. It did smell much like Pernod, but with an acrid tang that was probably oil of wormwood. An experimental sip. The wormwood didn't dominate the licorice flavor, but it was there. "Thanks, Nelson," he whispered, and drank the whole thing in one cold, fiery gulp. He set down the glass, and the train began to move. For a weird moment, that seemed hallucinatory, but it always did, the train starting off so smoothly and silently. For about 10 minutes he felt nothing unusual as the train did its slow tour of Boston's least attractive backyards. The conductor who checked his ticket seemed like a normal human being, which could have been a hallucination. John knew that some drugs, like amyl nitrite, hit with a swift slap, while others creep into your mind like careful infiltrators. This was the way of absinthe. All he felt was a slight alcohol buzz, and he was about to take another shot when it subtly began. There were things just at the periphery of his vision, odd things with substance, but somehow without shape, that of course moved away when he turned his head to look at them. At the same time a whispering began in his ears, just audible over the train noise, but not intelligible, as if in a language he had heard before but not understood. For some reason the effects were pleasant, though of course they could be frightening if a person were not expecting weirdness. He enjoyed the illusions for a few minutes, while the scenery outside mellowed into woodsy suburbs, and the visions and voices stopped rather suddenly. He poured another ounce, and this time diluted it with water. He remembered the sad woman in Hills Like White Elephants, lamenting that everything new tasted like licorice, and allowed himself to wonder what Hemingway had been drinking when he wrote that curious story. Chuckling at his own, effrontery, John took out the 1921 Corona and slipped a sheet of paper into it and balanced it on his knees. He had earlier thought of the first 2 lines of the World War I pastiche. He typed them down and kept going. The dirt on the sides of the trenches was never completely dry in the morning. If Nick could find an old newspaper, he would put it between his chest and the dirt when he went out to lean on the side of the trench and wait for the light. First light was the best time. You might have luck and see a muzzle flash, but patience was better than luck. Wait to see a helmet or a head without a helmet. Nick looked at the enemy line through a rectangular box of wood that went through the trench at about ground level. The other end of the box was covered by a square of gauze the color of dirt. A person looking directly at it might see the muzzle flash when Nick fired through the box, but with luck the flash would be the last thing he saw. Nick had fired through the gauze 6 times, perhaps killing 3 enemy, and the gauze now had a ragged hole in the center. Okay, John thought, he'd be able to see slightly better through the hole in the center, but staring that way would reduce the effective field of view, so he would deliberately try to look to one side or the other. How to type that down in a simple way? Someone cleared his throat. John looked up from the typewriter. Sitting across from him was Ernest Hemingway, the weathered, wise Hemingway of the famous Karsh photograph. "I'm afraid you must not do that," Hemingway said. John looked at the half-full glass of absinthe and looked back. Hemingway was still there. "Jesus Christ," he said. It isn't absinthe. Hemingway's image rippled, and he became the handsome teenager who had gone to war, the war John was writing about. I am quite real. In a way, I am more real than you are. As it spoke, it aged. The mustachioed leading man, handsome Hemingway of the 20s, the slightly corpulent, still magnetic media hero of the 30s and 40s, the beard turning white, the features hard and sad, and then twisting with impotence and madness, and then a sudden loud report, and the cranial vault exploding, the mahogany veneer of the wall splashed with blood and brains and embedded chips of skull. There was a strong smell of cordite and blood. The almost headless corpse shrugged, spreading its hands. I can look like anyone I want. The mess disappeared, and it became the young Hemingway again. John slumped and stared. This thing you just started must never be finished. This Hemingway pastiche. It will ruin something very important. What would it ruin? I'm not even planning to. Your plans are immaterial. If you continue with this project, it will profoundly affect the future. You're from the future? I'm from the future and the past, and other temporalities that you can't comprehend. But all you need to know is that you must not write this Hemingway story. If you do, I or someone like me will have to kill you. It gestured, and a wand the size of a walking stick, half black and half white, appeared in its hand. It tapped John's knee with the white end. There was a slight tingle. Now you won't be able to tell anybody about me or write anything about me down. If you try to talk about me, the memory will disappear and reappear moments later, along with the knowledge that I will kill you if you don't cooperate. It turned into the bloody corpse again. Understood? Of course. If you behave, you will never have to see me again. It started to fade. Wait, what do you really look like? This. For a few seconds, John stared at an ebony presence deeper than black. At once points and edges and surfaces and volume and hints of further dimensions. You can't really see or know, a voice whispered inside his head. He reached into the blackness and jerked his hand back, rimmed with frost and numb. The thing disappeared. He stuck his hand under his armpit, and feeling returned. That last apparition was the unsettling one. He had Hemingway's appearance at every age memorized, and had seen the corpse in the mind's eye often enough. A drug could conceivably have brought them all together and made up this fantastic demand, which might actually be nothing more than a reasonable side of his nature trying to make him stop wasting time on this silly project. But that thing... His hand was back to normal. Maybe a drug could do that, too, make your hand feel freezing. LSD did more profound things than that, but not while arguing about a manuscript. He considered the remaining absinthe. Maybe take another big blast of it and see whether old Ernie comes back again. Or no, there was a simpler way to check. The bar was 4 rocking and rolling cars away, and bouncing his way from wall to window helped sober John up. When he got there, he had another twinge for the memories of the past. Stained formica tables. No service. You had to go to a bar at the other end. Acrid with cigarette fumes. He remembered linen tablecloths and endless bottles of Coke with the names of cities from everywhere stamped on the bottom, and when his father came along with him, the rich, sultry smoke of his Havanas. The fat Churchills from Punch that emphysema stopped just before Castro could. A Coke, please. He wondered which depressed him more, the red can or the plastic cup with miniature ice cubes. The test. It was not in his nature to talk to strangers on public conveyances, but this was necessary. There was a man sitting alone who looked about John's age, a Social Security-bound hippie with wire-rimmed John Lennon glasses, white hair down to his shoulders, bushy grey beard. He nodded when John sat down across from him, but didn't say anything. He sipped beer and looked blankly out at the gathering darkness. "Excuse me," John said, "but I have a strange thing to ask you." The man looked at him. "I don't mind strange things, but please don't try to sell me anything illegal." "I wouldn't. It may have something to do with a drug, but it would be one I took." "You do look odd. You tripping?" "Doesn't feel like it, but I may have been slipped something." He leaned back and rubbed his eyes. I just talked to Ernest Hemingway. The writer? In my roomette, yeah. Wow, he must be pretty old. He's dead more than 30 years. Oh, wow. Now that is something weird. What do you say? You know what a pastiche is? French pastry? No, it's when you copy, when you create an imitation of another person's writing. Hemingway's in this case. Is that legal? I mean, with him dead and all? Sure it is, as long as you don't try to foist it off as Hemingway's real stuff. So what happened? He wanted to help you with it? Actually, no. He said I'd better stop. Then you better stop. You don't fuck around with ghosts. He pointed at the old brass bracelet on John's wrist. You and the Nam. 68, John said. Way. Then you ought to know about ghosts. You don't fuck with ghosts. Yeah. What he'd thought was aloofness in the man's eyes, the set of his mouth, was aloneness, something slightly different. You okay? Oh, yeah. Wasn't for a while, then I got my shit together. He looked out the window again and said something weirdly like Hemingway. I learned to take it a day at a time. The day you're in's the only day that's real. The past is shit, and the future, hell, someday your future's gonna be that you got no future, so fuck it, one day at a time. John nodded. What outfit were you in? Like I say, man, the past is shit, no offense. No, that's okay. He poured the rest of his Coke over the ice and stood up to go. You better talk to somebody about those ghosts. Some kind of shrink, It's not that they're not real, but just you got to deal with them. Thanks, I will. John got a little more ice from the barman and negotiated his way down the lurching corridor back to his compartment, trying not to spill his drink while also juggling fantasy, reality, past, present, memory. He opened the door, and Hemingway was there, drinking his absinthe. He looked up with weary malice. Am I going to have to kill you? What John did next would have surprised Castlemaine, who thought he was a nebbish. He closed the compartment door and sat down across from the apparition. Maybe you can kill me, and maybe you can't. Don't worry, I can. You said I wouldn't be able to talk to anyone about you, but I just walked down to the bar car and did. I know. That's why I came back. So if one of your powers doesn't work, maybe another doesn't. At any rate, if you kill me, you'll never find out what went wrong. That's very cute, but it doesn't work. He finished off the absinthe and then ran a finger around the rim of the glass, which refilled out of nowhere. You're making assumptions about causality that are necessarily naive, because you can't perceive even half of the dimensions that you inhabit. Nevertheless, you haven't killed me yet. And assumptions about my psychology that are absurd. I am no more a human being than you are a paramecium. I'll accept that. But I would make a deal with a paramecium if I thought I could gain an advantage from it. What could you possibly have to deal with, though? I know something about myself that you evidently don't. That enables me to overcome your don't-talk restriction. Knowing that might be worth a great deal to you. Maybe something. What I would like in exchange is, of course, my life, and an explanation of why I must not do the Hemingway pastiche. Then I wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it if I killed you, either. John sipped his Coke and waited. All right, it goes something like this. There is not just one universe, but actually uncountable zillions of them. They're all roughly the same size and complexity as this one, and they're all going off in a zillion different directions, and it is one hell of a job to keep things straight. You do this by yourself? You're God? There's not just one of me. In fact, it would be meaningless to assign a number to us, but I guess you could say that altogether we are God, and the devil, and the cosmic puppet master, and the grand unification theory, the great pumpkin, and everything else. When we consider ourselves as a group, let me see, I guess a human translation of our name would be The Spatio-Temporal Adjustment Board. Stab? I guess that is unfortunate. Anyhow, what stab does is more the work of a scalpel than a knife. The Hemingway scratched its nose, leaving the absinthe suspended in midair. Events are supposed to happen in certain ways, in certain sequences. You look at things happening and say cause and effect, or coincidence, or golly, that couldn't have happened in a million years. But you don't even have a clue. Don't even try to think about it. It's like an ant trying to figure out general relativity. It wouldn't have a clue. Wouldn't know where to start. The apparition gave him a sharp look and continued. These universes come in bundles, hundreds of them, thousands, that are pretty much the same. And they affect each other, resonate with each other. When something goes wrong in one, it resonates and screws up all of them. You mean to say that if I write a Hemingway pastiche, hundreds of universes are going to go straight to hell? The apparition spread its hands and looked to the ceiling. Nothing is simple. The only thing that's simple is that nothing is simple. I'm a sort of literature specialist. American literature of the 19th and 20th centuries, usually. Most of my time-space is taken up with guys like Hemingway, Teddy Roosevelt, Heinlein, Bierce, Crane, Spillane, Twain. Not William Dean Howells. Not him, or James, or Carver, or Coover, or Cheever, or any of those guys. If everybody gave me as little trouble as William Dean Howells, I could spend most of my time-space on a planet where the fishing was good. Masculine writers, John said, but not all hairy-chested macho types. I'll give you an A- on that one. They're writers who have an accumulating effect on the masculine side of the American national character. There's no one word for it, though it is a specific thing, individualistic, competence-worshipping, short-term optimism and long-term existentialism. There may be nothing after I die, but I sure as hell will do the job right while I'm here, even though I'm surrounded by idiots. You see the pattern? Okay, and I see how Hemingway fits in. But how could writing a pastiche interfere with it? That's a limitation I have. I don't know specifically. I do know that the accelerating revival of interest in Hemingway from the 70s through the 90s is vitally important, in the Soviet Union as well as the United States. For some reason, I can feel your pastiche interfering with it. He stretched out the absinthe glass into a yard-long amber crystal, and it changed into the black-and-white cane. The glass reappeared in the drink-holder by the window. Your turn. You won't kill me after you hear what I have to say? No, go ahead. Well, I have an absolutely eidetic memory. Everything I've ever seen, or smelled, or tasted, or heard, or touched, or even dreamed, I can instantly recall. Every other memory freak I've read about was limited. Numbers, dates, calendar tricks, historical details, and most of them were idiot savants. And I have at least normal intelligence. But from the age of about 3, I have never forgotten anything. The Hemingway smiled congenially. Thank you. That's exactly it. It fingered the black end of the cane, clicking something. If you had the choice, would you rather die of a heart attack, stroke, or cancer? That's it, John said. The Hemingway nodded. Well, you're human enough to cheat, to lie. It's not something you could understand. Stroke? It might not work. We're going to find out right now. The Hemingway lowered the cane. Wait, what's death? Is there anything I should do, anything you know? The rod stopped, poised an inch over John's knee. I guess you just end. Is that so bad? Compared to not ending, it's bad. That shows how little you know. I and the ones like me can never die. If you want something to occupy your last moment, your last thought, you might pity me. John stared straight into its eyes. Fuck you. The cane dropped. A fireball exploded in his head. 12. Marriage is a dangerous game. We'll blackmail him. Castle and Lena were together in the big antique bathtub, in a sea of pink foam, her back against his chest. "Sure," she said. "If you don't let us pass this manuscript off as the real thing, we'll tell everybody you've faked it." "Something wrong with that, but I can't quite put my finger on it." "Here, I'll put mine on it." She giggled. "Later." "What do you mean, blackmail?" "Got it all figured out. I've got this friend, Pansy. She used to be a call girl. Been out of the game 7-8 years. Still looks like $1 million. Sure, we fixed John up with this hooker." "Call girl isn't a hooker. We're talking class." "In the first place, John wouldn't pay for sex. He did that in Vietnam, and it still bothers him." "Not talking about pay. Talking about falling in love. While she meanwhile fucks his eyeballs out." "You have such a turn of phrase, Sylvester. Then, while his eyeballs are out, you come in with a camera." "Yeah, but you're about 6 steps ahead." "Okay, step 2. How do we get them together? Church social?" "She moves in next door." There was another upstairs apartment unoccupied. "You and me and Julio are conveniently somewhere else when she shows up with all these boxes and that big flight of stairs." Sure, John would help her, but that's his nature. He'd help her if she were an ugly old crone with leprosy. Carry a few boxes, sit down for a cup of coffee, maybe, but not jump into the sack. "Okay, you know John." His voice dropped to a husky whisper, and he cupped her breasts. "But I know men, and I know Pansy. And Pansy could give a hard-on to a corpse." "Sure, and then fuck his eyeballs out. They'd come out easier." "What?" "Never mind, go ahead." "Well, look, do you know what a call girl does?" "I suppose you call her up and say you've got this eyeball problem." "Enough with the eyeballs. What she does, she works for an escort service. That part of it's legal. Guy comes into town, business or maybe on vacation. He calls up the service and they ask what kind of companion he'd like. If he says, like, give me some broad with a tight ass, can suck the chrome off a bumper hitch, they say, like, I'm sorry, sir, but this is not that kind of service. But mostly the customers are pretty hip to it. They say, oh, a pretty young blonde who likes to go dancing. Meanwhile, they're thinking about bumper hitches and eyeballs. You got it. So it starts out just like a date. Just the guy pays the escort service like $20 for getting them together. Still no law broken. Now, about 1 out of 3-4 times, that's it. The guy knows what's going on, but he don't get up the nerve to ask, or he really doesn't know the score, and it's like a real dull date. I don't think that happened much with Pansy. In the normal course of things, though, the subject of bumper hitches comes up. Uh-huh, but not from Pansy. The guy has to pop the question. That way, if he's a cop, it's, what, entrapment. Do you know whether Pansy ever got busted? Nah. Mainly the cops just shake down the hookers, just want a blowjob anyhow. This town, half of them want a blowjob from guys. So they pop the question, and Pansy blushes and says, for you, I guess I could. Then on the way to the motel, or wherever she says, you know, I wouldn't ask this if we weren't such good friends, but I got to make a car payment by tomorrow, and I need like $200 before noon tomorrow. And she takes MasterCard and Visa. No, but she sure as hell knows where every bank machine in town is. She even writes up an IOU. Castle laughed. Told me a guy from Toledo's holding $5,000 of IOUs from her. All right, but that's not John. She could suck the chrome off his eyeballs, and he still wouldn't be interested in her if she didn't know Hemingway from Hummingbirds. Castle licked behind her ear, a weird gesture that made her shiver. That's the trump card. Pansy reads like a son of a bitch. She's got like 1,000 books. So this morning I called her up and asked about Hemingway. And she's read them all. She nodded slowly. Not bad, Sylvester. So we promote this love affair, and sooner or later you catch them in the act. Threaten to tell me unless John accedes to a life of crime. Think it could work? He wouldn't say, hell, go ahead and tell her. Not if I do my part, starting tomorrow. I'm the best, sweetest, lovingest wife in this sexy town. Then in a couple of weeks Pansy comes into his life, and there he is, luckiest man alive. Best of both worlds. Until you accidentally catch them in flagrante delicioso. So to keep both of you, he goes along with me. It might just do it. It might just. She slowly levered herself out of the water and smoothed the suds off her various assets. Nice. Bring me that bumper hitch, Sylvester. Hold on to your eyeballs. 13. In another country. John woke up with a hangover of considerable dimension. The diluted glass of absinthe was still in the drink-holder by the window. It was just past dawn, and a verdant forest rushed by outside. The rails made a steady hum. The car had a slight rocking that would have been pleasant to a person who felt well. A porter knocked twice and inquired after Mr. Baird. "Come in," John said. A short white man, smiling, brought in coffee in Danish. "What happened to George?" "Pardon me, sir? George who?" John rubbed his eyes. "Oh, of course, we must be past Atlanta." "No, sir." The man's smile froze as his brain went into nutty passenger mode. "We're at least 2 hours from Atlanta." "George is a tall black guy with gold teeth who—" "Oh, you mean George Mason, sir. He does do this car, but he picks up the train in Atlanta and works it to Miami and back. He hasn't had the northern leg since last year." John nodded slowly and didn't ask what year it was. "I understand." He smiled up and read the man's name tag. "I'm sorry, Leonard, not at my best in the morning." The man withdrew with polite haste. Suppose that weird dream had not been a dream. The Hemingway creature had killed him. The memory of the stroke was awesomely strong and immediate. But all that death amounted to was slipping into another universe where George Mason was on a different shift. Or perhaps John had gone completely insane. The second explanation seemed much more reasonable. On the tray underneath the coffee, juice, and Danish was a copy of USA Today, a paper John normally avoided because, although it had its comic aspects, it didn't have any funnies. He checked the date, and it was correct. The news stories were plausible, wars and rumors of war, so at least he hadn't slipped into a dimension where Martians ruled an enslaved Earth or Barry Manilow was president. He turned to the weather map and stopped dead. Yesterday the country was in the middle of a heat wave that had lasted weeks. It apparently had ended overnight. The entry for Boston yesterday was 72:58 SH. But it hadn't rained, and the temperature had been in the 90s. He went back to the front page and began checking news stories. He didn't normally pay much attention to the news, though, and hadn't seen a paper in several days. They'd cancelled their Globe delivery for the 6 weeks in Key West, and he hadn't been interested enough to go seek out a newsstand. There was no mention of the garbage collectors' strike in New York. He'd overheard a conversation about that yesterday. A long obituary for a rock star he was sure had died the year before. An ad for DeSoto Automobiles. That company had gone out of business when he was a teenager. Bundles of universes, different from each other in small ways. Instead of dying, or maybe because of dying, he had slipped into another one. What would be waiting for him in Key West? Maybe John Baird. He set the tray down and hugged himself, trembling. Who or what was he in this universe? All of his memories, all of his personality, were from the one he had been born in. What happened to the John Baird that was born in this one? Was he an associate professor in American literature at Boston University? Was he down in Key West wrestling with a paper to give at Nairobi, or working on a forgery? Or was he a Fitzgerald specialist snooping around the literary attics of St. Paul, Minnesota? The truth came suddenly. Both John Bairds were in this compartment, in this body, and the body was slightly different. He opened the door to the small washroom and looked in the mirror. His hair was a little shorter, less gray, beard better trimmed. He was less paunchy, and something felt odd. There was feeling in his thigh. He lowered his pants, and there was no scar where the sniper bullet had opened his leg and torn up the nerves there. That was the touchstone. As he raised his shirt, the parallel memory flooded in. Puckered round scar on the abdomen. In this universe, the sniper had hit a foot higher, and instead of the convalescent center in Cam Bay, the months of physical therapy and then back into the war, it had been peritonitis raging. Surgery in Saigon and Tokyo and Walter Reed, and no more army. But slowly they converged again, Amherst and UMass, perversely using the GI Bill in spite of his access to millions, the doctorate on the Sun Also Rises, and the instructorship at BU, meeting Lena and virtuously waiting until after the semester to ask her out. Sex on the second date and the third. But there they verged again. This John Baird hadn't gone back into combat to have his midsection sprayed with shrapnel from an American grenade that bounced off a tree, never had dozens of bits of metal cut out of his dick, and in the ensuing 25 years had made more use of it. Girlfriends, and even one disastrous homosexual encounter with a stranger. As far as he knew, Lena was in the dark about this side of him, thought that he had remained faithful other than one incident 7 years after they married. He knew of one affair she had had with a colleague, and suspected more. The two Johns' personalities and histories merged, separate but one, like two vines from a common root climbing a single support. Schizophrenic, but not insane. John looked into the mirror and tried to address his new or his old self, John A., John B. There were no such people. There was suddenly a man who had existed in two separate universes, and in a way it was no more profound than having lived in two separate houses. The difference being that nobody else knows there is more than one house. He moved over to the window and set his coffee in the holder, picked up the absinthe glass and sniffed it, considered pouring it down the drain, but then put it in the other holder for possible future reference. Posit this. Is it more likely that there are bundles of parallel universes prevailed over by a Hemingway look-alike with a magic cane, or that John Baird was exposed to a drug that he had never experienced before, and it had had an unusually disorienting effect? He looked at the paper. He had not hallucinated 2 weeks of drought. The rock star had been dead for some time. He had not seen a De Soto in 20 years, and that was a hard car to miss. Tail fins that had to be registered as lethal weapons. But maybe if you take a person who remembers every trivial thing and zap his brain with oil of wormwood, that is exactly the effect, perfectly recalled things that never actually happened. The coffee tasted repulsive. John put on a fresh shirt and decided not to shave, and headed for the bar car. He bought the last imported beer in the cooler and sat down across from the long-haired, white-bearded man who had an earring that had either escaped his notice before or not existed in the other universe. The man was staring out at the forest greening by. "Morning," John said. "How do?" The man looked at him with no sign of recognition. "Did we talk last night?" He leaned forward. "What?" "I mean, did we sit in this car last night and talk about Hemingway and Vietnam and ghosts?" He laughed. "You're on something, man. I've been on this train since 2 in the morning and ain't said boo to nobody but the bartender." "You were in Vietnam?" "Yeah, but that's over. That's shit." He pointed at John's bracelet. "What, you got ghosts from over there?" "I think maybe I have." He was suddenly intense. "Take my advice, man. I've been there. You got to go talk to somebody, some shrink. Those ghosts ain't gonna go away by themselves." "It's not that bad." "It ain't the ones you killed." He wasn't listening. "Fucking dinks, they come back, but they don't, you know. They just stand around." He looked at John, and tears came so hard they actually spurted from his eyes. "It's your fucking friends, man. They all died, and they come back now." He took a deep breath and wiped his face. "They used to come back every night. That like you?" John shook his head, helpless, trapped by the man's grief. "Every fucking night, my old lady, finally she said, you go to a shrink or go to hell." He fumbled with the button on his shirt pocket and took out a brown plastic prescription bottle and stared at the label. He shook out a capsule. "Take a swig?" John pushed the beer over to him. He washed the pill down without touching the bottle to his lips. He sagged back against the window. "I must have not took the pill last night. Sometimes I do that. Sorry." He smiled weakly. "One day at a time, you know. You get through the one day. Fuck the rest. Sorry." He leaned forward again suddenly and put his hand on John's wrist. "You come out of nowhere and I lay my fucking trip on you. You don't need it." John covered the hand with his own. "Maybe I do need it. And maybe I didn't come out of nowhere." He stood up. "I will see somebody about the ghosts, promise." "You'll feel better. There's no fucking cure-all, but you'll feel better. Want the beer? He shook his head. Not supposed to. Okay. John took the beer, and they waved at each other, and he started back. He stopped in the vestibule between cars and stood in the rattling roar of it, looking out the window at the flashing green blur. He put his forehead against the cool glass and hid the blur behind the dark red of his eyelids. Were there actually a zillion of those guys, each going through a slightly different private hell? Something he rarely asked himself was, what would Ernest Hemingway have done in this situation? He'd probably have had the sense to leave it to Milton. 14. The Dangerous Summer. Castle and Lena met him at the station in Miami, and they drove back to Key West in Castle's old pickup. The drone of the air conditioner held conversation to a minimum, but it kept them cool, at least from the knees down. John didn't say anything about his encounter with the infinite, or transfinite, not wishing to bring back that fellow with the cane just yet. He did note that the two aspects of his personality hadn't quite become equal partners yet, and small details of this world kept surprising him. There was a monorail being built down to Pigeon Key, where Disney was digging an underwater park. Gasoline stations still sold regular. Castle's car radio picked up TV as well as AM/FM, but sound only. Lena sat between the two men and rubbed up against John affectionately. That would have been remarkable for John 1, and somewhat unusual for John 2. It was a different Lena here, of course, one who had had more of a sex life with John, but there was something more than that, too. She was probably sleeping with Castle, he thought, and the extra attention was a conscious or unconscious compensation, or defense. Castle seemed a little harder and more serious in this world than the last, not only from his terse moodiness in the pickup, but from recollections of parallel conversations. John wondered how shady he actually was, whether he'd been honest about his police record. He hadn't been. In this universe, when Lena had asked him whether he had ever been in trouble with the police, he'd answered a terse no. In fact, he'd done 8 hard years in Ohio for an armed robbery he hadn't committed. The real robber hadn't been so stupid here, and he'd come out of prison, bitter, angry, an actual criminal. Figuring the world owed him one, a week after getting out he stopped for a hitchhiker on a lonely country road, pulled a gun, walked him a few yards off the road into a field of high corn, and shot him point-blank at the base of the skull. He didn't look anything like the movies. He drove off without touching the body, which a farmer's child found 2 days later. The victim turned out to be a college student who was on probation for dealing. All he'd really done was buy a kilo of green and make his money back by selling bags to his friends, and one enemy. So the papers said, drug dealer found slain in gangland-style killing, and the police pursued the matter with no enthusiasm. Castle was in Key West well before the farmer's child smelled the body, anyhow. As they rode along, whatever Lena had or hadn't done with Castle was less interesting to John than what he was planning to do with her. Half of his self had never experienced sex as an adult, without the sensory handicaps engendered by scar tissue and severed nerves in the genitals, and he was looking forward to the experience with a relish that was obvious, at least to Lena. She encouraged him in not-so-subtle ways, and by the time they crossed the last bridge into Key West, he was ready to tell Castle to pull over at the first bush. He left the typewriter in Castle's care and declined help with the luggage. By this time Lena was smiling at his obvious impatience. She was giggling by the time they were momentarily stalled by a truculent door key, laughed her delight as he carried her charging across the room to the couch, then clawing off a minimum of clothing and taking her with fierce haste, wordless, and keeping her on a breathless edge, he drifted the rest of the clothes off her, and carried her into the bedroom, where they made so much noise Julio banged on the ceiling with a broomstick. They did quiet down eventually, and lay together in a puddle of mingled sweat, panting, watching the fan push the humid air around. "Guess we both get to sleep in the wet spot," John said. "No complaints." She raised up on one elbow and traced a figure 8 on his chest. "You're full of surprises tonight, Dr. Baird." "Life is full of surprises." "You should go away more often, or at least come back more often." "It's all that Hemingway research makes a man out of you." "You didn't learn this in a book," she said, gently taking his penis and pantomiming a certain motion. I did, though. An anthropology book. In another universe. It's what they do in the Solomon Islands. Wisdom of Solomon, she said, lying back. After a pause, they have anthropology books at JFK? No. He remembered he didn't own that book in this universe. Browsing at Wordsworth's. Hope you bought the book. Didn't have to. He gave her a long, slow caress. Memorized the good parts. On the other side of town, 6 days later, she was in about the same position on Castle's bed, and even more exhausted. Aren't you overdoing the loving little wifey bit? It's been a week. She exhaled audibly. What a week. Missed you. He nuzzled her and made an unsubtle preparatory gesture. No, you don't. She rolled out of bed. Once is plenty. She went to the mirror and ran a brush through her damp hair. Besides, it's not me you missed it. She sat at the open window, improving the neighborhood's scenery. It's going to need a Teflon lining installed. Old boy's feeling his oats? Not feeling his anything. God, I don't know what's gotten into him. 4 or 5 times a day. 6. Screwed, blued, and tattooed. You asked for it. As a matter of fact, I didn't. I haven't had a chance to start my little act. He got off that train with an erection, and he still has it. No woman would be safe around him. Nothing wet and concave would be safe. So does that mean it's a good time to bring in Pansy? Or is he so stuck on you he wouldn't even notice her? She scowled at the brush, picking hair out of it. Actually, Castle, I was just about to ask you the same thing, relying on your well-known expertise in animal behavior. Okay, he sat up. I said we ought to go for it. If he's a walking, talking hard-on like you say, Pansy'd pull him like a magnet. You'd have to be a fucking monk not to want Pansy. Like Rasputin. Like who? Never mind. She went back to the brush. I guess one problem is that I really am enjoying the attention. I guess I'm not too anxious to hand him over to this champion sexpot. Aw, Lena. Really? I do love him in my way, Castle. I don't want to lose him over this scheme. You're not going to lose him, trust me. You catch him dicking Pansy, get mad, forgive him. Hell, you'll have him wrapped around your finger. I guess. You make the competition sound pretty formidable. Don't worry, she's out of there the next day. Unless she winds up in love with him, that would be cute. He's almost twice her age. Besides, she's a whore. Whores don't fall in love. They're women, Castle. Women fall in love. Yeah, sure, just like on TV. She turned away from him and looked out the window. You really know how to make a woman feel great, you know. Come on. He crossed over and smoothed her hair. She turned around but didn't look up. Don't run yourself down, Lena. You're still one hell of a piece of ass. Thanks. She smiled into his leer and grabbed him. If you weren't such a poet, I'd trade you in for a vibrator. 15. In Praise of His Mistress. Pansy was indeed beautiful, even under normal conditions. Delicate features, wasp waist, combined with generous secondary sexual characteristics. The conditions under which John first saw her were calculated to maximize sexiness and vulnerability. Red nylon running shorts, tight and very short, and a white sleeveless T-shirt from a local bar that was stamped "Last Heterosexual in Key West." All clinging to her golden skin with a healthy sweat, the cloth made translucent enough to reveal no possibility of underwear. John looked out the screen door and saw her at the other door, struggling with a heavy box while trying to make the key work. "Let me help you," he said through the screen, and stepped across the short landing to hold the box while she got the door open. "You're too kind." John tried not to stare as he handed the box back. Pansy, of course, was relieved at his riveted attention. It had taken days to set up this operation, and would take more days to bring it to its climax, so to speak, and more days to get back to normal. But she did owe Castle a big favor, and this guy seemed nice enough. Maybe she'd learn something about Hemingway in the process. "More to come up?" John asked. "Oh, I couldn't ask you to help. I can manage." "It's okay. I was just goofing off for the rest of the day." It turned out to be quite a job, even though there was only one load from a small rented truck. Most of the load was uniform and heavy boxes of books, carefully labeled Lit A to B, Gen, Ref, NC 1 to 12, and so forth. Most of her furniture, accordingly, was cinder blocks and boards, the standard student bookshelf arrangement. John found out that despite a couple of dozen boxes marked Lit, Pansy hadn't majored in literature, but rather special education. During the school year, she taught third grade at a school for the retarded in Key Largo. She didn't tell him about the several years she'd spent as a call girl, but if she had, John might have seen a connection that Castle would never have made, that the driving force behind both of the jobs was the same: charity. The more or less easy $40 an hour for going on a date and then having sex was a factor, too, but she really did like making lonely men feel special, and had herself felt more like a social worker than a woman of easy virtue. And the hundreds of men who had fallen for her for love or money weren't responding only to her cheerleader's body. She had a sunny disposition and a natural, artless way of concentrating on a man that made him for a while the only man in the world. John would not normally be an easy conquest. 20 years of facing classrooms full of co-eds had given him a certain wariness around attractive young women. He also had an impulse toward faithfulness, Lena having suddenly left town, her father ill. But he was still in the grip of the weird, overweening horniness that had animated him since inheriting this new body and double-image personality. If Pansy had said, "Let's do it," they would be doing it so soon that she would be wise to unwrap the condom before speaking. But she was being as indirect as her nature and mode of dress would allow. "Do you and your wife always come down here for the summer?" "We usually go somewhere. Boston's no fun in the heat." "It must be wonderful in the fall." And so forth. It felt odd for Pansy, probably the last time she would ever seduce a man for reasons other than personal interest. She wanted it to be perfect. She wanted John to have enough pleasure in her to compensate for the embarrassment of their accidental exposure, and whatever hassle his wife would put him through afterwards. She was dying to know why Castle wanted him set up, but he refused to tell. How Castle ever met a quiet, kindly gentleman like John was a mystery, too. She had met some of Castle's friends, and they had other virtues. Quiet and kindly, but horny. Whenever she contrived in the course of their working together to expose a nipple or a little beaver, he would turn around to adjust himself and blush. More like a teenager discovering his sexuality than a middle-aged married man. He was a pushover, but she didn't want to make it too easy. After they finished putting the books up on shelves, she said, "Thanks a million. I gotta go now, spending the night house-sitting up in Isla Morada. You and your wife come over for dinner tomorrow? Oh, then come on over yourself." "No, that's all right. I'm a big girl. Roast beef okay? See ya." Driving away in the rented truck, Pansy didn't feel especially proud of herself. She was amused at John's sexiness and looking forward to trying it out, but she could read people pretty well, and sensed a core of deep sadness in John. Maybe it was from Vietnam. He hadn't mentioned it, but she knew what the bracelet meant. Whatever the problem, maybe she'd have time to help him with it before she had to turn around and add to it. Maybe it would work out for the best. Maybe the problem was with his wife, and she'd leave and he could start over. Stop kidding yourself. Just lay the trap, catch him, deliver him. Castle was not the kind of man you want to disappoint. 16. Fiesta. She had baked the roast slowly with wine and fruit juice, along with dried apricots and apples plumped in port wine, seasoned with cinnamon and nutmeg and cardamom. Onions and large cubes of acorn squash simmered in the broth. She served new potatoes steamed with parsley and dressed Italian-style with garlicky olive oil and a splash of vinegar, small Caesar salad, and air-light pan d'agua, the Cuban bread that made you forget every other kind of bread. The way to a man's heart, her mother had contended, was through his stomach, and although she was accustomed to aiming rather lower, she thought it was probably a good approach for a long-time married man suddenly forced to fend for himself. That was exactly right for John. He was not much of a cook, but he was an accomplished eater. He pushed the plate away after 3 helpings. "God, I'm such a pig, but that was irresistible." "Thank you." She cleared the table slowly, accepting John's offer to help. "My mother's company recipe. So you think Hadley might have just thrown the stories away and made up the business about the train?" People have raised the possibility. There she was, 8 years older than this handsome hubby, with half the women on the left bank after him, at least in her mind, and he's starting to get published, starting to build a reputation. She was afraid he was going to grow away from her? Or did they have that expression back then? I think she was afraid he would start making money from his writing. She had an inheritance, a trust fund from her grandfather that paid over $2,000 a year. That was plenty to keep the two of them comfortable in Paris. Hemingway talked poor in those days, starving artist, but he lived pretty well. He probably resented it, too, not making the money himself. That would be like him. Anyhow, if she chucked the stories to ensure his dependency, it backfired. He was still furious 30 years later, 3 wives later. He said the stuff had been fresh from the mint, even if the writing wasn't so great, and he was never able to reclaim it. She opened a cabinet and slid a bottle out of its burlap bag, and selected 2 small glasses. "Sherry?" he said. "Why not?" and they moved into the living room. The living room was mysteriously devoid of chairs, so they had to sit together on the small couch. "You don't actually think she did it?" "No." John watched her pour the sherry. "From what I've read about her, she doesn't seem at all calculating, just a sweet gal from St. Louis who fell in love with a cad." "Cad? Funny old-fashioned word." John shrugged. "Actually, he wasn't really a cad. I think he sincerely loved every one of his wives, at least until he married them." They both laughed. "Of course it could have been something in between," Pansy said. "I mean, she didn't actually throw away the manuscripts, but she did leave them sitting out, begging to be stolen. Why did she leave the compartment?" "That's one screwy aspect of it. Hadley herself never said, not on paper. Every biographer seems to come up with a different reason. She went to get a newspaper, she saw some people she recognized, and stepped out to talk with them, wanted some exercise before the long trip. Even Hemingway had 2 different versions. She went out to get a bottle of Avian water or to buy something to read. That one pissed him off, because she did have an overnight bag full of the best American writing since Mark Twain." "How would you have felt?" "Felt?" "I mean, you say you've written stories, too. What if somebody, your wife, made a mistake and you lost everything?" He looked thoughtful. "It's not the same. In the first place, it's just a hobby with me, and I don't have that much that hasn't been published. When Hemingway lost it, he lost it for good. I could just go to a university library and make new copies of everything." "So you haven't written much lately?" "Not stories, academic stuff." "I'd love to read some of your stories." "And I'd love to have you read them, but I don't have any here. I'll mail you some from Boston." She nodded, staring at him with a curious intensity. "Oh, hell," she said, and turned her back to him. "Would you help me with this?" "What?" "The zipper." She was wearing a clingy white summer dress. "Undo the zipper a little bit." He slowly unzipped it a few inches. She did it the rest of the way, stood up, and hooked her thumbs under the shoulder straps, and shrugged. The dress slithered to the floor. She wasn't wearing anything else. "You're blushing." Actually, he was doing a good imitation of a beached fish. She straddled him, sitting back lightly on his knees, legs wide, and started unbuttoning his shirt. He said. "I just get impatient, you don't mind?" No." 17. On being shot again. John woke up happy, but didn't open his eyes for nearly a minute, holding on to the erotic dream of the century. Then he opened one eye and saw it hadn't been a dream. The tousled bed in the strange room, unguents and sex toys on the nightstand, the smell of her hair on the other pillow, a noise from the kitchen, coffee and bacon smells. He put on pants and went into the living room to pick up the shirt where it had dropped. "Good morning, Pansy." "Morning, stranger." She was wearing a floppy terry-cloth bathrobe with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. She turned the bacon carefully with a fork. "Scrambled eggs okay?" "Marvelous." He sat down at the small table and poured himself a cup of coffee. "I don't know what to say." She smiled at him. "Don't say anything. It was nice. More than nice." He watched her precise motions behind the counter. She broke the eggs one-handed, 2 at a time, added a splash of water to the bowl, plucked some chives from a window box, and chopped them with a small Chinese cleaver, rocking it in a staccato chatter. scraped them into the bowl, and followed them with a couple of grinds of pepper. She set the bacon out on a paper towel with another towel to cover. Then she stirred the eggs briskly with a fork and set them aside. She picked up the big cast-iron frying pan and poured off a judicious amount of grease. Then she poured the egg mixture into the pan and studied it with alertness. "Know what I think?" John said. "Something profound?" I think I'm in a rubber room someplace, hallucinating the whole thing, and I hope they never cure me." "I think you're a butterfly who's dreaming he's a man. I'm glad I'm in your dream." She slowly stirred and scraped the eggs with a spatula. "You like older men?" "One of them." She looked up, serious. "I like men who are considerate and playful." She returned to the scraping. "Last couple of boyfriends I had were all dick and no heart. Kept to myself the last few months." "Glad to be of service." "You could rent yourself out as a service." She laughed. "You must have been impossible when you were younger." "Different." Literally. She ran hot water into a serving bowl, then returned to her egg stewardship. "I've been thinking." "Yes?" "The lost manuscript stuff we were talking about last night, all the different explanations." She divided the egg into 4 masses and turned each one. "Did you ever read any science fiction?" "No. Vonnegut." "The toast." She hurriedly put 4 pieces of bread in the toaster. "They write about alternate universes, pretty much like our own, but different in one way or another, important or trivial." What silliness." She laughed and poured the hot water out of the serving bowl and dried it with a towel. "I guess maybe. But what if all of those versions were equally true, in different universes, and for some reason they all came together here?" She started to put the eggs into the bowl when there was a knock on the door. It opened, and Ernest Hemingway walked in. Dapper, just 20, wearing the Italian army cape he'd brought back from the war. He pointed the black-and-white cane at Pansy. "Bingo!" She looked at John and then back at the Hemingway. She dropped the serving bowl. It clattered on the floor without breaking. Her knees buckled, and she fainted dead away, executing a half-turn as she fell, so that the back of her head struck the wooden floor with a loud thump, and the bathrobe drifted open from the waist down. The Hemingway stared down at her frontal aspect. "Sometimes I wish I were human," it said. "Your pleasures are intense, simple but intense." It moved toward her with the cane. John stood up. "If you kill her—" "Oh?" It cocked an eyebrow at him. "What will you do?" John took 1 step toward it, and it waved the cane. A waist-high brick wall, surmounted by needle-sharp spikes, appeared between them. It gestured again, and an impossible moat appeared, deep enough to reach down well into Julio's living room. It filled with water, and a large crocodile surfaced and rested its chin on the parquet floor, staring at John. It yawned teeth. The Hemingway held up its cane. "The white end. It doesn't kill, remember?" The wall and moat disappeared, and the cane touched Pansy lightly below the navel. She twitched minutely, but continued to sleep. "She'll have a headache," it said, "and she'll be somewhat confused by the uncommunicatable memory of having seen me. But that will all fade, compared to the sudden tragedy of having her new lover die here, just sitting waiting for his breakfast." "Do you enjoy this?" "I love my work. It's all I have." It walked toward him, footfalls splashing as it crossed where the moat had been. "You have not personally helped, though. Not at all." It sat down across from him and poured coffee into a mug that said, "On the 6th day God created man." She must have had PMS. "When you kill me this time, do you think it will take?" "I don't know. It's never failed before." The toaster made a noise. "Toast?" "Sure." 2 pieces appeared on his plate, 2 on the Hemingway's. "Usually when you kill people, they stay dead?" "I don't kill that many people." It spread margarine on its toast, gestured, and marmalade appeared. "But when I do, yeah, they die all up and down the omniverse, every time-space, all except you." He pointed toast at John's toast. "Go ahead, it's not poison." "Not my idea of a last meal." The Hemingway shrugged. "What would you like?" "Forget it." He buttered the toast and piled marmalade on it, determined out of some odd impulse to act as if nothing unusual were happening. Breakfast with Hemingway, big deal. He studied the apparition and noticed that it was somewhat translucent, almost like a traditional TV ghost. He could barely see a line that was the back of the chair, bisecting its chest below shoulder-blade level. Was this something new? There hadn't been too much light in the train. Maybe he had just failed to notice it before. A penny for your thoughts. He didn't say anything about seeing through it. Has it occurred to you that maybe you're not supposed to kill me? That's why I came back? The Hemingway chuckled and admired its nails. That's a nearly content-free assertion. Oh, really? He bit into the toast. The marmalade was strong, pleasantly bitter. It presupposes a higher authority unknown to me that's watching over my behavior and correcting me when I do wrong. Doesn't exist, sorry. That's the oldest one in the theologian's book. John set down the toast and kneaded his stomach. Shouldn't eat something so strong first thing in the morning. You can only assert the non-existence of something. You can't prove it. What you mean is you can't. The Hemingway held up the cane and looked at it. The simplest explanation is that there's something wrong with the cane. There's no way I can test it. If I kill the wrong person, there's hell to pay, up and down the omniverse. But what I can do is kill you without the cane. See whether you come back again some time-space. Sharp, stabbing pains in his stomach now. Bastard! Heart pounding slow and hard. Shirt rustled in time to its spasms. Cyanide in the marmalade. Gives it a certain frisson, don't you think? He couldn't breathe. His heart pounded once and stopped. Vicious pain in his left arm, then paralysis. From an inch away he could just see the weave of the white tablecloth. It turned red and then black. 18. The sun also rises. From blackness to brilliance, the morning sun pouring through the window at a flat angle. He screwed up his face and blinked. Suddenly smothered in terry cloth between soft breasts. John, John. He put his elbow down to support himself, uncomfortable on the parquet floor, and looked up at Pansy. Her face was wet with tears. He cleared his throat. What happened? You started putting on your foot and you just fell over. I thought... John looked down over his body, hard, ropey muscle and deep tan under white body hair, the puckered bullet wound a little higher on the abdomen. Left leg ended in a stump just above the ankle. Trying not to faint, his third passed, flooding back. Walking down a dirt road near Kontum, the sudden, loud bang of the mine, and he pitched forward, unbelievable pain, rolled over and saw his bloody boot yards away. Grey, jagged shin bone sticking through the bloody, smoking rag of his pants leg, bright crimson splashing on the dry dust, loud in the shocked silence. Another bloodstain spreading between his legs, the deep mortal pain there, and he started to buck and scream, and two men held him while the medic took off his belt and made a tourniquet and popped morphine through the cloth and unbuttoned his fly and slowly worked his pants down. Penis torn by shrapnel, scrotum ripped open in a bright red flap of skin, bloody grey-blue egg of a testicle separating, rolling out. He fainted, then and now, and woke up with her lips against his, her breath sweet in his lungs, his nostrils pinched painfully tight. He made a strangled noise and clutched her breast. She cradled his head, panting, smiling through tears, and kissed him lightly on the forehead. Will you stop fainting now? Yeah, don't worry. Her lips were trembling. He put a finger on them. Just a longer night than I'm accustomed to. An overdose of happiness. The happiest night of his life, maybe of 3 lives, like coming back from the dead. Should I call a doctor? No, I faint every now and then. Usually at the gym from pushing too hard. He slipped his hand inside the terry cloth and covered her breast. It's been... You know how long it's been since I did it. 3 times in one night. About 6 hours, she smiled. And you can say, fuck, I'm no schoolgirl. I'll say. The night had been an escalating progression of intimacies, gymnastics, accessories. Had to wonder where a sweet girl like you learned all that. She looked away, lips pursed, thoughtful. With a light fingertip she stroked the length of his penis and smiled when it started to uncurl. At work. What? I was a prostitute. That's where I learned the tricks. Practice makes perfect. Prostitute? Wow. Are you shocked? Outraged? Just surprised. That was true. He respected the sorority and was grateful to it for having made Vietnam almost tolerable, an hour or so at a time. But now you've got to do something really mean. I could never love a prostitute with a heart of gold. I'll give it some thought. She shifted. Think you can stand up? Sure. She stood and gave him her hand. He touched it but didn't pull, rose in a smooth, practiced motion, then took one hop and sat down at the small table. He started strapping on his foot. I've read about those new ones, she said, the permanent kind. Yeah, I've read about them too. Computer interface, graft your nerves onto sensors. He shuddered. No thanks, no more surgery. Not worth it for the convenience? Being able to wiggle my toes, have my foot itch? No. Besides, the VA won't pay for it. That startled John as he said it. Here he hadn't grown up rich. His father had spent all the mill money on a photocopy firm 6 months before Xerox came on the market. You say you were a prostitute? Not anymore? No, that was the truth about teaching. Let's start this egg thing over. She picked up the bowl she had dropped in the other universe. I gave up whoring about 7 years ago. She picked up an egg, looked at it, set it down. She half-turned and stared out the kitchen window. I can't do this to you. You can't do what? Oh, lie. Keep lying. She went to the refrigerator. Want a beer? Lying? No, no, thanks. What lying? She opened a beer, still not looking at him. I like you, John. I really like you. But I didn't just spontaneously fall into your arms. She took a healthy swig and started pouring some of the bottle into a glass. I don't understand. She walked back, concentrating on pouring the beer, then sat down gracelessly. She took a deep breath and let it out, staring at his chest. Castle put me up to it. Castle? She nodded. Sylvester Castlemaine, boy wonder. John sat back, stunned. But you said you don't do that any more, he said without too much logic. Do it for money. Not for money, she said in a flat, hurt voice. I should have known. A woman like you wouldn't want. He made a gesture that dismissed his body from the waist down. You do all right. Don't feel sorry for yourself. Her face showed a pinch of regret for that, but she plowed on. If it were just the obligation, once would have been enough. I wouldn't have had to fuck and suck all night long to win you over. No, he said, that's true. Just the first moment when you undressed, that was enough. I owe Castle a big favor. A friend of mine was going to be prosecuted for involving a minor in prostitution. It was a setup, pure and simple. She worked for the same outfit you did? Yeah, but this was freelance. I think it was the escort service that set her up, sort of delivered her and the man in return for this or that. She sipped at the beer. Guy wanted a three-way. My friend had met this girl a couple of days before at the bar where she worked part-time. She looked old enough, said she was in the biz. She was neither. God knows. Maybe she got caught as a juvie and made a deal. Anyhow, he'd just slipped it to her, and suddenly cops are coming in the windows. Threw the book at him. 2 inches, 20 years, my friend said. He was a county commissioner somewhere, with enemies. Almost dragged my friend down with him. I'm sorry. Her voice was angry. Don't be, John said, almost a whisper. It's understandable. Whatever happens, I've got last night. She nodded. So 2 of the cops who were going to testify got busted for possession, cocaine. The word came down, and everybody remembered the woman was somebody else. So what did Castle want you to do with me? Oh, whatever comes natural, or unnatural, if that's what you wanted. And later be doing it at a certain time and place where we'd be caught in the act. By Castle? And his trusty little VCR. And I guess he'd threatened to show it to your wife or the university. I wonder. Lena, she knows I've had other women, but not lately. No, not for years. It might be different now. She might be starting to feel, well, insecure. Any woman who looked at you would feel insecure. She shrugged. That could be part of it. Could it cost you your job, too? I don't see how. It would be awkward, but it's not as if you were one of my students. And even that happens without costing the guy his job. He laughed. Poor old Larry. He had a student kiss and tell and had to run the speakers committee for 4 or 5 years. Got allergic to wine and cheese, but he made tenure. So what is it? She leaned forward. Are you an addict or something? Addict? I mean, how come you even know Castle? He didn't pick your name out of a phone book and have me come seduce you just to see what would happen. No, of course not. So? I confess you confess. John passed a hand over his face and pressed the other hand against his knee, bearing down to keep the foot from tapping. You don't want to be involved. What do you call last night? Spin the bottle? I'm involved. Not the way I mean. It's illegal. Oh, golly, not really. Let me think. John picked up their dishes and limped back to the sink. He set them down there and fiddled with the straps and pad that connected the foot to his stump, then poured himself a cup of coffee and came back, not limping. He sat down slowly and blew across the coffee. What it is that Castle thinks there's a scam going on. He's wrong. I've taken steps to ensure that it couldn't work. His foot tapped twice. You think, you hope. No, I'm sure. Anyhow, I'm stringing Castle along because I need his expertise in a certain matter. A certain matter, yeah. Sounds wholesome. Actually, that part's not illegal. So tell me about it. Nope. Still might backfire. She snorted. You know what might backfire. Fucking with Castle. I can take care of him. You don't know. He may be more dangerous than you think he is. He talks a lot. You men. She took a drink and poured the rest of the bottle into the glass. Look, I was at a party with him a couple of years ago. He was drunk, got into a little coke, started babbling. In vino veritas? Yeah, and coke is it. But he said he'd killed 3 people, strangers, just to see what it felt like. He liked it. I more than halfway believe him. John looked at her silently for a moment, sorting out his new memories of Castle. Well, he's got a mean streak. I don't know about murder. Certainly not over this thing. Which is? You'll have to trust me. It's not because of Castle that I can't tell you. He remembered her 1 universe ago, lying helpless while the Hemingway lowered its cane onto her nakedness. Trust me. She studied the top of the glass, running her finger around it. Suppose I do, then what? Business as usual. You didn't tell me anything. Deliver me to Castle and his video camera. I'll try to put on a good show. And when he confronts you with it? Depends on what he wants. He knows I don't have much money. John shrugged. If it's unreasonable, he can go ahead and show the tape to Lena. She can live with it. And your department head? He'd give me a medal. 19. In our time. So it wasn't the cane. He ate enough cyanide to kill a horse, but evidently only in 1 universe. You checked the next day in all the others? All 119. He's still dead in the one where I killed him on the train. That's encouraging. But there's no causal resonance in the others. Oh, but there is some resonance. He remembered you in the universe where you poisoned him, maybe in all of them. That's impossible. Once is impossible. Twice is a trend. 120 means something is going on that we don't understand. What I suggest... No, you can't go back and kill them all 1 by 1. If the wand had worked the first time, they'd all be dead anyhow. There's no reason to think we'd cause more of an eddy by doing them 1 at a time. It's not something to experiment with, as you well know. I don't know how we're going to solve it otherwise. Simple. Don't kill him. Talk to him again. He may be getting frightened if he remembers both times he died. Here's an idea. What if someone else killed him? I don't know. If you just hired someone, made him a direct agent of your will, it wouldn't be any different from the cyanide. Maybe as a last resort. Talk to him again first. All right, I'll try. 20. Of wounds and other causes. Although John found it difficult to concentrate, trying not to think about Pansy, this was the best time he would have for the foreseeable future to summon the Hemingway demon and try to do something about exorcising it. He didn't want either of the women around if the damn thing went on a killing spree again. They might just do as he did and slip over into another reality. As unpleasant as that was, it was at least living. But the Hemingway had said otherwise. There was no reason to suspect it was not the truth. Probably the best way to get the thing's attention was to resume work on the Hemingway pastiche. He decided to rewrite the first page to warm up, typing it out in Hemingway's style. Along with youth. 1 mitragliatrice. The dirt on the side of the trench was never dry in the morning. If Fever could find a dry newspaper, he could put it between his chest and the dirt when he went out to lean on the side of the trench and wait for the light. First light was the best time. You might have luck and see a muzzle flash to aim at, but patience was better than luck. Wait to see a helmet or a head without a helmet. Fever looked at the enemy trench line through a rectangular box of wood that pushed through the trench wall at about ground level. The other end of the box was covered with a square of gauze the color of dirt. A man looking directly at it might see the muzzle flash when Fever fired through the box, but with luck the flash would be the last thing he saw. Fever had fired through the gauze 6 times. He'd potted at least 3 Austrians. Now the gauze had a ragged hole in the center. One bullet had come in the other way, an accident, and chiseled a deep gouge in the floor of the wooden box. Fever knew that he would be able to see the splinters sticking up before he could see any detail at the enemy trench line. That would be maybe 20 minutes. Fever wanted a cigarette. There was plenty of time to go down in the bunker and light one, but it would fox his night vision. Better to wait. Fever heard movement before he heard the voice. He picked up one of the grenades on the plank shelf to his left, and his thumb felt the ring on the cotter pin. Someone was crawling in front of his position. Slow crawling, but not too quiet. He slid his left forefinger through the ring and waited. "Help me," came a strained whisper. Fever felt his shoulders tense. Of course, many Austrians could speak Italian. "I am wounded. Help me. I can go no farther." "What is your name and unit?" Fever whispered through the box. "Gianfranco Dante, 447th. That was the unit that had taken such a beating at the evening show. "At first light they will kill me." "All right, but I'm coming over with a grenade in my hand. If you kill me, you die as well." "I will commend this logic to your superior officer. Please hurry." Fever slid his rifle into the wooden box and eased himself to the top of the trench. He took the grenade out of his pocket and carefully worked the pin out, the arming lever held secure. He kept the pin around his finger so he could replace it. He inched his way down the slope, guided by the man's whispers. After a few minutes, his probing hand found the man's shoulder. "Thank God! Make haste, now!" The soldier's feet were both shattered by a mine. He would have to be carried. "Don't cry out," Fever said. "This will hurt." "No sound," the soldier said. And when Fever raised him up onto his back, there was only a breath. But his canteen was loose. It fell on a rock and made a loud, hollow sound. Firecracker pop above them, and the night was all glare and bobbing shadow. A big machine gun opened up. Wrong, Cara, wrong, wrong, wrong. Fever headed for the parapet above as fast as he could, but knew it was hopeless. He saw dirt spray twice to his right, and then felt the thud of the bullet into the Italian, who said, "Jesus," as if only annoyed. And they almost made it then, but on the lip of the trench a hard snowball hit Fever behind the kneecap, and they both went down in a tumble. They fell 2 yards to safety, but the Italian was already dead. Fever had sprained his wrist and hurt his nose falling, and they hurt worse than the bullet. But he couldn't move his toes, and he knew that must be bad. Then it started to hurt. A rifleman closed the Italian's eyes, and with the help of another clumsy one dragged Fever down the trench to the medical bunker. It hurt awfully, and his shoe filled up with blood, and he puked. They stopped to watch him puke, and then dragged him the rest of the way. The surgeon placed him between 2 kerosene lanterns. He removed the putty and shoe and cut the bloody pants leg with a straight razor. He rolled Fever onto his stomach and had 4 men hold him down while he probed for the bullet. The pain was great, but Fever was insulted enough by the 4 men not to cry out. He heard the bullet clink into a metal dish. It sounded like the canteen. "That's a little too pat, don't you think?" John turned around, and there was the Hemingway, reading over his shoulder. It sounded like the canteen, indeed. Khaki army uniform covered with mud and splattered with bright blood. Blood dripped and pooled at its feet. "So shoot me, or whatever it's going to be this time. Maybe I'll rewrite the line in the next universe." "You're going to run out soon. You only exist in 8 more universes." "Sure, and you've never lied to me." John turned back around and stared at the typewriter, tensed. The Hemingway sighed. "Suppose we talk instead. I'm listening." The Hemingway walked past him toward the kitchen. "Want a beer?" "Not while I'm working." "Suit yourself." It limped into the kitchen out of sight, and John heard it open the refrigerator and pry the top off of a beer. It came back out as the 5-year-old Hemingway, dressed up in girl's clothing, both hands clutching an incongruous beer bottle. It set the bottle on the end table and crawled up onto the couch with childish clumsiness. "Where's the cane?" "I knew it wouldn't be necessary this time," it piped. "It occurs to me that there are better ways to deal with a man like you." "Do tell," John smiled. "What is a man like me? One on whom your cane for some reason doesn't work?"
"Actually, what I was thinking of was curiosity. That is supposedly what motivates scholars."
"Who are a real scholar, not just a rich man seeking legitimacy?" John looked away from the ancient eyes in the boy's face. "I've sometimes wondered myself. Why don't you cut to the chase, as we used to say, a few universes ago?"
"I've done spot checks on your life through various universes," the child said. "You're always a Hemingway buff, though you don't always do it for a living."
"What else do I do?"
"It's probably not healthy for you to know, but all of you are drawn to the missing manuscripts at about this time, the 75th anniversary.
"I wonder why that would be." The Hemingway waved the beer bottle in a disarmingly mature gesture.
"The omniverse is full of threads of coincidence like that. They have causal meaning in a dimension you can't deal with."
"Try me."
"In a way, that's what I want to propose. You will drop this dangerous project at once and never resume it. In return, I will take you back in time, back to the Gare de Lyon on December 14, 1921.
"Where I will see what happens to the manuscripts." Another shrug.
"I will put you on Hadley's train, well before she said the manuscripts were stolen. You will be able to observe for an hour or so without being seen. As you know, some people have theorized that there never was a thief, never was an overnight bag, that Hadley simply threw the writings away. If that's the case, you won't see anything dramatic. But the absence of the overnight bag would be powerful indirect proof."
John looked skeptical. "You've never gone to check it out for yourself?"
"If I had, I wouldn't be able to take you back. I can't exist twice in the same time-space, of course."
"How foolish of me, of course."
"Is it a deal?"
John studied the apparition. The couch's plaid upholstery showed through its arms and legs. It did appear to become less substantial each time. "I don't know. Let me think about it a couple of days." The child pulled on the beer bottle, and it stretched into a long amber stick. It turned into the black and white cane.
"We haven't tried cancer yet. That might be the one that works."
The child slipped off the couch and sidled toward John.
"It does take longer, and it hurts. It hurts awfully."
John got out of the chair. "You come near me with that, and I'll drop-kick you into next Tuesday." The child shimmered and became Hemingway in his mid-40s, a big-gutted barroom brawler. "Sure you will, champ." It held out the cane so that the tip was inches from John's chest. "See you around." It disappeared with a barely audible pop and a slight breeze as air moved to fill its space. John thought about that as he went to make a fresh cup of coffee. He wished he knew more about science. The thing obviously took up space, since its disappearance caused a vacuum, but there was no denying that it was fading away. Well, not fading, just becoming more transparent. That might not affect its abilities. A glass door is as much of a door as an opaque one if you try to walk through it. He sat down on the couch, away from the manuscript, so he could think without distraction. On the face of it, this offer by the Hemingway was an admission of defeat, an admission at least that it couldn't solve its problem by killing him over and over. That was comforting. He would just as soon not die again, except for the one time. But maybe he should. That was a chilling thought. If he made the Hemingway kill him another dozen times, another 100, what kind of strange creature would he become? 100 overlapping autobiographies, all perfectly remembered? Surely the brain has a finite capacity for storing information. He'd fill up, as Pansy said. Or maybe it wasn't finite, at least in his case, but that was logically absurd. There are only so many cells in a brain. Of course, he might be wired in some way to the John Bairds in all the other universes he had inhabited. And what would happen if he died in some natural way, not dispatched by an interdimensional assassin? Would he still slide into another identity? That was a lovely prospect. Sooner or later he would be 130 years old, on his deathbed, dying every fraction of a second for the rest of eternity. Or maybe the Hemingway wasn't lying this time, and he had only 8 lives left. In context, the possibility was reassuring. The phone rang. For a change, John was grateful for the interruption. It was Lena, saying her father had come home from the hospital, much better, and she thought she could come on home day after tomorrow. "Fine," John said, feeling a little wicked. "I'll borrow a car and pick you up at the airport." "Don't bother," Lena said. Besides, she didn't have a flight number yet. John didn't press it. If, as he assumed, Lena was in on the plot with Castle, she was probably here in Key West or somewhere nearby. If she had to buy a ticket to and from Omaha to keep up her end of the ruse, the money would come out of John's pocket. He hung up and, on impulse, dialed her parents' number. Her father answered. Putting on his professorial tone, he said he was Maxwell Perkins, Blue Cross claims adjuster, and he needed to know the exact date when Mr. Monahan entered the hospital for this recent confinement. He said, "You must have the wrong guy. I haven't been inside a hospital in 20 years, knock on wood." "Am I not speaking to John Franklin Monahan?" "No, this is John Frederick Monahan. Terribly sorry, natural mistake. That's okay. Hope the other guy's okay. Goodbye, good night, sir." So tomorrow was going to be the big day with Pansy. To his knowledge, John hadn't been watched during sex for more than 20 years, and never by a disinterested or at least dispassionate observer. He hoped that knowing they were being spied upon wouldn't affect his performance, or knowing that it would be the last time. A profound, helpless sadness settled over him. He knew that the last thing you should do in a mood like this was go out and get drunk. It was barely noon, anyhow. He took enough money out of his wallet for 5 martinis, hid the wallet under a couch cushion, and headed for Duval Street. 21. Dying, well or badly. John had just about decided it was too early in the day to get drunk. He had polished off 2 martinis in Sloppy Joe's and then wandered uptown because the tourists were getting to him and a band was setting up, depressingly young and cheerful. He found a grubby bar he'd never noticed before, dark and smoky and hot. In the other universes, it was a yuppie boutique. 3 Social Security drunks were arguing politics almost loudly enough to drown out the game show on the television. It seemed to go well with the headache and sour stomach he'd reaped from the martinis and the walk in the sun. He got a beer and some peanuts and a couple of aspirin from the bartender, and sat in the farthest booth with a copy of the local classified ad newspaper. Somebody had obscurely carved "Fuck Anarchy" in the tabletop. Nobody else in this world knows what anarchy is, John thought, and the helpless anomie came back, intensified somewhat by drunken sentimentality. What he would give to go back to the first universe and undo this all by just not... Would that be possible? The Hemingway was willing to take him back to 1921. Why not back a few weeks? Where the hell was that son of a bitch when you needed him, whatever? The Hemingway appeared in the booth opposite him, an Oak Park teenager smoking a cigarette. "I felt a kind of vibration from you. Ready to make your decision?" "Can the people at the bar see you?" "No. And don't worry about appearing to be talking to yourself. A lot of that goes on around here." "Look, why can't you just take me back to a couple of weeks before we met on the train, back in the first universe? I'll just—" The Hemingway was shaking its head slowly. "You can't." "No. As I explained, you already exist there." "You said that you couldn't be in the same place twice." How do you know I can't?
How do you know you can't swallow that piano? You just can't.
You thought I couldn't talk about you either. You thought your stick would kill me. I'm not like normal people.
Except in that alcohol does nothing for your judgment.
John ate a peanut thoughtfully. Try this on for size. At 11:46 on June 3, a man named Sylvester Castlemaine sat down in Dos Hermosas and started talking with me about the lost manuscripts. The forgery would never have occurred to me if I hadn't talked to him. Why don't you go back and keep him from going into that cafe? Or just go back to 11:30 and kill him? The Hemingway smiled maliciously.
You don't like him much.
It's more fear than like or dislike. He rubbed his face hard, remembering. Funny how things shift around. He was kind of likable the first time I met him. Then you killed me on the train, and in the subsequent universe he became colder, more serious. Then you killed me in Pansy's apartment, and in this universe he has turned mean. Dangerously mean, like a couple of men I knew in Vietnam. The ones who really loved the killing, like you, evidently. It blew a chain of smoke rings before answering.
I don't love killing or anything else. I have a complex function, and I fulfill it, because that is what I do. That sounds circular because of the limitations of human language. I can't go killing people right and left just to see what happens. When a person dies at the wrong time, it takes forever to clean things up. Not that it wouldn't be worth it in your case, but I can tell you with certainty that killing Castlemaine would not affect the final outcome.
How can you say that? He's responsible for the whole thing. John finished off most of his beer, and the Hemingway touched the mug, and it refilled. Not poison.
Wouldn't work, it said morosely. I'd gladly kill Castlemaine any way you want. Cancer of the penis is a possibility. If there was even a fighting chance that it would clear things up. The reason I know it wouldn't is that I am not in the least attracted to that meeting. There's no probability nexus associated with it, the way there was with your buying the Corona, or starting the story on the train, or writing it down here. You may think that you would never have come up with the idea for the forgery on your own, but you're wrong.
That's preposterous.
Nope. There are universes in this bundle where Castle isn't involved. You may find that hard to believe, but your beliefs aren't important.
John nodded non-committally and got his faraway remembering look. You know, reviewing in my mind all the conversations we've had, all 5 of them, the only substantive reason you've given me not to write this pastiche, and I quote, is that I or someone like me will have to kill you. Since that doesn't seem to be possible, why don't we try some other line of attack? It put out the cigarette by squeezing it between thumb and forefinger. There was a smell of burning flesh. All right, try this. Give it up, or I'll kill Pansy. Then Lena. I've thought of that, and I'm gambling that you won't, or can't. You had a perfect opportunity a few days ago, maximum dramatic effect, and you didn't do it. Now you say it's an awfully complicated matter. You're willing to gamble with the lives of the people you love? I'm gambling with a lot, including them. He leaned forward. Take me into the future instead of the past. Show me what will happen if I succeed with the Hemingway hoax. If I agree that it's terrible, I'll give it all up and become a plumber. The old wise Hemingway shook a shaggy head at him. You're asking me to please fix it so you can swallow a piano. I can't. Even I can't go straight to the future and look around. I'm pretty much tied to your present and past until this matter is cleared up. One of the first things you said to me was that you were from the future and the past, and other temporalities, whatever the hell that means. You were lying, then? Not really, it sighed. Let me force the analogy. Look at the piano. John twisted half around. Okay, you can't eat it, but after a fashion, I can. The piano suddenly transformed itself into a piano-shaped mountain of cold capsules, which immediately collapsed and rolled all over the floor. Each capsule contains a pinch of sawdust or powdered ivory or metal. The whole piano in about 100,000 capsules. If I take one with each meal, I will indeed eat the piano over the course of the next 300-some years. That's not a long time for me. That doesn't prove anything. It's not a proof.
It's a demonstration." It reached down and picked up a capsule that was rolling by and popped it into its mouth. "One down, 99,999 to go. So how many ways could I eat this piano?" "Ways? I mean, I could have swallowed any of the 100,000 first. Next I can choose any of the remaining 99,999. How many ways can—" "That's easy. 100,000 factorial. A huge number." "Go to the head of the class. It's 10 to the godzillionth power. That represents the number of possible paths, the number of futures, leading to this one guaranteed preordained event, my eating the piano. They are all different, but in terms of whether the piano gets eaten, their differences are trivial. On a larger scale, every possible trivial action that you or anybody else in this universe takes puts us into a slightly different future than would have otherwise existed. An overwhelming majority of actions, even seemingly significant ones, make no difference in the long run. All of the futures bend back to one central unifying event, except for the ones that you're screwing up." "So what is this big event?" "It's impossible for you to know. It's not important anyhow. Actually, it would take a rather cosmic viewpoint to consider the event unimportant, the end of the world." Or at least the end of life on Earth. Right now there were two earnest young politicians in the United States and Russia who, on 11 August 2006, would be president and premier of their countries. On that day one would insult the other beyond forgiveness, and a button would be pushed, and then another button, and by the time the sun set on Moscow or rose on Washington, there would be nothing left alive on the planet at all. From the bottom of the ocean to the top of the atmosphere, not a cockroach, not a paramecium, not a virus, and all because there are some things a man just doesn't have to take, not if he's a real man. Hemingway wasn't the only writer who felt that way, but he was the one with the most influence on this generation. The apparition who wanted John dead, or at least not typing, didn't know exactly what effect his pastiche was going to have on Hemingway's influence, but it was going to be decisive and ultimately negative. It would prevent, or at least delay, the end of the world in a whole bundle of universes, which would put a zillion adjacent realities out of kilter, and there would be hell to pay all up and down the omniverse. Many more people than 6 billion would die, and it's even possible that all of reality would unravel and collapse back to the primordial hiccup from whence it came. "If it's not important, then why are you so hell-bent on keeping me from preventing it? I don't believe you." "Don't believe me, then." At an imperious gesture, all the capsules rolled back into the corner and reassembled into a piano, with a huge crashing chord. None of the barflies heard it. "I should think you'd cooperate with me just to prevent the unpleasantness of dying over and over." John had the expression of a poker player whose opponent has inadvertently exposed his hole card. "You get used to it," he said, "and it occurs to me that sooner or later I'll wind up in the universe that I really like. This one doesn't have a hell of a lot to recommend it." His foot tapped twice, and then twice again. "No," the Hemingway said. "It will get worse each time." "You can't know that. This has never happened before." "True so far, isn't it?" John considered it for a moment. Some ways not." The Hemingway shrugged and stood up. "Well, think about my offer." The cane appeared. "Happy cancer." It tapped him on the chest and disappeared. The first sensation was utter tiredness, immobility. When he strained to move, pain slithered through his muscles and viscera and stayed. He could hardly breathe, partly because his lungs weren't working, and partly because there was something in the way. In the mirror beside the booth he looked down his throat and saw a large white mass, veined, pulsing. He sank back into the cushion and waited. He remembered the young, wounded Hemingway writing his parents from the hospital with ghastly cheerfulness. "If I should have died, it would have been very easy for me. Quite the easiest thing I ever did." "I don't know, Ernie. Maybe it gets harder with practice." He felt something tear open inside, and hot, stinging fluid trickled through his abdominal cavity. He wiped his face, and a patch of necrotic skin came off with a terrible smell. His clothes tightened as his body swelled. "Hey, Bunny, you okay?" The bartender came around in front of him and jumped. "Christ, Harry, punch 911!" John gave a slight, ineffectual wave. "No rush,"
he croaked. The bartender cast his eyes to the ceiling. "Always on my shift." 22. Death in the Afternoon. John woke up behind a dumpster in an alley. It was high noon, and the smell of fermenting garbage was revolting. He didn't feel too well in any case, as if he'd drunk far too much and passed out behind a dumpster, which was exactly what had happened in this universe. In this universe. He stood slowly to a quiet chorus of creaks and pops, brushed himself off, and staggered away from the malefic odor. Staggered, but not limping. He had both feet again, in this present. There was a hand-sized numb spot at the top of his left leg where a .51 caliber machine-gun bullet had missed his balls by an inch and ended his career as a soldier. And started it as a writer. He got to the sidewalk and stopped dead. This was the first universe where he wasn't a college professor. He taught occasionally, sometimes creative writing, sometimes Hemingway. But it was only a hobby now and a nod toward respectability. He rubbed his fringe of salt-and-pepper beard. It covered the bullet scar there on his chin. He ran his tongue along the metal teeth the Army had installed 30 years ago. Jesus, maybe it does get worse every time. Which was worse, losing a foot or getting your dick sprayed with shrapnel, numb from several nerves, plus bullets in the leg and face and arm? If you knew there was a pansy in your future, you would probably trade a foot for a whole dick, though she had done wonders with what was left. Remembering furiously, not watching where he was going, he let his feet guide him back to the Oldsters bar where the Hemingway had showed him how to swallow a piano. He pushed through the door, and the shock of air conditioning brought him back to the present. Ferns, perfume, lacy underthings. An Epicene sales clerk sashayed toward him, managing to look worried and determined at the same time. His nose was pierced, decorated with a single diamond button. "Sir," he said in a surprisingly deep voice, "may I help you?" Crotchless panties, marital aids. The bar had become a store called the French Connection. "Guess I took a wrong turn, sorry." He started to back out. The clerk smiled. "Don't be shy. Everybody needs something here." The heat was almost pleasant in its heavy familiarity. John stopped at a convenience store for a six-pack of greenies and walked back home. An interesting universe, much more of a divergence than the other had been. Reagan had survived the Hinckley assassination and actually went on to a second term. Bush was elected rather than succeeding to the presidency, and the country had not gone to war in Nicaragua. The Iran-Contra scandal nipped it in the bud. The United States was actually cooperating with the Soviet Union in a flight to Mars. There were no De Sotos. Could there be a connection? And in this universe he had actually met Ernest Hemingway. Havana, 1952. John was 8 years old. His father, a doctor in this universe, had taken a break from the New England winter to treat his family to a week in the tropics. John got a nice sunburn the first day, playing on the beach while his parents tried the casinos. The next day they made him stay indoors, which meant tagging along with his parents, looking at things that didn't fascinate 8-year-olds. For lunch they went to La Florida, on the off chance that they might meet the famous Ernest Hemingway, who supposedly held court there when he was in Havana. To John it was a huge, dark cavern of a place, full of adult smells. Cigar smoke, rum, beer, stale urine. But Hemingway was indeed there, at the end of the long, dark wood bar, laughing heartily with a table full of Cubans. John was vaguely aware that his mother resembled some movie actress, but he couldn't have guessed that that would change his life. Hemingway glimpsed her and then stood up and was suddenly silent, mouth open. Then he laughed and waved a huge arm. "Come on over here, daughter." The three of them rather timidly approached the table, John acutely aware of the careful inspection his mother was receiving from the silent Cubans. "Take a look, Mary," Hemingway said to the small blonde woman knitting at the table. "The kraut." The woman nodded, smiling, and agreed that John's mother looked just like Marlene Dietrich 10 years before. Hemingway invited them to sit down and have a drink, and they accepted with an air of genuine astonishment. He gravely shook John's hand and spoke to him as he would to an adult. Then he shouted to the bartender in fast Spanish, and in a couple of minutes John's parents had huge daiquiris, and he had a Coke with a wedge of lime in it, tropical and grown up. The waiter also brought a tray of boiled shrimp. Hemingway even ate the heads and tails, crunching loudly, which impressed John more than any Nobel Prize. Hemingway might have agreed, since he hadn't yet received one, and Faulkner had. For more than an hour, two cokes, John watched as his parents sat hypnotized in the aura of Hemingway's famous charm. He put them at ease with jokes and stories and questions. For the rest of his life, John's father would relate how impressed he was with the sophistication of Hemingway's queries about cardiac medicine. But it was obvious even to a child that they were in awe, electrified by the man's presence. Later that night, John's father asked him what he thought of Mr. Hemingway. 44 years later, John, of course, remembered his exact reply. "He has fun all the time. I never saw a grown-up who plays like that." Interesting. That meeting was where his eidetic memory started. He could remember a couple of days before it pretty well, because they had still been close to the surface. In other universes, he could remember back well before grade school. It gave him a strange feeling. All of the universes were different, but this was the first one where the differentness was so tightly connected to Hemingway. He was flabby in this universe, fat over old tired muscle, like Hemingway at his age, perhaps, and he felt a curious anxiety that he realized was a real need to have a drink. Not just desire, not thirst. If he didn't have a drink, something very, very bad would happen. He knew that was irrational. Knowing didn't help. John carefully mounted the stairs up to their apartment, stepping over the fifth one, also rotted in this universe. He put the beer in the refrigerator and took from the freezer a bottle of icy vodka. That was different. And poured himself a double shot and knocked it back, medicine drinking. That would spike the hangover pretty well. He pried the top off a beer and carried it into the living room, thoughtful as the alcoholic glow radiated through his body. He sat down at the typewriter and picked up the air pistol, a fancy Belgian target model. He cocked it and, with a practiced two-handed grip, aimed at a paper target across the room. The pellet struck less than half an inch low. All around the room the walls were pocked from where he'd fired at roaches, and once a scorpion. Very Hemingway-ish, he thought. In fact, most of the ways he was different from the earlier incarnations of himself were in Hemingway's direction. He spun a piece of paper into the typewriter and made a list. E.H. and me. Both had doctor fathers, both forced into music lessons. In high school wrote derivative stuff that didn't show promise. Our war wounds were evidently similar in severity and location. Maybe my groin one was worse. Army doctor there said that in Korea, and presumably World War I, without helicopter dust-off, I would have been dead on the battlefield. Having been wounded in the kneecap and foot myself, I know that H's story about carrying the wounded guy on his back is unlikely. It was a month before I could put any stress on the knee. He mentioned genital wounds, possibly similar to mine, in a letter to Bernard Baruch, but there's nothing in the Red Cross report about them. But in both cases, being wounded and surviving was the central experience of our youth, touching death. We each wrote the first draft of our first novel in 6 weeks, but his was better and more ambitious. Both had unusual critical success from the beginning. Both shy as youngsters and gregarious as adults. Always loved fishing and hiking and guns. I loved the bullfight from my first corrida, but may have been influenced by H's books. Spain in general. Have better women than we deserve. Drink too much. Hypochondria. Accident-proneness. A tendency toward morbidity. One difference. I will never stick a shotgun in my mouth and pull the trigger. Leaves too much of a mess. He looked up at the sound of the cane tapping. The Hemingway was in the harsh, wise old man mode, but was nearly transparent in the bright light that streamed from the open door. "What do I have to do to get your attention?" it said. "Give you cancer again?" That was pretty unpleasant. Maybe it will be the last. It half sat on the arm of the couch and spun the cane around twice. "Today is a big day. Are we going to Paris?" "What do you mean?" "Something big happens today. In every universe where you're alive, this day glows with importance. I assume that means you've decided to go along with me. Stop writing this thing in exchange for the truth about the manuscripts." As a matter of fact, he had been thinking just that. Life was confusing enough already, torn between his erotic love for Pansy and the more domestic but still deep feeling for Lena. Writing the pastiche was kind of fun, but he did have his own fish to fry. Besides, he'd come to truly dislike Castle, even before Pansy had told him about the setup. It would be fun to disappoint him. "You're right. Let's go. First, destroy the novel." In this universe, he'd completed 70 pages of the Up in Michigan novel. "Sure." John picked up the stack of paper and threw it into the tiny fireplace. He lit it several places with a long barbecue match and watched a month's work go up in smoke. It was only a symbolic gesture, anyhow. He could retype the thing from memory if he wanted to. "So what do I do? Click my heels together 3 times and say there's no place like the Gare de Lyon?" "Just come closer." John took 3 steps toward the Hemingway and suddenly fell up, down, sideways. It was worse than dying. He was torn apart and scattered throughout space and time, being nowhere and everywhere, everywhen, being a screaming vacuum forever. Grit crunched underfoot, and coal smoke was choking thick in the air. It was cold. Grey Paris skies glowered through the long skylights, through the complicated geometry of the black steel trusses that held up the high roof. Bustling crowds chattering French. A woman walked through John from behind. He pressed himself with his hands and felt real. "They can't see us," the Hemingway said. "Not unless I will it." That was awful. "I hoped you would hate it. That's how I spend most of my time-space. Come on." They walked past vendors selling paper packets of roasted chestnuts, bottles of wine, stacks of baguettes, and cheeses. There were strange resonances as John remembered the various times he'd been here more than a half-century in the future. It hadn't changed much. "There she is." The Hemingway pointed. Hadley looked worn, tired, dowdy. She stumbled, trying to keep up with the porter who strode along with her 2 bags. John recalled that she was just recovering from a bad case of the grip. She'd probably still be home in bed if Hemingway hadn't sent the telegram urging her to come to Lausanne because the skiing was so good at Chambly. "Are there universes where Hadley doesn't lose the manuscripts?" "Plenty of them," the Hemingway said. "In some of them he doesn't sell My Old Man Next Year or anything else, and he throws all the stories away himself. He gives up fiction and becomes a staff writer for the Toronto Star until the Spanish Civil War. Then he joins the Abraham Lincoln Battalion and is killed driving an ambulance. His only effect on American literature is 1 paragraph in the autobiography of Alice B. Toklas. But in some the stories actually do see print." "Sure, including the novel, which is usually called Along with Youth." "There." Hadley was mounting the steps up into a passenger car. There was a microsecond of agonizing emptiness, and they materialized in the passageway in front of Hadley's compartment. She and the porter walked through them. "Merci," she said, and handed the man a few sous. He made a face behind her back. "Along with Youth," John said. "It's a pretty good book, sort of prefiguring A Farewell to Arms, but he does a lot better in universes where it's not published. The Sun Also Rises gets more attention." Hadley stowed both the suitcase and the overnight bag under the seat. Then she frowned slightly, checked her wristwatch, and left the compartment, closing the door behind her. "Interesting," the Hemingway said. "So she didn't leave it out in plain sight, begging to be stolen." "Makes you wonder," John said. "This novel, was it about World War I?" "The trenches in Italy," the Hemingway said. A young man stepped out of the shadows of the vestibule, looking in the direction Hadley took. Then he turned around and faced the 2 travelers from the future. It was Ernest Hemingway. He smiled. "Close your mouth, John. You'll catch flies." He opened the door to the compartment, picked up the overnight bag, and carried it into the next car. John recovered enough to chase after him. He had disappeared. The Hemingway followed. "What is this?" John said. "I thought you couldn't be in 2 time-spaces at once." "That wasn't me." "It sure as hell wasn't the real Hemingway. He's in Lausanne with Lincoln Steffens." "Maybe he is and maybe he isn't." "He knew my name." "That he did." The Hemingway was getting fainter as John watched. "Was he another one of you? Another stab agent?" "No. Not possible. It peered at John. What's happening to you? Its features went slack with a look of disbelief. Oh, no. It was you. What was me? Just now. It gestured toward the other car. The bag, the manuscripts. Of course. Hadley burst into the car and ran right through them, shouting in French for the conductor. She was carrying a bottle of Evian water. Well, John said, that's what... The Hemingway was gone. John just had time to think marooned in 1922, when the railroad car and the Gare de Lyon dissolved in an in-bursting cascade of black sparks, and it was no easier to handle the second time, spread impossibly thin across all those light years and millennia, wondering whether it was going to last forever this time, realizing that it did anyhow, and coalescing with an impossibly painful snap. Looking at the list in the typewriter, he reached for the Heineken. It was still cold. He set it back down. God, he whispered, I hope that's that. The situation called for higher octane. He went to the freezer and took out the vodka. He sipped the gelid syrup straight from the bottle and almost dropped it when out of the corner of his eye he saw the overnight bag. He sat the open bottle on the counter and sleepwalked over to the dining-room table. It was the same bag, slightly beat up, monogrammed E.H.R., Elizabeth Hadley Richardson. He opened it, and inside was a thick stack of manila envelopes. He took the top one and carried it and the vodka bottle back to his chair. His hands were shaking. He opened the folder and stared at the familiar typing. Ernest M. Hemingway. 1. I for mine. Fever stood up. In the moonlight, he could see blood starting on his hands. His pants were torn at the knee, and he knew it would be bleeding, too. He watched the lights of the caboose disappear in the trees where the track curved. That lousy crut of a brakeman. He would get him some day. Fever scuffed off the end of a tie and sat down to pick the cinders out of his hands and knee. He could use some water. The brakeman had his canteen. He could smell a campfire. He wondered if it would be smart to go find it. He knew about the wolves, the humankind that lived along the rails, and the disgusting things they liked. He wasn't afraid of them, but you didn't look for trouble. You don't have to look for trouble, his father would say. Trouble will find you. His father didn't tell him about wolves, though. There was a noise in the brush. Fever stood up and slipped his hand around the horn grip of the fat buck clasp knife in his pocket. The screen door creaked open, and he looked up to see Pansy walk in with a strange expression on her face. Lena followed, looking even stranger. Her left eye was swollen shut, and most of that side of her face was bruised, blue, and brown. He stood up, shaking with a sudden collision of emotions. What the hell? Castle, Pansy said. He got out of hand. Real talent for understatement. Lena's voice was tightly controlled, but distorted. He went nuts, slapping Lena around. Then he started to rummage around in a closet, rave about a shotgun, and we split. I'll call the police. We've already been there, Lena said. It's all over. Of course we can't work with... No, I mean he's a criminal. He's wanted in Mississippi for second-degree murder. They went to arrest him, hold him for extradition. So no more Hemingway hoax. What Hemingway hoax? Pansy said. We'll tell you all about it, Lena said, and pointed at the bottle. A little early, don't you think? You could at least get us a couple of glasses. John went into the kitchen, almost floating with vodka buzz and anxious confusion. What do you want with it? Pansy said OJ, and Lena said ice. Then Lena screamed. He turned around, and there was Castle standing in the door, grinning. He had a pistol in his right hand and a sawed-off shotgun in his left. You cunts, he said. You fucking cunts. Go to the fucking cops. There was a butcher knife in the drawer next to the refrigerator, but he didn't think Castle would stand idly by and let him rummage for it. Nothing else that might serve as a weapon except the air pistol. Castle knew that it wouldn't do much damage. He looked at John. You three are going to be my hostages. We're getting out of here. Lose 'em up in the Everglades. They'll have a make on my pickup, though. We don't have a car, John said. I know that, asshole. There's a Hertz right down on one. You go rent one and don't try nothing cute. I so much as smell a cop, I blow these two cunts away." He turned back to the women and grinned crookedly, talking hard guy through his teeth. "Like I did those two they sent, the spick and the nigger. They said something about coming back with a warrant to look for the shotgun, and I was just being as nice as could be. I said, 'Hell, come on in, don't need no warrant. I got nothing to hide,' and when they come in, I take the pistol from the nigger and kill the spick with it and shoot the nigger in the balls. You should have heard him. Some nigger took 4 more rounds to shut him up." Wonder if that means the pistol is empty, John thought. He had Pansy's orange juice in his hand. It was an old-fashioned Smith & Wesson .357 Magnum 6-shot. But from this angle he couldn't tell whether it had been reloaded. He could try to blind Castle with the orange juice. He stepped toward him. "What kind of car do you want?" "Just a car, damn it, big enough." A siren whooped about a block away. Castle looked wary. "Bitch, you told him where you'd be." "No," Lena pleaded. "We didn't tell them anything." "Don't do anything stupid," John said. 2 more sirens, closer. "I'll show you stupid." He raised the pistol toward Lena. John dashed the orange juice in his face. It wasn't really like slow motion. It was just that John didn't miss any of it. Castle growled and swung around, and in the cylinder's chambers John saw 5 copper-jacketed slugs. He reached for the gun, and the first shot shattered his hand, blowing off 2 fingers, and struck the right side of his chest. The explosion was deafening, and the shock of the bullet was like being hit simultaneously in the hand and chest with baseball bats. He rocked, still on his feet, and coughed blood spatter on Castle's face. Castle fired again, and the second slug hit him on the other side of the chest, this time spinning him half around. Was somebody screaming? Hemingway said it felt like an icy snowball, and that was pretty close, except for the inside part, your body saying, well, time to close up shop. There was a terrible, familiar, radiating pain in the center of his chest, and John realized that he was having a totally superfluous heart attack. He pushed off from the dinette and staggered toward Castle again. He made a grab for the shotgun, and Castle emptied both barrels into his abdomen. He dropped to his knees and then fell over on his side. He couldn't feel anything. Things started to go dim and red. Was this going to be the last time? Castle cracked the shotgun, and the 2 spent shells flew up in an arc over his shoulder. He took 2 more out of his shirt pocket and dropped one. When he bent over to pick it up, Pansy leaped past him. In a swift motion that was almost graceful, it came to John that he had probably practiced it over and over, acting out fantasies. He slipped both shells into their chambers and closed the gun with a flip of the wrist. The screen door was stuck. Pansy was straining at the knob with both hands. Castle put the muzzles up to the base of her skull and pulled one trigger. Most of her head covered the screen or went through the hole the blast made. The crown of her skull, a bloody bowl, bounced off 2 walls and went spinning into the kitchen. Her body did a spastic little dance and folded, streaming life. Lena was suddenly on his back, clawing at his face. He spun and slammed her against the wall. She wilted like a rag doll, and he hit her hard with the pistol on the way down. She unrolled at his feet, out cold, and with his mouth wide open, laughing silently, he lowered the shotgun and blasted her point-blank in the crotch. Her body jackknifed, and John tried with all his will not to die, but blackness crowded in, and the last thing he saw was that evil grin as Castle reloaded again, peering out the window, presumably at the police. It wasn't the terrible sense of being spread infinitesimally thin over an infinity of pain and darkness. Things had just gone black, like closing your eyes. If this is death, John thought, there's not much to it. But it changed. There was a little bit of pale light, some vague figures, and then colors bled into the scene, and after a moment of disorientation he realized he was still in the apartment, but apparently floating up by the ceiling. Lena was conscious again, barely, twitching, staring at the river of blood that pumped from between her legs. Pansy looked unreal, headless, but untouched from the neck down, lying in a relaxed, improbable posture like a knocked-over department store dummy, blood still spurting from a neck artery out through the screen door. His own body was a mess, the abdomen completely excavated by buckshot. Inside the huge wound, behind the torn coils of intestine, the shreds of fat and gristle, the blood, the shit, he could see sharp, splintered knuckles of backbone. Maybe it hadn't hurt so much because the spinal cord had been severed in the blast. He had time to be a little shocked at himself for not feeling more. Of course, most of the people he'd known who had died did die this way, in loud spatters of blood and brains. Even after 30 years of the occasional polite heart attack or stroke carrying off friend or acquaintance, most of the dead people he knew had died in the jungle. He had been a hero there, in this universe. That would have surprised his sergeants in the original one. Congressional Medal of Honor, so-called, which hadn't hurt the sales of his first book. Knocked out the NVA machine gun emplacement with their own satchel charge, then hauled the machine gun around and wiped out their mortar and command squads. He managed it all with bullet wounds in the face and triceps. Of course, without the bullet wounds he wouldn't have lost his cool and charged the machine gun emplacement, but that wasn't noted in the citation. A pity there was no way to trade the medals in, melt them down into one big fat bullet and use it to waste that crazy motherfucker who was ignoring the 3 people he'd just killed, laughing like a hyena while he shouted obscenities at the police gathering down below. Castle fires a shot through the lower window and then ducks, and a spray of automatic weapon fire shatters the upper window, filling the air with a spray of glass. Bullets and glass fly painlessly through John where he's floating, and he hears them spatter into the ceiling, and suddenly everything is white with plaster dust. It starts to clear, and he is much closer to his body, drawing down closer and closer. He merges with it, and there's an instant of blackness, and he's looking out through human eyes again. A dull noise, and he looked up to see hundreds of shards of glass leap up from the floor and fly to the window. Plaster dust in billows sucked up into bullet holes in the ceiling, which then disappeared. The top window pane reformed as Castle uncrouched, pointed the shotgun, then jerked forward as a blossom of yellow flame and white smoke rolled back into the barrel. His hand was whole, the fingers restored. He looked down and saw rivulets of blood running back into the hole in his abdomen, then individual drops. Then it closed, and the clothing restored itself. Then one of the holes in his chest closed up, and then the other. The clothing was unfamiliar. A tweed jacket in this weather? His hands had turned old, liver spots forming as he watched. Slow like a plant growing, slow like the moon turning, thinking slowly, too, he reached up and felt the beard, and could see out of the corner of his eye that it was white and long. He was too fat, and a belt-buckle bit painfully into his belly. He sucked in and pried out and looked at the buckle. Yes, it was old brass, and said, "Gott mit uns," the buckle he'd taken from a dead German so long ago. The buckle Hemingway had taken. John got to one knee. He watched, fascinated, as the stream of blood gushed back into Lena's womb, disappearing as Castle, grinning, jammed the barrels in between her legs, flinched, and did a complicated dance in reverse, while Pansy's decapitated body writhed around and jerked upright. Lena, sliding up off the floor, leaped up between the man's back and the wall, then fell off and ran backwards as he flipped the shotgun up to the back of Pansy's neck, and seeming gallons of blood and tissue came flying from every direction to assemble themselves into the lovely head and face, distorted in terror as she jerked awkwardly at the door and then ran backwards, past Castle, as he did a graceful pirouette, unloading the gun and placing one shell on the floor, which flipped up to his pocket as he stood and put the other one there. John stood up and walked through some thick resistance toward Castle. Was it time resisting him? Everything else was still moving in reverse. 2 empty shotgun shells sailed across the room to snick into the weapons chambers. Castle snapped it shut and wheeled to face John. But John wasn't where he was supposed to be. As the shotgun swung around, John grabbed the barrels, hot, and pulled the pistol out of Castle's waistband. He lost his grip on the shotgun barrels just as he jammed the pistol against Castle's heart and fired. A spray of blood from all over the other side of the room converged on Castle's back, and John felt the recoil sting of the magnum just as the shotgun muzzle cracked hard against his teeth. Mouthful of searing heat, then blackness forever, back in the featureless infinite time-space hell that the Hemingway had taken him to forever, but in the next instant a new kind of twitch, a twist. 23. The Time Exchanged. What does that mean? You lost him? We were in the railroad car on the Gare de Lyon in the normal observation mode. This entity that looked like Hemingway walked up, greeted us, took the manuscripts, and disappeared. Just like that. No, he went into the next car. John Baird ran after him. Maybe that was my mistake. I translated instead of running. That's when you lost him. Both of them. Baird disappeared, too. Then Hadley came running in. Don't confuse me with Hadleys. You checked the adjacent universes. All of them, yes. I think they're all right. Think? Well, I can't quite get to that moment. When I disappeared, it's as if I were still there for several more seconds, so I'm excluded. And John Baird is still there? Not by the time I can insert myself. Just Hadley running around. No Hadleys, no Hadleys. So naturally you went back to 1996. Of course, but there is a period of several minutes there from which I'm excluded as well. When I can finally insert myself, John Baird is dead. Ah. In every Doom line, he and Castlemaine have killed each other. John is lying there with his head blown off, Castle next to him with his heart torn out from a point-blank pistol shot, with two very distraught women screaming while police pile in through the door. And this, the overnight bag with the stories. I don't think anybody noticed it. With Baird dead, I could spot-check the women's futures. Neither of them mentions the bag, so perhaps the mission is accomplished. Well, reality is still here, so far. But the connection between Baird and this Hemingway entity is disturbing. That Baird is able to return to 1996 without your help is very disturbing. He has obviously taken on some of your characteristics, your abilities, which is why you're excluded from the last several minutes of his life. I've never heard of that happening before. It never has. I think that John Baird is no more human than you and I. I suspect he's still around somewhen. 24. Islands in the Stream. And the unending, lightless desert of pain becomes suddenly one small, bright spark, and then everything is dark red, and a taste, a bitter taste. Hoppy's No. 9 gun oil, and the twin barrels of the fine Boss pigeon gun, cold and oily on his tongue, and biting hard against the roof of his mouth. The dark red is light on the other side of his eyelids, sting of pain before he bumps a tooth and opens his eyes and mouth and lowers the gun, and with shaking hands disloads both barrels, and walks backwards, shuffling in the slippers, slumping, stopping to stare out into the Idaho morning dark. Helpless tears coursing up from the snarled white beard, walking backwards down the stairs with the shotgun heavily cradled in his elbow, backing into the storeroom and replacing it in the rack. Then back up the stairs and slowly put the keys there in plain sight on the kitchen windowsill, a bit of mercy from Miss Mary. Then sit and stare at the cold, bad coffee as it warms back to one acid sip. A tiny part of the mind saying, "Wait, I am John Baird, it is 1996. And back to a spiritless shower, numb to the needle spray, and cramped constipation and a sleep of no ease. An evening with Mary and George Brown, tiptoeing around the blackest of black-ass, worse and worse each day. Only one thing to look forward to. Got to throw out an anchor. Faster now, walking through the Ketchum woods like a jerky cartoon in reverse, fucking FBI and IRS behind every tree because you sent Ezra that money. Felt sorry for him because he was crazy. What a fucking joke. Should have finished the cantos and shot himself. Effect preceding cause, but I can read or hear scraps of thought somehow. Speeding to a blur now, driving in reverse hundreds of miles per hour back from Ketchum to Minnesota, the Mayo Clinic, holding the madness in while you talk to the shrink. Promise not to hurt myself, have to go home and write if I'm going to beat this, figuring what he wants to hear. Then the rubber mouthpiece and smell of your own hair and flesh, slightly burnt by the electrodes, then deep, total blackness. Sharp stabs of thought, sometimes stretching. Hospital days blur by in reverse. Cold chrome and starch white. A couple of mouthfuls of claret a day to wash down the pills that seem to make it worse and worse. What will happen to me when he's born? When they came back from Spain was when he agreed to the Mayo Clinic. Still all beat up from the plane crashes 6 years before in Africa. Liver and spleen shot to hell, brain too, nerves, can't write or can't stop. All day on one damned sentence for the Kennedy book, but 100,000 fast words, pure shit for the bullfight article. Paris book okay, but stuck. Great to find the trunks in the Ritz, but none of the stuff Hadley lost. Here it stops. A frozen tableau. Afternoon light slanting in through the tall, cloudy windows of the Cambon bar, where he had would liberate the hotel in August 1944. a good large American-style martini gulped too fast in the excitement. The two small trunks unpacked and laid out item by item. Hundreds of pages of notes that would become the Paris book. But nothing before 23, of course. The manuscripts, the novel, and the stories, and the poems still gone. One moment nailed down with the juniper sting of the martini, and then time crawling, rolling, flying backwards again. No control. Months blurring by. Madrid, Riviera, Venice, feeling sick and busted up. The plane wrecks like a quick 1-2 punch, brain and body. Blurry, sick, even before them at the Finca Vigia. Can't get a fucking thing done after the Nobel Prize, journalists day and night. The prize bad luck and bullshit anyhow, but need the $35,000. Damn, had to shoot Willie, cat, since the boat time before the war, but winged a burglar too, same gun, just after the Pulitzer. Now that was all right. Slowing down again. Havana, the Floridita. Even Mary having a good time, and the Basque high-lie players, too, though they don't know much English, most of them. Interesting couple of civilians, the doctor and the Kraut look-alike. But there's something about the boy that makes it hard to take my eyes off him. Looks like someone, I guess. Another round of Papa Dobles, that boy. What is it about him? And then the first round with lunch, and things speeding up to a blur again. Out on the Gulf a lot, enjoying the triumph of the old man and the sea, the easy, good-paying work of providing fishing footage for the movie, and then back into 1951, the worst year of his life that far, weeks of grudging conciliation, uncontrollable anger, and black-ass depression from the poisonous critical slime that followed across the river. Bastards gunning for him. Harold Ross dead, Mother Grace dead, son Gregory a dope addict, hip-deep into the Dianetics horseshit. Charlie Scribner dead, but first declaring undying love for that asshole Jones. Most of the 40s an anxious blur. Cuba, Italy, Cuba, France, Cuba, China. Found Mary kicked Martha out. 1,000 pages on the fucking Eden book wouldn't come together. Bronze Star, better than Pulitzer. Martha a chrome-plated bitch in Europe, but war is swell otherwise. Liberating the Ritz, grenades, rifles, pistols, and bomb runs with the RAF. China boring compared to it, and the Q ship runs off Cuba. Hell, maybe the bitch was right for once. Just kid stuff and booze. Marrying the bitch was the end of my belle epoque. Easy to see from here, the 30s all sunshine, Key West, Spain, Key West, Africa, Key West. Good hard writing with Pauline holding down the store. Good woman, but sorry I had to divorce. Stopping. Walking Paris streets after midnight. I was never going to throw back at her losing the manuscripts. Told Stephens that would be like blaming a human for the weather or death. These things happen. Nor say anything about what I did the night after I found out she really had lost them. But this one time we got to shouting, and I think I hurt her. Why the hell did she have to bring the carbons? What the hell did you think carbons were for? Stupid, stupid, stupid. And she crying and she giving me hell about Pauline. Jesus, any woman who could fuck up Paris for you could fuck up a royal flush. It slows down around the manuscripts or me. Golden years, the mid-20s. Everything clicks. Paris, Vorarlberg, Paris, Shrooms, Paris, Pamplona, Paris, Madrid, Paris, Lausanne. Couldn't believe she actually... Most of a novel, dozens of poems, stories, sketches. Conte, Kitty called them. By God, woman, you show me your conte, and I'll show you mine. So drunk that night I know better than to drink that much absinthe. So drunk I was half crawling, going up the stairs to the apartment. I saw God, I saw myself standing there on the 4th landing with Hadley's goddamn back. I waited almost an hour. That seemed like no time or all time. And when he came crashing up the stairs, he blinked twice. Then I walked through me, groping, shook my head without looking back, and managed to get the door unlocked. Flying back through the dead winter French countryside, standing in the bar car, fighting hopelessness, to Hadley crying so hard she can't get out what was wrong with Stephen, standing gaping like a fish on a bowl. Twisting again, painlessly inside out, I suppose through various dimensions, seeing the man's life as one complex chord of beauty and purpose and ugliness and chaos. My life on one side of the Moebius strip, consistent through its fading 40-year span, starting here. The handsome young man sits on the floor of the apartment, holding himself, rocking, racked with sobs. One short manuscript crumpled in front of him. The room a mess with drawers pulled out, their contents scattered on the floor. It's like losing an arm, a leg, a foot, a testicle. It's like losing your youth, and along with youth. With a roar, he stands up, eyes closed, fists clenched, wipes his face dry, and stomps over to the window. Breathes deeply until he's breathing normally. Strides across the room, kicking a brazier out of his way. Stands with his hand on the knob and thinks this: life can break you, but you can grow back strong at the broken places. And goes out slamming the door behind him, somewhat conscious of having been present at his own birth. With no effort, I find myself standing earlier that day in the vestibule of a train. Hadley is walking away, tired, looking for a vendor. I turn and confront two aspects of myself. Close your mouth, John, you'll catch flies. They both stand paralyzed while I slide open the door and pull the overnight bag from under the seat. I walk away, and the universe begins to tingle and sparkle. I spend forever in the black void between time-spaces. I am growing to enjoy it. I appear in John Baird's apartment and set down the bag. I look at the empty chair in front of the old typewriter, the green beer bottle sweating cold next to it, and John Baird appears, looking dazed, and I have business elsewhere, elsewhen. A train to catch. I'll come back for the bag in 12 minutes or a few millennia, after the bloodbath that gives birth to us all. 25. A Moveable Feast. He wrote the last line and set down the pencil and read over the last page, sitting on his hands for warmth. He could see his breath. Celebrate the end with a little heat. He unwrapped the bundle of twigs and banked them around the pile of coals in the brazier. Crazy way to heat a room, but it's France. He cupped both hands behind the stack and blew gently. The coals glowed red and then orange, and with the third breath the twigs smoldered and a small yellow flame popped up. He held his hands over the fire, rubbing the stiffness out of his fingers, enjoying the smell of the birch as it cracked and spit. He put a fresh sheet and carbon into the typewriter and looked at his penciled notes. Final draft? Worth a try. Ernest M. Hemingway, 74 Rue de Cardinal Lemoine, Paris, France. Up in Michigan. Jim Gilmore came to Horton's Bay from Canada. He bought the blacksmith shop from old man Horton. Shit, that typo. He flinched suddenly as if struck, and shook his head to clear it. What a strange sensation to come out of nowhere. A sudden cold stab of grief. But larger somehow than grief for a person. Grief for everybody, maybe. For being human. From a typo? He went to the window and opened it in spite of the cold. He filled his lungs with the cold, damp air, and looked around the familiar orange and grey mosaic of chimney-pots and tiled roofs under the dirty winter Paris sky. He shuddered and eased the window back down and returned to the heat of the brazier. He had felt it before, exactly that huge and terrible feeling. But where? For the life of him, he couldn't remember. Appendixes. About the Nebula Awards. Throughout the year, the members of the Science Fiction Writers of America read and recommend novels and stories for the annual Nebula Awards. The editor of the Nebula Awards report collects the recommendations and publishes them in a newsletter. Near the end of the year, the editor tallies the endorsements, draws up a preliminary ballot, and sends it to all active members. The 5 most popular novels, novellas, novelettes, and short stories are listed on the final ballot, which subsequently goes out to SFWA's eligible voters. For purposes of the Nebula Award, a novel is 40,000 words or more. A novella is 17,500 to 39,999 words. A novelette is 7,500 to 17,499 words. And a short story is 7,499 words or fewer. Founded in 1965 by Damon Knight, the Science Fiction Writers of America began with a charter membership of 78 writers. Today, it boasts nearly 1,000 members. Early in his tenure, Lloyd Beagle, Jr., SFWA's first secretary-treasurer, proposed that the organization periodically select and publish the year's best stories. This notion quickly evolved into the elaborate balloting process, an annual awards banquet, and a series of Nebula anthologies. Judith Ann Lawrence designed the trophy from a sketch by Kate Wilhelm. It is a block of lucite containing a rock crystal and a spiral nebula made of metallic glitter. The prize is handmade, and no two are exactly alike. The Grand Master Nebula Award goes to a living author for a lifetime of achievement. The membership bestows it no more than 6 times in a decade. In accordance with SFWA's bylaws, the president nominates a candidate, normally after consulting with past presidents and the board of directors. This nomination then goes before the officers. If a majority approves, that candidate becomes a Grand Master. Past recipients include Robert A. Heinlein, 1974, Jack Williamson, 1975, Clifford D. Simak, 1976, L. Sprague de Camp, 1978, Fritz Leiber, 1981, Andre Norton, 1983, Arthur C. Clarke, 1985, Isaac Asimov, 1986, Alfred Bester, 1987, and Ray Bradbury, 1988. As of this writing, all but Heinlein, Simak, and Bester are still alive. The 26th Annual Nebula Awards banquet was held at the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City on April 27, 1991. Beyond the awards for novel, novella, novelette, and short story, a Grand Master Nebula went to Lester Del Rey, the 11th SF professional to be so honored. Selected titles from the 1990 Preliminary Nebula Ballot. The following 4 lists serve a dual purpose. They enable interested readers to track down the particular pieces of fiction discussed by Catherine Kramer in her opening essay, Democracy, The Marketplace and the American Way. And they provide an overview of those works, authors, ideas, and periodicals that attracted SFWA's notice during 1990. Finalists are excluded from this catalog, as these are documented in the introduction. Novels. Queen of Angels by Greg Bear, Warner Books. Voyage to the Red Planet by Terry Bisson, William Morrow. Earth by David Brin, Bantam. The Vor Game by Lois McMaster Bujold, Baen. Silent Dances by A.C. Crispin and Kathleen O'Malley, Ace. Carmen Dog by Carol Emschwiller, Mercury House. Brain Rose by Nancy Kress, William Morrow. The Quiet Pools by Michael P. Coob McDowell, Ace. Thomas the Rhymer by Ellen Kushner, William Morrow. Arachne by Lisa Mason, William Morrow. Dragon Doom by Dennis McKiernan, Bantam. Fire on the Border by Kevin O'Donnell, Jr., Penguin. Vineland by Thomas Pynchon, Little Brown. Paradise by Mike Resnick, Tor. Venus of Shadows by Pamela Sargent, Doubleday Foundation. Golden Fleece by Robert Sawyer, Warner. Novellas. The King by Donald Barthelme, Harper and Row. The Rose and the Scalpel by Gregory Benford, Amazing Stories, January 1990. The First Since Ancient Persia by John Brunner, Amazing Stories, July 1990. Lord of Fishes by Bernard Deichmann, Analog, August 1990. Stout Hearts by J.R. Dunn, Amazing Stories, March 1990. Mammy Morgan Played the Organ, Her Daddy Beat the Drum, by Michael F. Flynn, Analog, November 1990. Funnel Hawk by Tom Ligon, Analog, August 1990. The Ragged Rock by Judith Moffett, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, October 1990. Buana by Myle Resnick, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, January 1990. A Short, Sharp Shock by Kim Stanley Robinson, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, November 1990. Skull City by Lucius Shepard, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, July 1990. Naught for Hire by John Stith, Analog, July 1990. Backlash by W.R. Thompson, Analog, March 1990. Elegy for Angels and Dogs by Walter John Williams, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, May 1990. Solop System by Walter John Williams, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, September 1990. Novelettes. Hyena Eyes by Ray Aldridge, Fantasy and Science Fiction, June 1990. Bestseller by Michael Blumlein, Fantasy and Science Fiction, February 1990. After Magic, by Bruce Boston, EOTU Group Press. Sea Change, by Alan Brennert, Fantasy and Science Fiction, February 1990. Dr. Pack's Preschool, by David Brin, Fantasy and Science Fiction, July 1990. The Icarus Epidemic, by J.J. Carr, Analog, April 1990. Gerda and the Wizard, by Rob Chilson, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, March 1990. Every Trembling Blossom, Every Singing Bird, by Ronald Anthony Cross, Fantasy and Science Fiction, March 1990. Lime Killer at Large, by Avram Davidson, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, June 1990. The Caress, by Greg Egan, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, January 1990. Cyberella, by Sheila Finch, Fantasy and Science Fiction, July 1990. Giant Steps, by Robert Frazier, Amazing Stories, May 1990. Angel Alone, by Carolyn Ives Gilman, Fantasy and Science Fiction, April 1990. Personal Silence, by Molly Gloss, Isaac Asimov, Science Fiction Magazine, January 1990. Simulation 6, by Stephen Gould, Isaac Asimov, Science Fiction Magazine, March 1990. Passages, by Joe Haldeman, Analog, March 1990. Buddha Nostril Bird, by John Kessel, Isaac Asimov, Science Fiction Magazine, March 1990. Invaders, by John Kessel, Fantasy and Science Fiction, October 1990. Travelers, by Damian Kilby, Isaac Asimov, Science Fiction Magazine, February 1990. Inertia, by Nancy Kress, Analog, January 1990. The Last Feast of Harlequin, by Thomas Ligotti, Fantasy and Science Fiction, April 1990. Timekeeper, by John Morrissey, Fantasy and Science Fiction, January 1990. Mrs. Byers and the Dragon, by Keith Roberts, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, August 1990. A Braver Thing, by Charles Sheffield, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, February 1990. The Shores of Bohemia, by Bruce Sterling, Universe 1, Doubleday Foundation. UFO, by Michael Swanwick, Aboriginal Science Fiction, September-October 1990. Gaudi's Dragon, by Ian Watson, Isaac Asimov Science Fiction Magazine, October 1990. In the Upper Cretaceous with the Summer Fire Brigade, by Ian Watson, Fantasy and Science Fiction, August 1990. Eternity Baby, by Andrew Weiner, Isaac Asimov Science Fiction Magazine, November 1990. The King of the Neanderthals, by Wayne Whiteman, Fantasy and Science Fiction, November 1990. Memories That Dance Like Dust in Summer Heat, by N. Lee Wood, Amazing Stories, January 1990. Short Stories. The Cold Cage, by Ray Aldridge, Fantasy and Science Fiction, February 1990. We Were Butterflies, by Ray Aldridge, Fantasy and Science Fiction, August 1990. Side Effect, by Roger McBride Allen, Analog, March 1990. For No Reason, by Patricia Anthony, Isaac Asimov Science Fiction Magazine, September 1990. My Advice to the Civilized, by John Barnes, Isaac Asimov Science Fiction Magazine, April 1990. Dry Niger, by M. Shane Bell, Isaac Asimov Science Fiction Magazine, August 1990. Snapshots from the Butterfly Plague, by Michael Bishop, Omni, December 1990. Over Flat Mountain, by Terry Bisson, Omni, June 1990. The Secret of Life, by David Brin, Amazing Stories, July 1990. Where Are You Now, Guy de Maupassant, Now That We Need You, by F. M. Busby, Isaac Asimov Science Fiction Magazine, May 1990. The Sadness of Detail, by Jonathan Carroll, Omni, February 1990. Curious Elation, by Michael Cassett, Fantasy and Science Fiction, September 1990. Wolf Runner, by Mary E. Chu, Sword and Sorceress 6. Missolonghi, 1824, by John Crowley, Isaac Asimov Science Fiction Magazine, March 1990. Captain Coyote's Last Hunt, by Brad Denton, Isaac Asimov Science Fiction Magazine, March 1990. What the EPA Don't Know Won't Hurt Them, by Suzette Elgin, Fantasy and Science Fiction, March 1990. Shore Leave Blacks, by Nancy Etchemendy, Fantasy and Science Fiction, March 1990. One Night in Television City, by Paul DiFilippo, Universe 1, Doubleday Foundation. Sweet Savage Sorcerer, by Esther Friesner, Amazing Stories, January 1990. The Blue Love Potion by Lisa Goldstein, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, June 1990. Midnight News by Lisa Goldstein, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, March 1990. Reflected Light by Nina Kariki Hoffman, Amazing Stories, July 1990. The First Time by K.W. Jeter, Alien Sex, Dutton. Touchdown by Nancy Kress, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, October 1990. Project by Jeffrey Landis, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, June 1990. A Tale of the Brahmin's Wife by Jeffrey Landis, Analog, April 1990. Another Goddamned Showboat by Barry Maltzberg, What Might Have Been, Volume 2, Bantam Spectra. Playback by Barry Maltzberg, Universe 1, Doubleday Foundation. Angels by Bruce McAllister, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, May 1990. I, Said the Cow by Judith Moffett, Fantasy and Science Fiction, January 1990. The Utility Man by Robert Reed, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, November 1990. Rydam Saiboy by Jennifer Robertson, Aboriginal Science Fiction, March-April 1990. Mules by Madeline E. Robbins, Fantasy and Science Fiction, April 1990. Zurich by Kim Stanley Robinson, Fantasy and Science Fiction, March 1990. White City by Lou Shiner, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, June 1990. Three Boston Artists by Sarah Smith, Aboriginal Science Fiction, July-August 1990. The Final Gift by Michael Stackpole, Amazing Stories, March 1990. The Sword of Damocles by Bruce Sterling, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, February 1990. Voice in the Desert by Judith Tarr, Amazing Stories, March 1990. VRM 547 by W.R. Thompson, Analog, February 1990. Designated Hitter by Harry Turtledove, Fantasy and Science Fiction, June 1990. Dually Erased by Mary Terzillo, Space and Time 77. Unnatural Strangers by Wayne Whiteman, Fantasy and Science Fiction, April 1990. War Bride by Rick Wilbur, Alien Sex, Dutton. Cibola by Connie Willis, Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine, December 1990. Lenin in Odessa by George Zabrowski, Amazing Stories, March 1990. Past Nebula Award winners. 1965. Best Novel, Dune, by Frank Herbert. Best Novella, The Saliva Tree, by Brian W. Aldiss. He Who Shapes, by Roger Zelazny, tie. Best Novelette, The Doors of His Face, The Lamps of His Mouth, by Roger Zelazny. Best Short Story, Repent, Harlequin, Said the Tick-Tock Man, by Harlan Ellison. 1966. Best Novel, Flowers for Algernon, by Daniel Keyes. Babel 17, by Samuel R. Delany, tie. Best Novella, The Last Castle, by Jack Vance. Best Novelette, Call Him Lord, by Gordon R. Dixon. Best Short Story, The Secret Place, by Richard McKenna. 1967. Best Novel, The Einstein Intersection, by Samuel R. Delany. Best Novella, Behold the Man, by Michael Moorcock. Best Novelette, Gonna Roll the Bones, by Fritz Leiber. Best Short Story, I and Gomorrah, by Samuel R. Delany. 1968. Best Novel, Rite of Passage, by Alexei Panshin. Best Novella, Dragon Rider, by Anne McCaffrey. Best Novelette, Mother to the World, by Richard Wilson. Best Short Story, The Planners, by Kate Wilhelm. 1969. Best Novel, The Left Hand of Darkness, by Ursula K. Le Guin. Best Novella, A Boy and His Dog, by Harlan Ellison. Best Novelette, Time Considered as a Helix of Semi-Precious Stones, by Samuel R. Delany. Best Short Story, Passengers, by Robert Silverberg. 1970. Best Novel, Ringworld, by Larry Niven. Best Novella, Ill Met in Lankhmar, by Fritz Leiber. Best Novelette, Slow Sculpture, by Theodore Sturgeon. Best Short Story, no award. 1971. Best Novel, A Time of Changes, by Robert Silverberg. Best Novella, The Missing Man, by Catherine MacLean. Best Novelette, The Queen of Air and Darkness, by Powell Anderson. Best Short Story, Good News from the Vatican, by Robert Silverberg. 1972. Best Novel, The Gods Themselves, by Isaac Asimov. Best Novella, A Meeting with Medusa, by Arthur C. Clarke. Best Novelette, Goat Song by Powell Anderson. Best Short Story, When It Changed by Joanna Russ. 1973. Best Novel, Rendezvous with Rama by Arthur C. Clarke. Best Novella, The Death of Dr. Island by Gene Wolfe. Best Novelette, Of Mist and Grass and Sand by Vonda N. McIntyre. Best Short Story, Love is the Plan is Death by James Tiptree, Jr. Best Dramatic Presentation, Soylent Green. 1974. Best Novel, The Dispossessed by Ursula K. Le Guin. Best Novella, Born with the Dead by Robert Silverberg. Best Novelette, If the Stars Are Gods by Gordon Eklund and Gregory Benford. Best Short Story, The Day Before the Revolution by Ursula K. Le Guin. Best Dramatic Presentation, Sleeper. Grand Master, Robert A. Heinlein. 1975. Best Novel, The Forever War by Joe Haldeman. Best Novella, Home is the Hangman by Roger Zelazny. Best Novelette, San Diego Lightfoot Sioux by Tom Ramey. Best Short Story, Catch That Zeppelin by Fritz Leiber. Best Dramatic Presentation, Young Frankenstein. Grand Master, Jack Williamson. 1976. Best Novel, Man Plus by Frederick Pohl. Best Novella, Houston, Houston, Do You Read by James Tiptree, Jr. Best Novelette, The Bicentennial Man by Isaac Asimov. Best Short Story, A Crowd of Shadows by Charles L. Grant. Grand Master, Clifford D. Simak. 1977. Best Novel, Gateway by Frederick Pohl. Best Novella, Stardance by Spider and Jean Robinson. Best Novelette, The Screwfly Solution by Raccoona Sheldon. Best Short Story, Jefty is 5 by Harlan Ellison. Special Award, Star Wars. 1978. Best Novel, Dream Snake by Vonda N. McIntyre. Best Novella, The Persistence of Vision by John Varley. Best Novelette, A Glow of Candles, A Unicorn's Eye by Charles L. Grant. Best Short Story, Stone by Edward Bryant. Grand Master, L. Sprague de Camp. 1979. Best Novel, The Fountains of Paradise by Arthur C. Clarke. Best Novella, Enemy Mine by Barry Longyear. Best Novelette, Sand Kings by George R. R. Martin. Best Short Story, Giants by Edward Bryant. 1980. Best Novel, Timescape by Gregory Benford. Best Novella, The Unicorn Tapestry by Susie McKee Charnas. Best Novelette, The Ugly Chickens by Howard Waldrop. Best Short Story, Grotto of the Dancing Deer by Clifford D. Simak. 1981. Best Novel, The Claw of the Conciliator by Gene Wolfe. Best Novella, The Saturn Game by Powell Anderson. Best Novelette, The Quickening by Michael Bishop. Best Short Story, The Bone Flute by Lisa Tuttle. Footnote: This Nebula Award was declined by the author. End of footnote. Grand Master, Fritz Leiber. 1982. Best Novel, No Enemy But Time by Michael Bishop. Best Novella, Another Orphan by John Kessel. Best Novelette, Firewatch by Connie Willis. Best Short Story, A Letter from the Clearys by Connie Willis. 1983. Best Novel, Startide Rising by David Brin. Best Novella, Hard Fought by Greg Bear. Best Novelette, Blood Music by Greg Bear. Best Short Story, The Peacemaker by Gardner Dozois. Grand Master, Andre Norton. 1984. Best Novel, Neuromancer by William Gibson. Best Novella, Press Enter by John Varley. Best Novelette, Blood Child by Octavia E. Butler. Best Short Story, Morning Child by Gardner Dozois. 1985. Best Novel, Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card. Best Novella, Sailing to Byzantium by Robert Silverberg. Best Novelette, Portraits of His Children by George R. R. Martin. Best Short Story, Out of All Them Bright Stars by Nancy Kress. Grand Master, Arthur C. Clarke. 1986. Best Novel, Speaker for the Dead by Orson Scott Card. Best Novella, R&R by Lucius Shepard. Best Novelette, The Girl Who Fell into the Sky by Kate Wilhelm. Best Short Story, Tangents by Greg Bear. Grand Master, Isaac Asimov. 1987. Best Novel, The Falling Woman by Pat Murphy. Best Novella, The Blind Geometer by Kim Stanley Robinson. Best Novelette, Rachel in Love by Pat Murphy. Best Short Story, Forever Yours, Anna by Kate Wilhelm. Grand Master, Alfred Bester. 1988. Best Novel, Falling Free, by Lois McMaster Bujold. Best Novella, The Last of the Winnebagos, by Connie Willis. Best Novelette, Schrödinger's Kitten, by George Alec Effinger. Best Short Story, Bible Stories for Adults, number 17, The Deluge, by James Morrow. Grandmaster, Ray Bradbury. 1989, Best Novel, The Healer's War, by Elizabeth Ann Scarborough. Best Novella, The Mountains of Mourning, by Lois McMaster Bujold. Best Novelette, At the Rialto, by Connie Willis. Best Short Story, Ripples in the Dirac Sea, by Geoffrey Landis. Those who are interested in category-related awards should also consult A History of the Hugo, Nebula, and International Fantasy Awards by Donald Franson and Howard DeVore, Misfit Press, 1987. Periodically updated, the book is available from Howard DeVore, 4705 Waddell, Dearborn, Michigan, 48125. According to George Zabrowski, the book's special value is in its listings of recommended works for the preliminary Nebula ballot and the number of votes received. Permissions Acknowledgements. The Showbiz Story, by Ursula K. Le Guin, copyright 1990 by Ursula K. Le Guin, reprinted from Universe 1, Doubleday Foundation, by permission of the author and the author's agent, Virginia Kidd. Bears Discover Fire, by Terry Bisson, copyright 1990 by Terry Bisson, reprinted from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, July 1990, by permission of the author. Tower of Babylon, by Ted Chiang, copyright 1990 by Ted Chiang, reprinted from Omni, November 1990, by permission of the author and the author's agent, Virginia Kidd. Love and Sex Among the Invertebrates, by Pat Murphy, copyright 1990 by Pat Murphy, reprinted from Alien Sex, Dutton, by permission of the author. 1/72nd Scale, by Ian MacLeod, copyright 1990 by Ian MacLeod, reprinted from Weird Tales, Fall 1990, by permission of the author. Liesel, by Karen Joy Fowler, copyright 1990 by Karen Joy Fowler, reprinted from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, July 1990, by permission of the author. Epitaph for Dreams, by G. Sutton Breeding, copyright 1989 by G. Sutton Breeding, reprinted from Narcopolis, first edition 1989, by permission of the author. Dear Spacemen, by Patrick McKinnon, copyright 1990 by Patrick McKinnon, reprinted from Vice Versa, Volume 4, by permission of the author. Over the Long Haul, by Martha Soukup, copyright 1990 by TSR Incorporated, reprinted from Amazing Stories, March 1990, by permission of the author. The Coon Rolled Down and Ruptured His Larynx, a squeezed novel by Mr. Skunk, by Dafydd, Hugh, copyright 1990 by Dafydd, Hugh, reprinted from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, August 1990, by permission of the author. The Hemingway Hoax, by Joe Haldeman, copyright 1990 by Joe W. Haldeman, reprinted from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction magazine, April 1990, by permission of the author. Comments by Ursula K. Le Guin, Terry Bisson, Ted Chiang, Pat Murphy, Ian MacLeod, Karen Joy Fowler, Martha Soukup, Dafydd, Hugh, and Joe Haldeman in the headnotes to their stories are copyright 1991 by the Bulletin of the Science Fiction Writers of America, Spring 1991, reprinted by permission of SFWA and the authors. Previously unpublished comments by G. Sutton Breeding and Patrick McKinnon are copyrighted by the individual contributors and are used by their permission. End of Nebula Awards 26, SFWA's Choices for the Best Science Fiction and Fantasy of the Year, edited by James Morrow. Read by John Horton in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, June 1995. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Harcourt Brace Jovanovich, Publishers, 1250 6th Avenue, San Diego, California, 92101.
End of book.